attempt to kill the Ammy. Murphy didn't give him a chance to try. Again, he pressed the trigger of his wounded carbine, and the German fell to the ground, dead. Moments later, Murphy's platoon finished off the rest with rifles and grenades, and another German strongpoint ceased to exist. But there were plenty more of them in the confused chaos of the hillside. By the second day of the battle for the quarry, the Americans were beginning to beat the Germans back. But they were paying a heavy price for each yard of shattered earth that they gained. The enemy fought with stubborn, almost suicidal energy. They fought and retreated, and just when the weary men of the 3rd thought they had finally broken the enemy's resistance and they were at last in full retreat, they would counterattack, and the whole bloody, costly business would commence yet once again. On the evening of October 1, Captain Paul Harris, Murphy's company commander, was briefing his platoon leaders on the plans for the morrow when suddenly, startlingly, small arms fire started somewhere close by. The German patrol had penetrated the 3rd's line yet again. The startled non-coms and officers doused their lanterns as slugs began to howl off the stout stone walls of the cottage in which the briefing was taking place. Harris yelled an order. Crawling, ducking, the Americans fled the place, but not before Murphy had grabbed half a case of hand grenades. Now, the scared fugitives could hear the rumble of tracks. The Germans were bringing up their feared flak wagons, mobile 20mm anti-aircraft cannon banked in 4s, which, when used in a ground roll, could fire an awesome 1,000 rounds per minute. But Murphy was master of the situation. As the Americans fled up a slope, he continued tossing grenades behind him, and, as one of the survivors noted long afterward, Murphy fought off that attack practically by himself. The next morning, we found German caps, blood, and equipment they left when they withdrew. He did a marvelous job all by himself. However, the strain was beginning to tell on the attackers. That same night, as Murphy began to prepare to select men for yet another patrol, he scanned their faces and decided most of them have been under fire since morning and are ready to collapse from strain and weariness. Knowing what I am after, they lowered their eyes and kept silent while waiting for their names to be called. It is the same look that we develop as rookies when a non-com entered the barracks to tap men for an unpleasant detail. Yet Murphy, who had the responsibility of Command 2, seemed both indestructible and indefatigable. Next morning, he was fighting fit and ready for action once more when 2 surprising visitors appeared in the platoon's lines. They were the battalion commander himself, despectacled, square-faced Colonel Mitchell Pollock, accompanied by his executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ware, and it was indicative of just how grave the situation was that 2 senior officers came so far forward. They told Murphy that they wished to find out where the machine gun fire was coming from that was holding up the whole 1st Battalion, and had decided to take out a small patrol personally to check the German positions. Murphy didn't like the idea, but rank hath its privileges, and how could a 20-year-old staff sergeant stop 2 colonels, plus his company commander, Captain Harris, who was going to tag along too? So, off they went, the 3 officers plus 4 enlisted men, heading straight for the quarry and the dug-in Germans whom Murphy knew were to be everywhere. It was too much for the young non-com. Picking up his carbine and some grenades, he decided to trail them as a security measure. It was a measure of Murphy's almost pathological desire for action. There were few NCOs in the U.S. Army in the fall of '44 who would willingly have risked their necks for visiting brass who were foolish enough to venture into such danger. It was fortunate for the two colonels that Murphy followed them. They hadn't gotten very far when a German machine gun opened up close by. Tracers zipped through the air frighteningly as the officers and the enlisted men hit the ground, crawling for the little cover offered by a shallow depression nearby. There, they went to ground with the bullets hissing just over their heads. Now, it needed only one German with a lucky grenade, and the whole of the battalion's top brass would be wiped out. But the Germans had not reckoned with Audie Murphy. Hearing the sudden machine gun fire, he guessed what had happened to the small patrol and doubled forward through the undergrowth. When he got close enough, he pressed himself behind a large stone hewn from the quarry and called out the names of the trapped men, one by one, to reassure them that all was not lost. Then he went into action with his wounded carbine, which was becoming famous in Company B, and with grenades. 11 years after the war, Colonel Pollock recalled the tense incident. Machine gun bullets ricocheted around us, and the sound of our guns kept our ears ringing. It was then that I heard a familiar voice over the noise of battle. It was Audie. I realized then that he must have some sort of plan in mind, and that our positions had something to do with it. Murphy had. Perhaps half a minute later, the first of a series of grenades shattered the outpost. After the last explosions, we rushed the position to complete the elimination. We found a machine gun, 4 dead Germans, and 3 wounded. To me, the important thing about what I had just seen was Murphy's immediate grasp of the situation, his precise thinking, and his uncanny coolness in action. It was not surprising, with the battalion commander himself doing the recommending, that Murphy was put in for the Silver Star and the Legion of Merit for gallantry in action. He received both. A day later, Murphy took Lieutenant Colonel Ware and Captain Merlin Stoker on what turned out to be a sniper hunt on the tip of the ridge overlooking the quarry. He came back grinning all over his freckled face and showed one of his comrades a rifle with a very powerful scope on it. It had blood all over its stock, and when his comrade asked how he had come by the German weapon, a victorious Murphy chortled, "Well, pal, I caught a crowd asleep in his hole, and he was the biggest, ugliest crowd I ever saw." Had Murphy killed the man while he was asleep in cold blood? Murphy never explained. 4 days later, Murphy won yet another Silver Star in the battle for Cleary Quarry. Leading a 6-man patrol forward, Murphy and his men were surprised by the Germans. 4 of his men fell down wounded or dead in the first startling burst of German fire. Murphy told the remaining 2 men to dig in, while he worked his way forward toward the enemy under mortar fire, keeping so low that he must have dug a ditch down the side of the hill, as he told a newspaperman after the war. But in spite of the fact, as he told it, that he was cold, wet, and scared, and that his teeth chattered so loud, he was afraid he'd give himself away. He tackled and killed 2 German snipers, but that wasn't enough for Murphy. He called down mortar fire on the rest of the Germans while bullets cut the air all around him. Smoke followed, and as the surviving Germans tried to make a run for it, they were shot down mercilessly by the rest of Company B as they emerged, choking and spluttering from the white chemical smoke. Thus, in less than a week, he had taken out several ordinary patrols, 2 with high-ranking officers, and had won the Silver Star twice over. Virtually every day in the hard fighting for the quarry at Cleary, Murphy had risked his young life. Why? What motivated him? He certainly didn't hate Germans. He wasn't bucking for promotion. Already he had been recommended for commission and had turned it down. As we shall learn soon, he had to be coaxed by no less a person than the battalion commander himself into anally accepting one. Nor was he one of those rare combat soldiers one finds in all armies who delight in killing for the mere sake of killing. Murphy was too sensitive for that. Was it Tipton's death, then? Was it the need to display his love that drove him to take such risks for his fellow soldiers? Was it the need to break out of that overwhelming loneliness that afflicted him now that all the old heads had vanished into the bloody maws of the god of war? Or did he simply want to die and get it over with once and for all? 20. In that same month that his life was saved by the young staff sergeant, Colonel Pollock, the CO of the 1st Battalion, had had enough of Murphy's dickering. 1 month previously, he had called his company commanders together and had told them he wanted them to recommend enlisted men for battlefield commissions. There was an overwhelming shortage of infantry officers, and there weren't enough coming from stateside. He told Captain Harris of B Company that there was one man he wanted to see on the list, and that was the name of Audie Murphy. A few days later, the CO was surprised to see that Murphy's name was absent from Harris's list of recommendations. He called in the company commander and angrily asked why. Harris said that Murphy had categorically refused to be placed on the list. According to Murphy's own statement, he did not consider himself officer material. He was embarrassed by his lack of formal education, and he did not choose to leave the men he had fought with so long. Murphy's embarrassment was understandable. His Texan accent was thick, and soldiers from the North often had difficulty in understanding him. It would be little different when he first went to Hollywood. He was ashamed of his terrible English and atrocious spelling. Squirrel for squirrel, parfum for perfume, witch for which, and the like. When he wrote home to tell his sister he had won the DSC, he just couldn't manage the spelling of this award, and in his letter it became Distinguished Cross. In short, Murphy didn't feel that he could tackle the written work and administration that even a second lieutenant would have to deal with. Pollock was adamant now, however. He called Murphy to his command post and ordered him to accept a commission. Murphy fought back. He told Pollock that if we needed him in battle, he was willing to continue to command a platoon. He knew he could do that. But for administrative work of a higher order that might come up later, he insisted he didn't have the background. Besides, there was the matter of leaving his company. Pollock would not take no for an answer. He solved the problem there and then. He told Murphy firmly that his own battalion adjutant would take care of the paperwork, and he, personally, would waive the usual policy of having an enlisted man transferred from his current outfit once he was commissioned. Murphy could stay with Company B. Murphy gave in. There was nothing else he could do. Thus, it was that on the morning of October 14, 1944, Audie Leon Murphy was formally discharged from the U.S. Army as an enlisted man. A few hours later, he and 2 other men from the 15th Infantry Regiment had the gold bars of a second lieutenant pinned on their shoulders by its commander, Colonel Halett Edson. According to Murphy, the colonel told them, "You are now gentlemen by act of Congress. Shave, take a bath, and get the hell back into the lines." Perhaps he did say that. New officers were certainly needed badly enough in the sorely depleted 3rd Infantry Division. Infantry commanders were in short supply at the front. And these 3 new 2nd Louis would be little different from all of those who had gone before them in this bitter fall, when the life expectancy of a combat commander was just a mere 6 weeks. Before that time had elapsed, Murphy's 2 companions would be dead, and he would be fighting for his life in a military hospital. Now, as the Americans pressed deeper and deeper into the Vosges Mountains, with the Germans giving ground stubbornly, bitterly, as Murphy put it, not only did the terrain become tougher, but the weather too. In the mornings, the ground is white with frost. Snow is already on the mountaintops. The earth freezes and thaws, turning the terrain into an ocean of mud through which we must wallow toward our objectives. At night, we shiver and sleep fitfully. BBC correspondent Colin Wills, watching the 3rd advance that month, recorded, "They climb into the hills, and cold squalls of rain sweep down on them and drench them, and then the rain suddenly gives place to snow. Blanketing, blinding snow, or cruel driving sleet that freezes in solid sheets on the windscreens of the trucks. The drivers drive with bare red hands. The gloves can't grip the slippery wheel that whirls this way and then that with every bump and pothole and every slippery skid on the icy roads. On they go, these endless urgent columns crowding on every highway, debushing into the tough country tracks that are churned into seething glaciers of mud. Mud surges up in an oily flood on the footboard. Mud flies up in a dense spray from the whirling wheels, coating men and machines as completely as paint sprayed from an air gun. And as the terrain changed, with the transformation from fall to winter, the people changed too. For the last 3 months, the advancing Americans had been used to cheering crowds. They had been welcomed as the liberators from the Nazi yoke. Up here in the high Vosges, it was different. Here, they were more like conquerors than liberators, for virtually every family had at least one male member fighting in the Wehrmacht. Since 1940, these people had been Reichsdeutsche, fully incorporated into the Third Reich, and the native language was German. French was the tongue that had been forced on them at school prior to 1940, when the Germans had come. Down below the Vosges, in the towns of the plain, most of the GIs had bought picture postcards of the locals' gaudy, cheaply colored things, which they had sent back to the folks at home. Big-bosomed babes holding bunches of grapes between their toothpaste smiles and wearing picturesque Alsatian clothes. As one disgruntled sergeant described the cards that winter, or else pictures of mountain scenery with healthy, happy people and an overripe yellow moon in the background. But as he went on to complain, echoing the thoughts of many of his comrades. The beautiful babes weren't beautiful anymore. The healthy, happy people were hungry and thin. As for the scenery, that forest full of snow-covered Christmas trees was lousy with snipers. Those winding streams running through the valley in soft curves only made their feet wetter, and the full moon shone on hills, making the GIs curse, thinking of the long fucking climb and the fucking mud and the fucking mortars on the other side. In this mood of quiet despair, with nature itself seemingly conspiring against them, the weary men of the 3rd Division slogged ever higher into the mountains, with the Germans fighting their characteristic slow retreat, as Murphy put it. They batter our ranks with artillery and mortars, and in the forest, units lie like coiled snakes, striking suddenly and viciously. On October 25, Murphy's Company B was ordered to continue the fight in the forest near the battered hamlet of Les Rouges-Eaux, a significant enough name for the water of the river on which it lay. The Meurthe had run red in the blood of both Americans and Germans. That day, the company advanced under heavy German shell fire, relentlessly pushing the enemy back through the thick firs. Again, Murphy's luck held out, although he was temporarily deafened by shell fire. All around him, men died. Next day, however, after nearly a year and a half in combat, the newly created 2nd Louis' luck finally ran out. Murphy was up front, leading his platoon through the woods, which today were thick with enemy snipers, some tied to trees, their bodies camouflaged by shapeless green overalls and aprons, their faces streaked like those of red Indians in a Hollywood B-movie. Directly behind him came his radio operator, a young, wisecracking replacement. The two of them had just passed the body of a dead lieutenant, his uniform glistening with hoarfrost. The silence in the wood was unreal, treacherous. Just then, there was a sharp, dry crack. Without even a moan, the radio operator was pitched to the ground, dead before he hit it. "Sniper!" The word flashed through Murphy's brain as he leaped for a tree, before the German hidden to their front got a second shot. Too late. Another dry crack like a twig breaking underfoot in a hot, dry summer. The second bullet ricocheted off the tree and hit Murphy a tremendous blow in the side like that of a ball bat. He yelled with pain and fell to the ground. The slug plowed through his hip and right buttock. For one long moment, he simply lay there, unaware of the pain, but gasping frantically, as if he had just run a long race. Some 30 yards to his front, the German sniper, confident that he had dealt with the first Ammy who walked so stupidly into his trap, threw back the camouflage net that had hidden him and prepared to finish off the second American who lay helpless in the trail. For some reason, he fired at Murphy's helmet, which had rolled from his head under the impact of the first slug. As Murphy commented grimly, "That is the last mistake he ever makes." Sick with shock, but still conscious, hardly able to move more than a couple of inches, Murphy raised his carbine, pistol fashion, and fired. As always, even now when the world was swimming before his eyes, he didn't miss. Hadn't he been brought up to hit the animal or go hungry? The bullet caught the German right between the eyes. He fell back with a howl of absolute, total agony. As Murphy said after the war, it was his brain or nothing. He would not have missed the second time. The wounded Murphy tried to rise to his feet. He couldn't. The pain was overwhelming, and his right leg was paralyzed. So he simply lay there, panting, while the others emerged from the trees. One of Company B's non-coms, a sergeant, examined the wound and told the officer, his face now white with pain, that the bone didn't seem broken, and that if everything went well, Murphy might be able to sit down in a month or so. He, like all the rest of them staring down at Murphy, was sympathetic but realistic. Murphy was out. He had his $1 million wound, but they were going to have to continue fighting and dying. So the sergeant, in the unfeeling way of the combat soldier, ignored Murphy's moans of pain and asked if he could have the lieutenant's lucky carbine, the patched-up weapon that had been Murphy's since Italy. Murphy said he could. "Thanks," the sergeant said, no doubt hoping the beat-up old weapon would bring him the same kind of luck it had Murphy. It didn't. Next day, he was killed, and most of the platoon was wiped out in a savage firefight in the forest. The men of what had once been Murphy's platoon pushed on into the trees and their own date with destiny, leaving Murphy to be borne laboriously to the rear by the cursing, overworked stretcher-bearers. Murphy no longer cared. He was racked by pain. His whole lower body seemed on fire, and the first shot of morphia they had given him was not working. He was placed in a box-like ambulance together with other wounded and driven down rutted, muddy tracks to the base of the mountains, the wounded crying out in pain every time the ambulance hit a pothole. Finally, they were unloaded at a crude, tented hospital where Murphy had to wait several hours for attention, while the harassed doctors worked on more serious cases. "My hip feels as though a white-hot brand had been raked across it, and I feel sick in mind and body." For 3 long days, Murphy lay in the company of 6 other wounded officers in a pyramid tent with duckboard floors set up in the mud, while the bitter rain beat down on the canvas outside, attended to by medics in helmets and rubber boots who smelled of ether and fresh blood. The fever spread through his torn young body, while beside him delirious men moan and curse. In the end, he was loaded into a long white-painted ambulance train and taken away from the mud and misery and sudden death of the high Vosges. Already up there it was beginning to snow heavily and would continue to do so all winter till the day he came back. He was carried south with the rest of the seriously wounded, flushed with fever and worried by the strange smell coming from the great wound in his buttock. As they passed through the places where the Third had once fought, Bassicon, Valence, Loriol, Montelimar, the female nurses tended him, looking just as worried as he was. The sun started to slant in through the small windows of the coach, and he fought his worries. They were in the Provence, passing through Arles, where Van Gogh had once painted, though the young officer knew nothing of the Dutch painter, heading for the ancient capital of the province, Aix-en-Provence, and the Third General Hospital, where he would spend the next 2 months recovering from the sniper's bullet. By now, Murphy thought his wound had gone gangrenous from the 3-day delay in treatment and the tented hospital just behind the lines. The doctor he asked about it said the wound was just infected. Yet the way the medic sniffed at the open wound for the stench of rotting flesh typical of gangrene, and then shook his head, told Murphy he was right. He was. For the next month, the doctors would pump me full of penicillin and whittle away dead and poisoned flesh, until anally they had removed 5 pounds of it, leaving him with a livid 9-inch scar. Murphy suffered it all willingly. He wanted to live, for he was beginning to fall in love. 21. At first Murphy, like the rest of the seriously wounded, lived in the clouded limbo of a military hospital, sleeping, waking, only half aware of the misery and pain all around him, the stench of ether and rotting flesh, the pain of the dressings, the mess of dried blood and pus, green in places, the ritual of Professor Fleming's wonder drug, penicillin, pumped into his skinny, wasted body every 3 hours, around the clock, day and night. On November 3, he wrote to Haney Lee, nicknamed the General, for whom he had worked back in Texas just before he had enlisted. I have nothing to do but lay in bed, so we'll try to write you a couple of lines today. If you can read it. I can't sit up, so I have quite a time trying to write very clearly. I haven't gotten any mail for a long time now. Hope it catches up with me soon. Say, Jen, those Krauts are getting to be better shots than they used to be, or else my luck's playing out on me, and I guess someday they will tag me for keeps. Nice thought anyway. Jen, do you ever go hunting? I guess not. Too much walking, huh? Remember how I used to bug you to go hunting with me? Oh well, when I get home, I'll not get out of the house far enough to shoot a squirrel. I've seen so much blood, I don't think I ever want to shoot anything else, except Krauts and Japs. Fooled you, didn't I? Well, Jen can't think of a thing more to write, so had better sign 30 for now. And soon, LT. P.S. Meant to send you a couple of Kraut PWs to help you farm, but thought before I close, sorry. Sorry. Beneath the banter and the attempted humor, it was clear that the wound had been a shock to Murphy. But, like the rest, once the immediate pain had cleared up, he chattered compulsively about his battle experience. Each of them explained to the others how he came by his wounds, going into much detail. Then, suddenly, they stopped talking about such things. Why recall all the pain? Now they became reflective. They had come through the shouting, the crash of gunfire, the noise, the chaos of the battlefield. They had survived. But underneath, they knew their own suffering and experience really meant nothing. By some chance, for there was no reason to it, fate had picked them to survive while their comrades had perished. Why had he, Murphy, been saved when the rest of his platoon had been wiped out the very next day? There were no answers to those sorts of questions. So they shut up about the fighting. They retreated into their individual cocoons, trying to get well, finding convalescence tolerable, enjoying the weak winter sunshine of Provence. They watched the cheery, superficial movies that Hollywood sent out to boost their morale, read trivial detective stories and cowboy epics, and flirted with the more available of the nurses, all the time waiting for the call that would one day summon them back up there. In Murphy's ward, there was another young officer, roughly his age, who had suffered much more terrible wounds than he. His name was Perry Pitt, and he would remain Murphy's friend until the day the latter died. Pitt had been so badly hit by a German shell that he was a paraplegic, destined to be confined to a wheelchair until he died as an old man. That winter in he was desperate. His whole young life was ruined. He was no longer a complete man. Time and time again he ran high fevers, and it was on these occasions that the duty nurse took it upon herself to give the grievously injured young officer special care, even when she was off duty. She came into the 3rd General to care for and reassure Pitt. Her name was Carolyn Price. She was a pretty first lieutenant with a strong, determined face beneath dark chestnut brown hair rolled in the fashionable, practical wave of the time. A dedicated, well-educated 24-year-old who had been overseas working in military hospitals for a year now. It was quite natural that the wounded young hero, who was 4 years her junior and whose contacts with women over the last 2 years had been limited to the fleeting commercial contacts that were the lot of an infantryman, fell desperately in love with Carolyn Price. Indeed, she was the first American woman with whom he had exchanged more than a few words since 1943. That helped too. And, in the final analysis, Murphy, who admired courage and determination so much, could not but fall for a person who devoted herself to a man like Perry Pitt, whom most people, especially women, would think of as a hopeless cause. Later, his friend David McClure would say of him, "He fell in love with her, Carolyn. That was the story of his life. He was always falling desperately in love with some girl." Letter to author. But this was the very first time, and Murphy did not want the affair to become one of those fleeting encounters that had been his lot up to now. He asked Carolyn Price to marry him. She turned him down. She had seen enough of what happened to young men like Audie Murphy in war. Broken bodies to be patched up and sent to the front once more, never to return. She had no desire to become an instant widow. Besides, she had her job and her dedication to the wounded, broken both in body and spirit, who flooded into 3rd General day after day, week after week. That selfless task, the tending of these soldiers who had been hurt so much, would continue after Murphy had gone. After the war had ended, Murphy would say little of his romance with Carolyn Price, nor would Carolyn Price detail what had gone on between them that winter. She was no Agnes Kowalski, who tended Hemingway when he was wounded and in hospital in Milan in World War I. She would not write a letter to her lover that included a sentence as fine as the one penned by Agnes Kowalski to her lover before rejecting his offer of marriage. What the nurse in Milan wrote was, "At least we had our spring." Hemingway was tormented by the anguish of that winter love affair for the rest of his life. It forced from him the haunting statement that a broken heart means that never can you remember, and not being able to remember is very different from forgetting. Sunday Telegraph Magazine, London, April 12, 1986. Murphy wrote to her, of course, when he returned to the front, but after he had become famous in the movies. Carolyn destroyed the letters in case they fell into the wrong hands. Letter to author. Later, when he was on leave in Cannes on VE Day, he called her and asked her to come down to the coast to join him in celebrating the end of the war in Europe. She refused, saying she was on duty. 5 months after that, in November 1945, he met Carolyn in San Antonio. She was still in the service and in uniform, and Audie was not. Later she told David McClure that the young man who had once loved her acted a bit awkward on account of the difference in their positions. That was the last time they ever saw each other. Unlike a disappointed Hemingway, he could not write to a friend when it was all over. Idealists lead a rough life in this world, Jim, but like hermit crabs, they acquire shells. At any rate, I'm now free, and I can fall in love with anyone I wish. Sunday Telegraph. But if Audie Murphy, only 1 year older than a lovesick Hemingway, had been when his nurse lover turned him down, could not vocalize his thoughts. He could live them. He had already acquired one shell. Now, he'd put on another. Like Hemingway, he would feel free, too, to love anyone he wished. And he would. While an unhappy Murphy recovered in hospital in far-off things were happening at the front. 12 days before he was finally discharged from 3rd General on Saturday, December 16, 1944, the Army struck in the Belgian Ardennes, taking the top brass completely by surprise. Within 24 hours, 250,000 Germans were streaming westward through the broken American front, heading for the coast. Day after day, as the Christmas of World War II approached, the news was black and hopeless. Up north, it was defeat after defeat, with the Germans poised to cross the key Meuse River and bolt for the Channel ports. And if they managed to seize those, the young officers glued to the radios knew, then the war could go on for a long time. 3 days before Christmas, Patton started to pull his Third Army out of the Saar area, next to the 80 miles of front held by General Patch's 7th Army, to which Murphy's 3rd Division still belonged. By Christmas Eve, the Third Army had gone into the battle. 250,000 men, leaving behind a great gap in the Allied line along the Saar-Rhine front, which now had to be filled by spreading out the 7th Army. 2 days later, while Latre's French First Army was fully occupied guarding General Weiss's troops dug in what was called the Colmar Pocket. Patch's 7th was woefully thin, manning a line that stretched from Switzerland to just below Saarbrücken in Germany. Where there had been 2 armies, there was now 1. It was a recipe for disaster. On December 28, the day that Murphy was discharged from the hospital to go on a 2-week convalescent leave, with the Germans going all out to defeat the battered bastards of Bastion, Hitler called together his corps and divisional commanders at his remote command post in the Gothic castle of Ziegenheim, from whence he was directing the battle in the west. With the trace of his old fire and magnetism, he told the generals who would carry out the new attack that they must make a supreme effort. The initial attack into the Ardennes had caught the Amis completely by surprise. Now he was prepared to launch a new one into the thinly held line of the U.S. 7th Army in Alsace. I wish to appeal to you to go into the operation with your verve, he cried at them, with all your zest and all your energy. This is a decisive operation. We will yet be masters of our fate. J. Eisenhower, The Bitter Woods, New York, Putman's 1967. Then he announced the date for the great new attack, codenamed Operation Northwind. In order to achieve complete surprise, Hitler set the time for the beginning of the assault at 11 o'clock p.m. New Year's Eve. The Ammies would be celebrating. They would be too drunk to know what was happening to them until it was too late. At least, that was what Hitler hoped. Where Audie Murphy spent that New Year's Eve, the last of World War II, is not recorded. What the young officer, frustrated in love, perhaps sick at heart and lonely, did, we do not know. It would be the last time for the rest of his short life that an important event or happening was not documented. Soon his movements would be very definitely news. But wherever he was that night, and however he celebrated the passing of the old and the ringing in of the new, he could not have realized, not for the life of him, how the events taking place further north would change everything. Not even in his wildest dreams could this semi-illiterate son of a Texas sharecropper, whose occupation was listed on his army documents as farm laborer, have foreseen what this new year of 1945 was going to bring for him. His whole future was about to be magically transformed. This night, the skinny, pale 20-year-old who walked with a limp was just another of scores of similar, obscure second Louis waiting to go back into the line, doomed to an early death or, if they survived, to the vast obscurity of humdrum civilian life from whence they had come. There, in the land of the round doorknob, as they called it in the parlance of the time, they would court, marry, and procreate, and then they would die as obscurely as they had lived. History would not deign to record their passing. But not this youngster with the limp. Fate had already picked him out. Adolf Hitler announced over Radio Berlin, "I want, therefore, in this hour, as the spokesman of Greater Germany, to promise solemnly to the Almighty that we shall fulfill our duty faithfully and unshakably in the new year, in the firm belief that the hour will strike when victory will ultimately come to him who is most worthy of it, the Greater German Reich." As he did so, the clocks chimed 12, and the elements of 8 German divisions rushed the American lines in the snowbound Alsace-Lorraine area. The last German counterattack of the Second World War in the West, Operation Northwind, had commenced. It was 1945, Audie Leon Murphy's Year of Destiny. 22. Now, at last, the Germans were on the run in Alsace. By the end of January, days after Audie Murphy had carried out that amazing one-man stand at Holzweiler and won himself the Medal of Honor, the sadly depleted 3rd Division had taken virtually all their objectives. The capture of Colmar itself and the final elimination of what was left of the Colmar pocket were only a matter of days away. The Germans were pulling back rapidly from the city, heading for the fortified town of New Brioche, the Rhine crossing, and the safety of the Reich. General Weiss's 19th Army, which had fought the Franco-Americans ever since the invasion of southern France, had almost ceased to exist. In the meantime, General Weiss had been removed from his command and returned to Germany. The weather had changed too. The air had become milder, and the icy winds from the still snowbound Vosges had died down. In the Rhine Valley, the deep snows that had made life so difficult for the combat infantrymen were beginning to thaw, turning the fields and the country lanes into a sea of heel-clinging mud and slush. On the first day of February, 1945, Audie Murphy led what was left of his battered Company B and a handful of scared replacements into the attack once more. At the outskirts of the Alsatian village of Kunheim, they succeeded in capturing a half-dozen woebegone German infantrymen without much of a fight. Murphy ordered them searched, which meant in GI terms, searched and looted. His men were just doing this when there was the rusty clank of armor. Murphy, half bored, half amused by his men's activities, spun around at the sound and gasped. The tanks were German, and they were laden with German infantry. As weary as he was, Audie Murphy acted with his old speed and decisiveness. Hastily, he grabbed a helmet from one of the prisoners and clamped it on his own head. A few of his men did the same. Then they tensed, their rifles stuck in the sides of their prisoners. The German tanks came within 30 yards. Murphy swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat trickle down the small of his back. After nearly 2 years of combat, was he finally going to be hauled off ignominiously into the bag? He waved hopefully. It did the trick. The tank drivers turned their noisy steel monsters, and the 3 Mark IVs disappeared into the morning gloom. Trailing behind them, a wake of pebbles and flying mud. Murphy let his shoulders slump wearily. It had been a near thing. They pushed on. The fighting was not altogether over yet. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the same day that Colmar fell, the 3rd 7th Infantry Regiment attacked toward the Rhine in an attempt to seal off Unmatched, the last town in German hands. It was going to be the last action of the 7th on French soil after having suffered 10,000 casualties, a staggering 300% loss rate in its last 2.5 years of combat. Just outside the village of Biesheim, the leading elements ran straight into a large force of concealed Germans. The enemy outnumbered the American 0.4 to 1. Fierce hand-to-hand fighting broke out. An artillery observer with the 7th, T5 Force Peden, volunteered to go back for help. He returned with 2 light tanks and guided them back toward the old Jewish cemetery at Biesheim, where an eerie battle was taking place among the medieval tombstones. Just as Peden's tank reached a large ditch outside the cemetery, where a large number of the 7th were trapped, it was struck a tremendous blow by a German anti-tank shell. It reeled to a stop and began blazing fiercely at once. The crew bailed out, but Peden died on the deck, consumed in a funeral pyre of burning fuel. Yet another brave man in the Rock of Marne Division, the 3rd of the campaign, had won the Medal of Honor. But Audie Murphy was making certain that he would not receive his medal posthumously, as he led his men through the same area in the attack on the Unmatched. That same night, as he recorded later, we creep as stealthily as mice through the strange territory. A brick wall rears before us. We pause, listening intently for the clink of metal, the guttural whisper, or the scrape of a boot. But except for the sighing of the wind through the trees, there is no sound. Murphy rolled over the wall next to him and, to his surprise, found himself inside a walled cemetery. He ordered his men inside too, for the rest of the night. It would make an ideal bivouac for his footsore, weary troops. Not all of them were convinced. One of them said, "The graveyard company finally gets home." Another commented dryly, "Move over, friends. You got some company." Nevertheless, they slept soundly, while Murphy, as weary as they, took it upon himself to stand guard. Twice he nodded off. In the end, he took out his pistol and held it at his waist with both hands. The next time he dozed off, the gun flipped from his fingers, struck him on the foot, and brought him back to consciousness. Dawn revealed to the sleepy, yawning GIs that they had dug in only a few dozen yards from a group of German infantry who had done the same in the field on the other side of the wall. Murphy could hardly believe his eyes as he stared through a hole in the wall at the awakening Germans. It was an infantryman's dream. Audie Murphy could not resist such a tempting target. Hastily, he ordered up his machine gun crew. They slipped the weapon through the wall and aimed at the Germans. The machine gun burst into frenetic activity, shattering the dawn calm. 4 of the totally surprised Germans went down, arms flailing, dead or wounded. The rest flung up their arms, crying, "Kamerad!" in hysterical voices. They wanted to surrender quickly. The advance of the unmatched went on. On February 6th, the 3rd had virtually invested unmatched, the last German stronghold. Now the GIs of the Marne Division were calling the 18th century fortress Waffle City, because from the air, with its crisscross of streets within the fortifications, it looked exactly like a waffle. On that morning, the commander of the 3rd Division's 30th Regiment told the CO of his 1st Battalion he wanted a waffle for my breakfast. The hint was all too obvious. The 1st Battalion moved into the attack. Later, General George C. Marshall, the U.S. Army's Chief of Staff, wrote in his account of World War II, the winning of the war in Europe and the Pacific, that the climax of the battle was a night assault on the bridgehead town of Unmatched by infantry of the U.S. 3rd Division, using assault boats and scaling ladders on the moats and walls of the fortified town, very much after the fashion of medieval battles. Marshall had let his imagination run away with him. It was actually broad daylight when the fort was taken, and the moat had been dry for a century or more. There were no scaling ladders and assault boats. The first patrol of the 3rd to enter the place was guided by 2 scared schoolchildren. The fortification surrendered without a shot being fired, and the 2 French kids were rewarded for their bravery with a handful of GI candy. The regimental commander had his waffle for breakfast, and the brass were pleased. That was all that mattered. The dog faces of the 3rd Division were too exhausted to concern themselves with the glory of having captured the last German stronghold on the west bank of the Rhine. The congratulations poured in, but as the survivors of the Colmar Pocket battle finally reached the Rhine once more, the 3rd had first reached the Rhine in November 1944. The official communication that meant much to them was the one they received on February 10. It read, "Organized enemy resistance west of the Rhine River between Strasbourg and the Swiss border is reported to have ceased. Order of battle, no contact." It had been a bitter, hard fight for the 3rd Division, In 16 days of combat, the division had won 3 Medals of Honor, captured 22 towns, and taken 4,200 prisoners, killing an unknown number of Germans and virtually destroying what was left of the German 708th Volksgrenadier Division and 2nd Austrian Mountain Division. But the butcher's bill had been terribly high. The division's 30th Regiment alone had suffered a total of 1,170 casualties, 1/3 of its strength, while the 7th, which boasted that it always suffered more casualties than any other regiment in the U.S. Army, had lost roughly the same number. Figures for the 15th, Murphy's regiment, are not available, but it, too, if Murphy's company is anything to go by, had suffered terribly, and so had its 20-year-old commander. In his immature hand, he wrote on a picture extant, taken at the time, "Eek, horrors, it's me again. Have lost some weight and a bit pale, yet." It shows him in his new officer's trench coat, hair carefully dressed in his drugstore pompadour style, brought with him from his Texas teenage days, head cocked quizzically to one side. The face is still amazingly youthful, almost childlike and unlined, after what he had gone through. But the eyes are a giveaway. They are looking out at a world that would be beyond the comprehension of the recipient back in Texas. They are really the eyes of a youth who had been to hell and back, as he would one day entitle his autobiography. They are the eyes already of man who would never settle, never fit into the cozy, complacent, unthinking world of civilian life. Never. The war had stamped him indelibly. One day he would come back from the fighting, bearing the war with him like an invisible army pack for the rest of his life. In that second week of February, the 15th Regiment went into reserve, and Murphy took the opportunity of going on leave to Gay Paris. Apparently, he liked Paris, for he praised the place in his letters, though probably all he saw, just as most GIs from the line did, was Pig Alley, Piggly, with its drinking dens and whores where the dog faces were commercially entertained for a few hours before being shipped back. On March 5, Murphy was called to Nancy, where Iron Mike O'Daniel pinned on him the DSC and his Silver Star. It was probably here that he was told that he had been recommended for the Medal of Honor for his valor at Holtzwihr. For on that same day, he wrote home to his sister Corinne, "Well, sis, I've been awarded the DSC, the Silver Star, and the Distinguished Cross for valor and the SS for gallantry in action. I have also been recommended for the Kong Medal of Honor. Boy, if I get that, I will soon be coming home. Well, not much news over here, so we'll goodbye now. Love to all, Audie. P.S. The women over here are wearing the same thing in brasiers this year, believe it or not." That day, Audie Murphy's combat career virtually came to an end. The brass, who had lost so many recipients of the MOH in the 3rd Division, decided that Murphy was not going to receive his medal posthumously, like so many of the rest. The war had 2 months to go, and he was transferred to the staff. He became a liaison officer with the 15th. Due to his lack of education, he was of little use in a real working staff job. Instead, he was given the task of jeeping from regiment to regiment within the 3rd, keeping the headquarters informed of what the 15th was doing, as it prepared for the last attacks. These were to be launched against the Siegfried Line and the Rhine itself, the last great natural barrier protecting Germany in the west. Murphy's own feelings about his new post were mixed. The constant peril of the front lines is temporarily over, he wrote later. There will be small dangers, of course, and moments of minor terror. Eventually, I feel I will go back up, and somewhere, sometime, the bullet bearing my name will find me. He still courted danger in his new position. Combat had become a drug that he craved. In that same march, as his former regiment attacked in the Saarbrücken-Zweibrücken area, fighting their way through the vaunted Siegfried Line with heavy casualties, he heard that Captain Paul Harris, now commanding his old Company B, and 2 of his company officers had been killed in the fighting, and what was left of the company was bogged down. Without saying a word to his fellow staff officers, he commandeered a sergeant and a jeep and drove toward the sound of the fighting. Then he got out and walked until he found Company B, huddled in a trench and pinned down by enemy fire. They were commanded by a green young officer and were frightened and trembling. Murphy coaxed the badly shaken survivors out of the trench and rallied them enough to take them through the pillboxes and dragon's teeth of the portion of the Siegfried Line that faced them. For some reason, German fire had ceased, and not one shot was fired at them. Having cared for his lost sheep, Audie Murphy left and returned to his staff job. He found he had not been missed in his absence, which was good enough for him. He never mentioned the incident to anyone, and it would have been forgotten if one of the survivors of the bogged-down company in the Siegfried Line had not written about it. Things were moving fast. The 3rd Division barreled through Germany, but here and there the fighting was stiff enough for a couple of its members to win the Medal of Honor. There was some talk of a last-ditch stand by the Nazis in the Bavarian German Alps, the Alpine Redoubt, as the supposed fortress was called. The 3rd turned southeast toward the Alps. On April 11, the 3rd took part in a 3-division assault on Nuremberg, where Hitler had held his vaunted Parteitag in better times. On April 20, the day, ironically enough, when the Führer celebrated his last birthday in besieged Berlin, the ruined city fell to the Americans. Again, the 3rd pushed on toward the Alps. Now a prestige objective loomed large: Hitler's mountain home, the Eagle's Nest at Berchtesgaden. Although the place was strictly outside the 3rd's zone of operations, Iron Mike reasoned that his division, which had fought so long, should have the honor of taking the place. The U.S. 101st Airborne Division and French General Leclerc's 2nd Armored Division, also in the area, had been a mere twinkle in the planner's eye when the 3rd had first gone into action back in 1942. So, in the way that victorious generals play in wartime, the 3 divisional commanders raced for the completely unimportant, bombed-out mountain ruin, each trying to hinder and stop the other. In the end, the 3rd and the 2nd Armored reached the place together. A compromise was agreed upon. Both the American and French flags would be hoisted over the Eagle's Nest in a joint ceremony. For some reason, the tricolor fell down. American sabotage? And pride of place was left to Old Glory. Meanwhile, Eisenhower stepped in and ordered Iron Mike O'Daniel to get on with the job of capturing Salzburg just over the border in Austria. On May 4, 1945, Mozart's birthplace fell to the Americans, and the war in Europe was over for the third. But Murphy did not join in the massive wingding that took place a few days later to celebrate VE Day. He heard about it in Cannes, where he had gone on a short furlough. In the midst of that wild, ecstatic celebration that swept Allied Europe on that bright May day in 1945, Murphy felt alone. He was restless, and his nights were plagued by evil dreams. In the end, he decided to go up to to visit Carolyn Price. Later, Miss Price wrote to Perry Pitt, who was now back in hospital in the States. Murphy came to see me last week. He looks great, but limps even more as the result of another wound he received after leaving the 3rd General Hospital. He now has so many ribbons that his chest is beginning to resemble General Marshall's. But he still refuses to wear all that he is entitled. Miss Price wrote he refused to talk about how he had won the Medal of Honor, but added, "I do wish he'd accept the discharge. However, I'm sure he won't. He's dreadfully tired, but determined to see this thing through to the end. His or the war's. His luck has been remarkable, but he can't hold out much longer." 23. Audie Murphy would never need to chance that proverbial luck of his again in combat. Although the war with Japan still raged, Audie Murphy had become too valuable a property for the Army to lose him fighting the Nips. On the afternoon of June 2nd, Murphy was presented with the Medal of Honor and the Legion of Merit by no less a person than General Patch himself. The ceremony was held at an airfield just outside Salzburg and was watched by 11 senators. It was a foretaste of what was to come. As the Army commander, who had been wounded and won the Silver Star himself in France in the Old War, placed the coveted blue starred ribbon around Murphy's neck, he asked, "I wonder if you are as nervous as I am?" Murphy wet his lips and replied dutifully, "Yes, sir, I'm afraid so." That finished, Patch pinned the Legion of Merit above Murphy's left pocket, while the senators applauded. The presentation of those last 2 medals now made Audie Murphy, as yet not old enough to vote, the most decorated soldier in the history of the United States Army, and the Army knew it. The razzmatazz could commence. The United States went to war in 1941 with a very unusual army. Up to Pearl Harbor, it had kept itself in the background. It was hardly mentioned in the media. Its officers kept a low profile, and starved of funds as it was, the only limousine allowed in the whole of the U.S. Army was that used to transport the Chief of the Army. It was hardly a glamorous organization. All that changed virtually overnight December 7th, 1941. Within weeks, the Army was flooded with public relations men. Suddenly, obscure colonels and majors who were now Army commanders became public figures, featured on the covers of national magazines such as Life and Time, appearing weekly in the newsreels so that they were known and recognized even in the smallest, most remote township. At every level, there were PR men, photographers, and glad-handers, as they were called at the time, whose full-time occupation it was to plug their general and their outfit. Eisenhower had one, Harry Butcher, a former radio executive whom Hemingway described maliciously as a nylon smooth captain of the Navy who could not command a catboat. E. Hemingway, Over the River and Into the Trees, New York, Scribner's, 1950. Ernie Pyle, the reporter, was ordered by the same nylon-smooth gentleman to go out and discover General Omar Bradley. He did, and Bradley became duly the G.I. General. General Mark Clark, Murphy's former commander, of whom British thriller writer Eric Ambler has written, "No World War II commander of men had worked more assiduously in the field of public relations than General Clark." E. Ambler, Autobiography, London Collins, 1985. Even had a song composed about himself. It was sung to the tune of some patriotic ditty and was sung before entertainments given to his headquarters troops in Italy. In part, it read, "Stand up and sing the praise of General Clark. Your hearts and voices raised for General Clark. Red, white, and blue unfurled upon the field. Its message flaunts Clark's son will never, never yield." Nauseating stuff indeed, but typical of the manner in which the Army publicized its own in those days. The 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, which never let it be forgotten that the war was being fought by the Big Red One and 10 million replacements, even had a PR man who sang calypso. Now, the PR machine of the U.S. Army took up the young hero. He was given the chance of staying in the Army of occupation as a captain or returning home to the States. The Army preferred the latter. The war with Japan still raged, and Audie Murphy would make excellent copy. Here was this handsome youngster with his ready smile and open face, who had won every medal that the U.S. had to give and had killed 240 Krauts in the bargain, but had emerged from it all unscathed. Wouldn't he be an inspiration to all those other eager teenage hopefuls, ripe for some desperate glory in the Pacific? This was the real John Wayne. So the Army took charge of the youth. The machine set about making him national news, trumpeting his battlefield exploits throughout the states, and in doing so, stamped him forever as the most decorated soldier of World War II. It was going to become Audie Murphy's inescapable public image, one that would burden him till the day he died. He would be idolized for his war record, pure and simple, and for nothing else. As World War II receded from the public's mind and was replaced by new wars, Korea, Vietnam, Murphy still remained that most decorated soldier. On June 10, Murphy left Europe to return to Texas and receive a hero's welcome. 3 days later, 3 transport planes, escorted by a mass formation of 80 fighters and bombers, touched down at Ellington Field near Houston. There, as the guns thundered their salute and the brass bands blared, an assorted bunch of top brass and local heroes started to descend from the planes to be greeted by the local authorities. There was General Truscott, Murphy's old divisional commander, who would soon take over Patton's Third Army Command in Germany, Lieutenant General Eaker, commander of the Mediterranean Air Force, General J. Lawton, Lightning Joe Collins, who had commanded the U.S. 7th Corps in Europe, General Slim Jim Gavin, the dashing commander of the 82nd Airborne, General Patch, who had presented Murphy with his MOH the previous week, and Murphy himself, descending last from the plane, looking small, shy, insignificant, and definitely out of place in this assembly as he limped forward toward the welcoming committee of Texan glad-handers. At 4:30 that afternoon, after the victory parade, there was a press conference where this gallant and courageous young Texan, as the Texas House of Representatives officially declared Murphy, was asked by a young woman reporter how he had won his Medal of Honor. Murphy groaned in mock dismay and said, "Oh, no, not that." Asked a little later if he would pose for a picture with 4-star General Eaker. Murphy replied, "I sure wouldn't want to ask the general to pose for any picture with me." Eaker, as aware of his personal publicity as the next general, responded immediately. Weren't all 4-star generals just ordinary Joes, as democratic as the next man? He grabbed Audie's hand and shook it vigorously, declaring, "This is a real pleasure." It was not surprising that the next morning, the reporter of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram enthused, Murphy was a big hit. His youth, pleasant personality, and bashful modesty drew people around him wherever he went. There were bouquets of flowers and baskets of fresh fruit, complimentary rooms in local hotels, black choirs singing old favorites, and local groups intoning Home on the Range, leaves to hang around the heroes' necks, local society ladies from San Antonio's high society, and glad-handers everywhere. It was all too much for the young man who had left Texas classed as a humble farm laborer. Without saying a word to anyone, he returned to the St. Anthony Hotel where he had been given a free room. As the formal banquet commenced, where the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who else, would read out Audie Murphy's war record prior to a standing ovation, the returned hero did a little private celebrating in the manner the war had taught him. He talked the elevator girl who had brought him up to his room into coming in with him for a few minutes. He seduced her without difficulty, and then, after ordering and eating a thick steak, he fell into a heavy sleep. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce finished his eulogy to the hero and the crowd waited to give him his standing ovation, it was noticed that he wasn't even present. Twice the president called out his name, fat face beaming expectantly, and twice Murphy failed to respond. So in the end, the distinguished assembly continued its banquet while Murphy snored on, exhausted in his hotel room. Two of the many newspaper people who were present at the banquet were astute enough to realize that Murphy was the real story. They left and finally found him in his hotel room. One of them, Lois Sager of the Dallas Morning News, suggested she would help the reluctant hero to escape the cloying public celebrations in San Antonio. She would drive Murphy to Dallas the next morning. He readily agreed, and next morning, Miss Sager got herself a nice little exclusive, coaxing out of Murphy the reason why he had risen to such heights in battle. His bland answer made good copy. "I just fought to stay alive like anybody else, I guess." But later, she realized there was something deeper than that to Audie Murphy, and concluded about him, he first bewitches and then bewilders. Letter to author. When Murphy returned to Farmersville, which had now been abruptly transformed into his hometown, that unknown and long-forgotten Army PR man who was directing Murphy's affairs behind the scenes stepped in once more. he recruited Life to do a story on the returned hero. Thus, while Murphy agonized a little on what he should do next, go to West Point, as the brass was urging, including Iron Mike, or try for college, a Texan one, of course, as many of his newfound friends suggested, even were taking place in New York that would change his life dramatically. In 1945, Life was the country's premier magazine, a king among those weekly publications such as Collier's, McCall's, and others that had the same kind of coverage, appeal, and publicity as TV does today. Throughout the war, Life had dramatized and shaped the American war effort, explaining America at war to itself. Daring, imaginative photographers such as Robert Capa, David Douglas Duncan, and Margaret Bjork White had shaped America's attitude into the war, concentrating especially on the fighting in Europe. It was primarily Life that had created the legend of the American fighting man as being rough, rugged, determined, but also modest, a softy with the kids, whatever their race, imbued with a soft spot for the peoples of bleeding Europe. For the unknown PR man, a life story on Murphy would be the best kind of publicity for the Army. So Life descended upon Murphy in that remote Texan farming community. The men from New York, blasé, worldly wise, accompanied the returned hero around the haunts of his teenage days, detailing the modesty of the young man who had stopped a German advance single-handed. They photographed him having his first haircut since he came back from Europe, from a woman hairdresser, having a chat on the front stoop with Miss Hattie, celebrating his 21st birthday with his orphaned brothers and sisters, before going off to see his special girl. She turned out to be a 19-year-old college girl, Myra Lee. Audie hopes she is his own girl, but isn't quite sure yet, because he usually blushes when he gets within 10 feet of any girl. Life, July 16, 1945. But it was the cover photograph that appeared on the front of Life for July 16, 1945, in which the Murphy story was featured, that was to change his whole life. It shows a freckle-faced, a little pudgy and unlined, smiling out from beneath a carelessly tilted and too large officer's cap, radiant above 3 rows of medals. How innocent he looked. There was nothing of the killer in that handsome face. Could this small-town hick really be a major war hero? Had this youth really won all those medals and killed so many Germans, and yet remained so patently unscathed? What the admiring readers of Life, who puzzled about that cover photograph, did not know was that Audie Murphy was already showing the first signs of his physical and emotional stress. Though he never reported sick, he was already suffering from delayed combat fatigue. He had all the classic symptoms. He had a nervous stomach, for which he was taking the medicines he would take for the rest of his life. He suffered from nightmares. One morning, he told his sister, Corinne, "Sis, I didn't sleep a minute last night. I fought the damned war all night long." He was restless, unable to relax, always tense and jumpy. Once, he and some friends were listening to a Victrola when the phonograph needle slipped. The sound made Audie hop over the back of the Davenport in one fast move. Of course, no one but his family knew this side of the returned hero. The general public thought of Audie Murphy in the terms offered by the Life photo article. What did they know of Murphy waking up the household, shouting out the names of the men in his company, of the fact that when the others went to bed, he would steal out to put on all the lights so that he would keep awake and not suffer from the awful nightmares that plagued him? At this crucial time in his life, faced with decisions about his future that he hardly knew how to make, Murphy received a telegram, completely out of the blue. It invited him to come to Hollywood, all expenses paid. It was signed James Cagney. 24. James Cagney, born the son of an Irish saloon keeper in New York's Lower East Side, was a short, stocky man who had graduated from being, of all things, in view of his latter career, a female impersonator and chorus boy, to become one of Hollywood's biggest box office attractions. During the war, he had radically transformed his public image. Prior to the war, screen audiences had inevitably thought of him as the archetypical Hollywood hoodlum, who fired off his tough, arrogant wisecracks with the speed of a machine gun. By 1940, however, Cagney was playing new roles such as the tough doughboy in The Fighting 69th, in which he was noble enough to fall on a hand grenade to save his comrades in France in the trenches. Then came Captain of the Clouds, 1942, a tribute to the Royal Canadian Air Force, and Yankee Doodle Dandy of the same year. The latter was a super-patriotic indulgence that won Cagney an Oscar for his rousing performance as showman George M. Cohan. How he reveled in such stirring numbers as Over There and Your Grand Old Flag. Naturally, Cagney was a shrewd enough man to know that Hollywood was using the current patriotic mood to sell its products. But at the same time, he was a genuine patriot who believed in his country and its ideals. In 1942, he had left Warner Brothers, for whom he had worked so long, and, together with his brother William, had set up his own production company, being one of the first of the Hollywood superstars to do so. The venture was not very successful, but all the same, James Cagney was by the end of the war a respected performer at the height of his fame. After having seen Murphy's photograph on the cover of Life and thinking he looked like an all-American boy, and perhaps also influenced by Audie's Irish name, for Cagney was proud of his Irish ancestry, he had wired Murphy to come to Hollywood at the Cagney Company's expense. Perhaps if things worked out well, there might be a movie contract in it for the young Texan hero. But Audie Murphy did not respond to that first telegram. He had already met a couple of movie stars and had had his photograph taken with Gary Cooper and Sonny Tufts. No doubt, he dimly realized that people in the film industry might want to use him for his current fame as a war hero. For several days, he agonized, pacing the floor of his sister's home, wondering what he should do. Finally, a second wire from Cagney, whom Murphy admired, arrived and made up his mind for him. He would go to Hollywood. Later, Cagney told David McClure that he had invited Audie Murphy to Hollywood on pure impulse. I saw Audie's picture on the cover of Life magazine and said to myself, there is the typical American soldier. There is assurance and poise without aggressiveness. He thought he'd invite this latter-day Huck Finn out to Hollywood for a couple of weeks as a house guest. He knew Murphy was still in the Army, and there could be no question of movie contracts until Murphy left the service. Perhaps Murphy thought there was more to the situation than that. As much as he liked the Army, he decided now to get out. Finishing his leave on August 18, he set about processing for his discharge, and on August 22nd, he started his terminal leave of 30 days, after which he would be plain Mr. Did he think that the Cagney offer meant that a new movie career was being opened to him? We do know that he told one of the officers at the separation center that he would appear in a short feature and would be given special schooling at the expense of MGM. He also told newspapermen that he was sick of being treated like a hero. "I'm tired of being a hero. The true heroes, the real heroes, are the boys who fought and died and will never come home." Again, the newspapers thought that Murphy was being his usual modest self, and the Houston Post of August 23, 1945, editorialized, "We cannot foretell what mark Audie Murphy will make in the world, but we can confidently predict that he will go far with head unswollen and heart unhurt, into a useful and respected career. His conduct sets a gleaming example for other bemedaled veterans to follow." Houston Post, August 23, 1945. Audie Murphy arrived in Hollywood still clad in his uniform, carrying his civilian clothes that he would don the following day, for then he would be out of the Army. Cagney, who welcomed him, had arranged for him to stay at the Knickerbocker Hotel. He was so shocked by Murphy's appearance that he changed his mind. Murphy looked green to him and was exceedingly nervous and run down. He decided to put the young ex-soldier up at his home, a sprawling 28-acre estate in Beverly Hills. It was sometimes maintained that Cagney had fetched Murphy to Hollywood to boost his own flagging career. But, as David McClure states, Cagney was a very wealthy man. He certainly needed no boost from Audie. It was the other way around. Audie needed a boost from Cagney. In those first weeks in Hollywood, Cagney did not concern himself with trying to introduce Murphy to the movies, though he did tell McClure that he had studied Murphy's life pictures and realized that Audie could be photographed from any angle. He saw in Audie poise, spiritual overtones. McClure, who had yet to meet Audie but knew of him from those life photographs, said to Cagney, "There is something that we could use in our business." But for the time being, Cagney merely entertained the young hero, of whose wartime exploits he knew no more than what he had read in life, ensuring that he had good food, entertainment, and money. Then after 3 weeks in Beverly Hills, he returned home to Texas, his future career still undecided. But James Cagney must have liked what he had seen of Audie Murphy during those first weeks, and the feeling must have been mutual. When Cagney telephoned Murphy back in Texas and suggested he return to the coast once more, Murphy agreed without hesitation. Sometime later, he said in an interview, "I don't care anything about Hollywood. I just want to make some money and then come back to Dallas to live." And a while after that, when his movie career had really begun to take off, "I didn't really want to be an actor, although I'm glad I have the breaks. I never expected to be one. I never thought of acting. I got into it purely by accident. So how could I have felt otherwise? I don't think I'd ever find complete satisfaction in life in being an actor. But now he leapt at the chance of returning to Tinseltown. Although in a strange interview with the press just before his first visit, he had told the reporter that he might be going back into the service about Christmas time. He contemplates going back into uniform if he isn't able to better adjust himself to civilian life. According to the reporter, Murphy stated, "I can't seem to adjust myself to all of the noise and fanfare." The doubts that had plagued him then had vanished now, as he was summoned to Hollywood a second time. The war with Japan was over, and the United States was at peace. In the foreseeable future, there seemed no prospect of another conflict, at least for the United States. The kind of special combat talent that he had developed over the last bloody, bitter years was no longer needed. His career as a soldier was over. Perhaps he could develop a new one as an actor. A few days after that phone call, he arrived back in Hollywood by bus, with exactly $12 in his pocket, full of hope and new purpose. Yet, at the back of his mind he knew, as he said wearily much later, "I came to Hollywood because I had no place else to go." 4. Tinseltown. Sure, the exhibitors love me. I'm a two-bag man. By the time I'm through shooting up all the villains, the audience has gone through 2 bags of popcorn each. Audie Murphy. 25. Hollywood had had a good war. The years after the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor had been a boom time for the movie moguls. Their films had been the average citizen's prime form of escape from the grayness and grimness of war. At home and overseas, men and women were fascinated by the celluloid dreams provided by Hollywood. In everything from air raid shelters down in the bowels of the London Tube to open-air theaters in the rain-soaked forests of New Guinea, with the Japs only a few hundred yards away. And the movie makers had tried to give Joe Public what he wanted, for both patriotic and financial reasons. In the years between 1941 and 1945, they had covered virtually every aspect of the global war. They had covered all the ground from genteel English ladies fighting the German Alligear garrison in Miss Miniver to Wake Island, with its semi-documentary account of the fall of that island to the Japanese. "Tell 'em," says Brian Donlevy to his radio operator, who has just received an invitation from the Japs for them to surrender, to come and get us. Hollywood had made of the celluloid war a straightforward melodrama, with bad guys and good guys who were as easily recognizable as the heroes and villains of pre-war westerns. For Hollywood, America had been the knight in shining armor who had sallied forth to rescue the damsel of democracy and free the world from the domination of the Nip and the Hun. As author F. McClure has written in his essay, Hollywood at War, for the movie makers, war was an exciting adventure, politics a superior form of romance, morality a matter of morale. In this treatment, death was painless, decorative, and even, ultimately, a blessing. C. Jevons, A Pictorial History of War Films, New York Citadel, 1974. The average American war movie made in those great years for Hollywood was smooth, lively, well-made, naively heroic, and unashamedly patriotic. But it was totally removed from the real thing. Just as Hollywood had recoiled from the realities of the Depression, it refused to deal honestly with the realities of America at war. And behind the superficial patriotism of the war years, the old mores and the old corruption still flourished in Hollywood. There was a kind of glamour about Hollywood in the 40s and 50s, which covered most of Murphy's career there, which can hardly be imagined in our own more prosaic time. Not only were the hicks dazzled by it, but so were the participants themselves, the actors, the writers, the producers, the directors, and anyone else remotely connected with the film industry. For the industry promised not only big money and fame, but something much more fabulous: immortality. Once you had starred up there on that silver screen, you would live on forever, seen and slavishly admired all over the world. It was only later that disillusionment set in, and the realization came that, like everyone else, like all those gawping hicks out there in their crummy little towns, you were just as mortal as the next man or woman. Usually, thereafter, the predictable happened. After the glamour, the fame, the multiple marriages, the alcoholism, the drug taking, there was one way out: self-murder. Once the realization came that they were losing their popular appeal, or their health, or, most important of all, their looks, it seemed it was time to reach for the bottle of pills and take a swift, painless trip to that great projection room in the sky. Many of the men and women who would play alongside Audie Murphy would end their lives by suicide. There was George Sanders, for example, who killed himself in 1972 with Nembutal, leaving behind a note stating, "Dear world, I am leaving because I am bored. I am leaving you with your worries in this sweet cesspool." K. Anger, Hollywood Babylon, New York, Dutton, 1984. Another actor who would star with Audie, big, burly Albert Decker, killed himself by hanging in 1962, dressed in ladies' lingerie. In his last moments, he had written some rather unpleasant things about himself on his body in flaming red lipstick. Everett Sloane was yet another. He ended his life with sleeping pills in 1965. Audie's female associates were just as unfortunate. There was Gia Scala, for instance, who starred with Murphy in Ride a Crooked Trail in 1958. She killed herself with a massive dose of drink and pills and was found thus by one of the 3 men who were currently living with her in her Hollywood home. This, then, was the strange world that Audie Murphy was to enter in 1945, one that Don Marquis had summed up in his bitter poem, Ode to Hollywood, as being fertile in naught but faking. Futile each season passes, and scrutiny discloses thy must prodigious roses are really horses' arses. Of course, there were other young men just out of the service who had experienced some of the same trauma as Murphy had and would learn to cope with the false dreams of acting and Hollywood. Telly Savalas, for example, who had fought with an armored division in Europe, or Lee Marvin, who had been wounded in the Pacific. Many years later, Marvin, the ex-Marine, stated, "Immediately after the Second World War, I had nightmares, followed by a long period of turmoil. Then I became an actor, and acting allows you to act out all your fears. But when I was first called upon to fire a gun in a film, I was desperately worried it wouldn't be a blank." Daily Telegraph, March 3, 1986. But Savalas and Marvin would be able to find satisfaction and a sense of achievement in their acting careers, which would help them to sublimate the trauma of combat. Audie Murphy never would. He was too much of a realist for that. "Acting is daydreaming," he stated, adding, "As an actor, I'd make a damn good stuntman." Later, too, he would become cynical about Hollywood's values and standards. In a letter to David McClure after an appendectomy, he wrote, "I am still draining. If this keeps up, it may have a longer run than most of my pictures." Murphy was hampered in his new career by the fact that he could not toady to the ogres who ruled Hollywood at that time. Men like Louis B. Mayer of MGM or Harry Cohen of Columbia, of whom someone once said bitchily, "You had to stand in line to hate him." These men could make or break a star. They could also make the American dream come true. Truck drivers and waitresses could be turned into what passed for gods and goddesses at their command. All that was needed was good looks and the ability to photograph well. Talent was not needed. That could be learned. Murphy did not have the talent, but he did have the looks, and he was photogenic. As McClure wrote in 1955, Audie Murphy came to Hollywood with the greatest star potentiality ever known. He looked like the all-American boy, and his name was already famous as the most decorated soldier in World War II. But McClure noted he would not play up to anybody who could help him in the film industry if he didn't respect them. Audie had a fierce pride, an innate dignity, a quick temper, and devastating sense of realism with which he viewed the world. All attributes that were calculated not to help a budding hopeful to make a career in Tinseltown, where, as one cynic has said, "Strip the phony tinsel off Hollywood and you'll find the real tinsel beneath." For the first few months at the Cagney home, Audie Murphy did very little but attempt to regain his health, for although the Cagney brothers did not realize that their protege had some deep-rooted emotional problems caused by the war, they could see that he was not well physically. "We put him in the guest house and just let him do what he wanted to do, working in the garden, that sort of thing, so that he began to fill out a bit and lose that awful green look." Toward the end of 1945, James Cagney asked him to sign a contract and offered him $150 a week, providing he went to school and allowed himself to be tutored in the dramatic arts. Although, as McClure noted, Murphy had a Texas accent thick enough to whittle with a paring knife. So, this most unlikely prospect was sent to the actor's laboratory, where he was instructed in the rudiments of his future profession: singing, dancing, swordsmanship, writing, and so forth. Naturally, his Texan accent proved a great handicap. Cagney had hardly been able to understand him at first, and all that his coach, Margaret McLean, could say of his speech after months of tuition was, "Audie's precious accent will be good to draw upon for character parts in the future, but it is not standard speech for stage and screen." That accent would remain a problem for Murphy right to the end of his career, 20-odd years later. During this period, the budding actor had his first contact with the true Hollywood. One of his fellow hopefuls at the Actors Laboratory was a pretty, dark-haired 21-year-old straight from Ohio University. Her name was Jean Peters, and she was possessed of the same kind of temper as Murphy, high-spirited and quick to fly off the handle. Murphy, who had tried unsuccessfully to conceal his identity and war record at the school, found in her a kindred spirit, and she, presumably, was flattered by the attentions of the war hero. They fell in love, and their love affair caught the attention of the movie press. Gossip columnists dubbed them America's most romantic sweethearts. They swore to each other that they would work long enough in pictures for Audie to buy a spread in Texas or a farm in Ohio. Then they would retire from Hollywood. Murphy had not reckoned with a tall, lanky man in his 40s who wore his hat at the back of his head and looked just like so many other hangers-on in Hollywood. But this man was not just anybody. He was the plane maker turned movie producer, Howard Hughes, who had a devastating reputation with women. A woman that took his fancy became his in short order. For in Hollywood, Howard Hughes represented money, power, and screen fame. Jean Peters left Audie. It was only 10 years later, in 1956, that she would marry Hughes. But she always kept in touch with Murphy through his friend McClure. Naturally, Hughes, a jealous, possessive man, was not told that she had an affair with Murphy. So Jean and McClure kept up a little pretense every time they met in the studios where she was filming. Now, Jean and I knew each other, but we pretended not to. Every time I saw her on the set, I would ask to be introduced to her. The publicity girl who happened to be with me would say with some hesitation, "That's Howard Hughes's girl." But they would introduce me nevertheless. Jean would be very formal and polite to me. When we were out of earshot of the others, she would say, "Well, how's the little son of a bitch?" I'd say, "What little son of a bitch are you talking about?" She would say, "Audie Murphy." And I would say, "Meaner than ever. Do you want me to tell him something?" She would say, "Tell him I still have a good right hook." Once I told Audie this, and he said she wasn't kidding. I have felt that right hook many times. But although Audie Murphy could later philosophize that Jean had everything, including overambition, at the time it rankled that he had lost his girl to a man twice her age, just because that man happened to be Howard Hughes. Murphy soon afterward got to know Wanda Hendricks, a pretty, demure 19-year-old who was one of Hollywood's most promising starlets. One day, she would become his first wife. In the meantime, he waited hopefully for his first role. Cagney had him tested for a part, but he was found unsuitable. Indeed, in the end, Cagney never did make use of Audie Murphy for his own company, and although he supported the ex-war hero for 2 years, eventually paying him $200 a week, he did not receive any return for his investment, if that was what it was. Cagney did for Audie Murphy during the period 1945 to 1946 what the Army should have done. He returned him to a fairly decent state of health, though his underlying emotional problems would never be solved, and gave him a new aim in life to replace his old combat career. Years later, Cagney was criticized for having brought such an unlikely would-be actor as Audie Murphy to Hollywood in the first place. He was accused of attempting to capitalize on Murphy's wartime record. But there seems to have been no truth in this. All I saw him as was a typical fighting Irishman, Cagney related just before his death 4 decades later. Perhaps I imagined there was a little bit of me in Audie. That was about it. In 1947, with his own company not doing very well and already considering the possibility of returning to another studio to make movies again, Cagney decided it was time to let Audie Murphy go. The accountants would no longer carry the ex-war hero. Now commenced the bleakest period of Murphy's long career in Tinseltown. 26. While he had been under contract to Cagney, Audie Murphy had been loaned to Paramount to play a bit part in Beyond Glory, which starred Alan Ladd, another actor who would commit suicide in 1964. In this movie, Murphy had a couple of very small scenes and exactly 8 words to speak. In his usual cynical, modest fashion, he said later that it was exactly 7 more than I could handle. Thereafter, no one was interested in him. He had a screen test with MGM, but the spokesman for the movie company said later that he would never get anywhere. And William Cagney, James Cagney's brother, remarked sadly of Murphy that he would get lost in Hollywood. Unemployed and depending on his Army disability pension, he lived in the gym run by an admirer, Terry Hunt, who owned a gymnasium and bodybuilding salon in Beverly Hills. Here, Audie Murphy eked out a miserable existence. He had tasted the good life, and he had no wish to go back to farm laboring. As for the Army, that was behind him, and he couldn't start all over again. It had to be the movies or nothing. But no one seemed to want his services. He simply existed. Encouraged by Wanda Hendricks, his new girlfriend, to stick it out, getting by with so little money that he quipped, he had a shower for breakfast and a steam bath for dinner. It was, however, in this bleak period of his life that he acquired a powerful ally and champion who would remain his best friend till the day he died. Indeed, if anyone can be credited with attempting to keep the memory of Audie Murphy alive nearly 20 years after his death, it is this man. His name was David McClure, nicknamed Speck because of the glasses he wore. A small, quick, intense man, he had come from the same sort of background as Murphy. He was of Irish extraction, and his father had died when he was 2 months old, leaving his mother to bring him and his sisters up by sharecropping. Unlike Audie Murphy, however, McClure had managed to go to a university and acquire an education. Thereafter, he drifted for several years, doing many jobs before he finally landed a position with Hedda Hopper, who, together with Luella Parsons, dominated the gossip columns of the time. In 1942, McClure was drafted and spent 2.5 years overseas in the Signal Corps, and it was at the end of this time that McClure had his first indirect encounter with Murphy. About 12 of us Signal Corps men were stationed on an old battlefield and keeping communications going from somewhere to somewhere. We still did not know what the hell was going on. We were bored stiff. Off duty, we had nothing to do but read. So, we started robbing the mails. The couriers would come by and throw off unlocked mail sacks. We would go through the sacks and steal all of the magazines we needed. One day, we got hold of the Life magazine issue that featured Audie. This was the first time I had ever heard of him, but I immediately felt a terrible guilt because he had done so much and I had done so little. He was an infantryman, which I had wanted to be. After the war, McClure returned to work for Hedda Hopper and promptly forgot Murphy. He had his own problems. He was an angry man, raging at the way that America had promptly forgotten the war and the sacrifices of its young men overseas. I was having one hell of a time readjusting to civilian life, he said, and I figured correctly that Audie was having even a rougher time. One day in 1947, however, he was doing his usual job, trying to find out a little scandal for his bitchy, possessive boss, who always could make or break reputations in Hollywood. When he got into conversation with one of the well-known character actors of the time, Henry Morgan, the latter told McClure, "They can call me a communist if they like, but when our most decorated soldier has to sleep in a gymnasium, I think that's awful." The statement set McClure to thinking. He asked himself, what was a smart soldier like Audie Murphy doing sleeping in a gymnasium? McClure had thought that Murphy was still with the Cagney brothers. He sensed a story and arranged to meet Murphy. This was while Audie Murphy was trying to say his 8 words in the Alan Ladd movie, and he had plenty of time to spare. His contract was for 10 weeks. So, lunch was arranged with the promise that Wanda Hendricks would come too. But when McClure arrived, Wanda wasn't there, and Murphy started to curse in that voluble and highly dramatic manner he had learned in the Army. McClure felt at home immediately. Thereafter, the desperate pair, the bespectacled writer, who was 14 years older than Murphy, and the anti-intellectual ex-war hero, became firm friends, going fishing together, just to get the hell away from things, and eating modest meals in McClure's apartment, for the latter suspected that Murphy was broke. He was. McClure now took it upon himself to further Murphy's stagnant acting career. He saw that Audie's nervous system was rather battered up and felt that Audie was somebody worth fighting for. I was determined to get him a break in Hollywood. For McClure, Audie represented the highest ideals of the American soldier. He had put his life on the line time and again for what this country believed in. Now he needed somebody to fight for him. I nominated myself to be that somebody. I didn't figure that anybody else would do it. And naturally, in his boss he had a very powerful ally. Hedda Hopper, tall, thin, elegant, with a sharp staccato way of speech, laced with profanities in spite of her Quaker upbringing, was a failed actress herself, who had taken up journalism as a last resort. Now, 62, equipped with a bogus English accent and spending every penny she earned on clothes, she lived off juicy bits of scandal. Once she had printed heavy hints that Joseph Cotton had made love to the teenage Deanna Durbin in the backseat of his car. Cotton threatened that if she added one more line on the subject, he would kick her up the ass. She did, and he did. Another time, she reported that Michael Wilding, who was about to marry Elizabeth Taylor, had been kicked out of the Royal Navy because he had an homosexual affair with Stuart Granger. The resultant court case cost her and her employer $3 million in damages. Such episodes were typical of her. No wonder she called her elegant white house in Beverly Hills the house that fear built. Now, McClure, her underpaid but respected legman, set about enlisting her aid to further the career of his newfound friend. He first brought up the subject of Murphy and his future at a gathering that included Hedda Hopper and Esther Williams, the swimming star. The latter mentioned that her husband, Ben Gage, had found it very difficult to find a job after he had been separated from the service. McClure flew into a rage and snapped. "What about Audie Murphy?" Hedda Hopper, sipping tonic water as usual, her guests, she usually primed with hefty glasses of gin, said mildly, Now, you can't fight everybody's battles." Hotly, McClure retorted, "Well, by God, this is one battle I'm going to fight." Esther Williams was not impressed. She said, "Can he act?" McClure rounded on her. "Esther," he snapped, "you're a fine one to be asking such a question. Where the hell would you be if you couldn't swim?" There, the interchange ended. But McClure's passionate interest in Murphy's welfare had registered with Hedda, and thereafter, although her power was beginning to wane, she became a firm supporter of Audie Murphy. Perhaps it was because of McClure's connection with Hedda Hopper that he was able to land Murphy a small part in the United Artists film Texas, Brooklyn, and Heaven in February 1948. The Ames starred Guy Madison, and Murphy played the unlikely role of a wisecracking copy boy for a Texan newspaper. At least he had the right accent. He was paid $500 for the 3-day job and given several dress shirts for endorsing the manufacturer's product during the publicity campaign for the finished movie. It was a start, but suddenly the war butted into Murphy's affairs once more in the shape of an invitation to France to visit the sites of his old battles and receive 2 more medals from a grateful French government. McClure, who had talked Murphy into his bit role in Texas, Brooklyn, and Heaven by calling the director and telling him, "How the hell can you make a movie about Texas without Audie Murphy?" promptly appointed himself the war hero's public relations expert and went along with him on the junket, which was paid for by the French government. For the first time, McClure had an opportunity to assess the full measure of the man he had set himself out to sponsor and make famous. He also came to realize just how callous the American media was toward has-beens. At the first press conference that Audie Murphy gave in his Parisian hotel room, the place was packed with French journalists. Not one American made an appearance to interview America's most decorated soldier. Angry and bewildered, McClure toured the various American press bureaus in the French capital, asking if anyone wanted to talk to Murphy. No one did, not even Life, which had been instrumental in launching him in America. The magazine even succeeded in losing the photos of the young hero in Paris that McClure had sent them in the hope that they might at least print one of them. Official America was little better. At one of the cocktail parties given in Paris in Murphy's honor, a plump, complacent-looking representative of the U.S. Foreign Service appeared. He began to chat with McClure, who was keeping well in the background, and asked casually what the party was all about. McClure said it was being given in honor of Audie Murphy. The fat man looked blank. Audie Murphy? He asked. Who's he? Later, Murphy asked his friend who the fat little man had been and what they had been talking about. McClure told him. Audie turned white with anger. As McClure explained, he did not care about being insulted himself, but he did not want the U.S. Army insulted by a man who didn't know what the hell he was doing. There was trouble in store for the U.S. State Department. As he toured the old battlefields of Europe with Murphy, McClure began to realize just how much Murphy had been through. They went to Ramatuelle, where Tipton had been killed, and for the first time, McClure heard the story of how Laddie had been shot so treacherously. They traveled north to Holtzville, where 3 years before he had won the Medal of Honor, and together they examined the old tank destroyer, where McClure counted the punctures that had been made by the shells in the armor, and they visited the American Military Cemetery at Epinal, where so many young Americans who were killed that winter lie buried. There, Murphy stood to attention in front of that sea of white graves set upon the lonely hilltop, tears in his eyes. He learned, too, that Murphy's easy, wisecracking manner cloaked a very difficult and temperamental individual. His natural good looks are most deceiving, he wrote later. Beneath that shy exterior is a keg of dynamite with the fuse lit. Inwardly, he is as hard as steel, typically Irish. His mind is at constant war with his emotions, with the latter usually dominating. They returned to New York, with McClure determined that the Murphy story should be told. Already, he had an idea for a book on the war hero. In New York, they were received by Norman Reeder, who was the public relations man with the French Tourist Bureau. He told the two travelers that he had a radio interview set up for Audie, and that McClure could stay behind in the hotel. Reeder would deal with everything. McClure agreed and ordered a flock of scotch and sodas, being very thirsty. Some time later, Reeder and Murphy returned, and in spite of the drinks, McClure could see that something had happened. Reeder kept muttering, "I won't be responsible for that interview. I won't. I won't." Alarmed, McClure asked, "What's wrong?" "Wrong?" Reeder exploded. "Audie has just attacked the whole goddamn State Department. I won't be responsible. I won't." Gradually, McClure calmed the other man down, while Murphy glowered in the corner. The taped interview was due to go on the air in an hour's time. A few days earlier, Murphy had announced that he was going to marry Wanda Hendricks. A reporter had relayed this news to Wanda's mother, who was very ambitious for her movie starlet daughter. She had said, "Wanda's soon leaving for Italy to co-star with Tyrone Power in The Prince of Foxes. She'll probably forget about Audie." This statement came through the teletype and was handed to Murphy for his comments just before the interview. His temper had flared up instantly, remembering the fat, sweating representative of the American consulate in Paris. He had launched into a blistering attack on the State Department. As McClure said later, Audie could be completely irrational when he was angry. Reeder left muttering that the incident would end up on the front page of the New York Times. The next morning, Murphy, his temper restored, called Wanda long distance. He asked her if she was going to marry him. She said yes. Murphy grinned satisfied and put down the phone. He turned to McClure, who had been listening, and said, "Do you know any girls in this town, Spec?" Astonished, McClure said, "Yes, but man, you've just got yourself engaged. What do you want with other girls?" Murphy's grin broadened. "I'm not married yet," he answered. 27. The movie ought to have been a failure. How could a Hollywood producer, in one of his wildest brainstorms, have conceived the idea that America's most decorated soldier should play a dedicated criminal? And yet it happened. Audie Murphy was tested for a small role, but won the lead in Bad Boy, which was made in 1948. It was his first starring role, and the lean years had ended. For a while. In Bad Boy, Murphy played a professional criminal who was arrested and sent to one of the boys' rehabilitation ranches funded by the Variety Clubs International, a group of artists who actually did carry out such schemes in real life. Here, the director of the ranch, played by veteran actor Lloyd Nolan, recognized that there was some good in the young criminal and finally guided him back to the path of virtue. The film was routine, unoriginal. It had been done before in the 30s, and Audie Murphy lacked acting ability. But in spite of all these defects, Bad Boy met with some degree of success. The primary reason for this was that some of the royalties from the movie would go to the Variety Clubs International, and this fact induced many exhibitors to show it. During shooting, Murphy's lack of acting ability had been a problem. He fluffed one scene so badly and so many times that the angry director, Kurt Newman, told him that the delay was costing precious money. Deadpan, Murphy quipped, "You must remember, I'm working under a handicap." "What handicap?" Newman snapped. "No talent," Murphy answered with a smile. The reshooting continued. The New York Times, June 1st, 1971. The success, such as it was, of Bad Boy decided Universal International to star Murphy in another movie. Naturally, they stuck to old formulas. Murphy's next movie was The Kid from Texas, based on the life of Jesse James. Well, whitewashed. This would be the first step toward turning the ex-war hero into a major Western star. His pictures would be low budget, but, as the former vice president of Universal, Edward Mull, said later, "I didn't look for actors. I looked for personalities. Almost anybody can be an actor. Audie was an excellent example of the type of personality I looked for. I don't know whether he was a good actor or not, but he was a personality in spades." The average small-budget Western that Audie made netted the studio from $200,000 to $300,000. They weren't blockbusters as moneymakers, but they all added up. In the end, Audie Murphy became Universal's biggest money spinner. Around the time that The Kid from Texas was being made, David McClure persuaded Murphy that his story should be told. McClure realized that the autobiography of Murphy, which he intended to ghost, would be a gamble. But he was prepared to take that risk, for he felt a burning sense of indignation at the fact that the American public had not the slightest idea of what men like Audie Murphy had gone through. He intended to write Murphy's story in such a way that it would shock them into some realization of what the real cost of winning World War II had been for the combat soldier. He had saved $2,000, half of which he gave to Murphy, who was broke yet again. Now he took a year's leave of absence from Hedda Hopper and set to work with a reluctant Audie, remarking later about the enterprise. I think I can truthfully say that neither Audie nor I were concerned about the profits. We were primarily interested in telling the story of the terrible price in blood and agony for victory. The book was written over 9 months in fits and starts between Murphy's sessions at the studio. Occasionally, Murphy would jot down little episodes from his fighting career, but mostly he would relate his story to McClure, who had to keep on prodding him. Murphy's memory seemed amazingly faulty, and the only written sources that McClure possessed were Murphy's 2 scrapbooks, his citations for his various awards, and the divisional history of the 3rd Infantry Division. Many years later, McClure realized that it was not because his memory had been at fault that Murphy had seemed unable to recollect what happened to him only a few years previously. The fact was, Murphy did not want to relive the traumatic experiences of his combat career. McClure realized that Audie had been burned out by the war. He reacted intensely to the death of his friends in combat. I suppose in order to keep from going insane, he buried his emotions so deeply that getting them back was difficult, if not impossible. Almost 40 years after ghosting the Murphy autobiography, McClure wrote, "When I reviewed the years that Audie and I spent together, I realized what a cruel thing I did to Audie. I was trying to drag out memories that he was desperately trying to forget." In 1948, McClure was more concerned about trying to get a book together on the basis of the few facts and incidents that Murphy was prepared to relate. So, he was forced to use considerable imagination and a lot of guesses, which, he later admitted, were often wrong. Consequently, the finished book would be, as McClure states, about 50% imagination or more. McClure would take a small, true incident and stretch it by the use of GI dialogue to get all I could out of it. There was one thing I did know, and that was GI dialogue. After he had finished the book, I began to wonder what the real Murphy war story was. It had become so confused and often contradictory that nobody seemed to know the truth. Many years later, David McClure would confidently state that the true story is much more interesting, much more terrible than the fiction that went into both the book and the movie. By the time Murphy and McClure had reached 180 pages of manuscript, both of them were nearly broke. So McClure took the manuscript to an agent who got a contract for the book with a New York publisher who didn't know McClure was ghostwriting it. Now, they had an advance and a deadline, but such considerations did not worry Murphy. McClure was left to finish the autobiography the best he could. He worked on doing his best. I figured that if I could meet the deadline, the publishers would throw the manuscript back at me and demand a complete rewrite. Then Audie would have to get serious about it. Instead, to McClure's consternation, they asked for a few slight changes and put the published work under the title "To Hell and Back" on the market. He had created a new Audie Murphy, perhaps with a view to Murphy's film career in the prudish America of the 1940s. Audie emerges as a nice, decent boy, and there are no references to his sexual activities in war-torn Europe. What emerged was the typical GI in the popular image of the middle 40s, a tough-talking, wisecracking soldier who goes through hell but emerges from it bloody, battered, but undefeated, with another hard-bitten quip at the ready. The enemy was the Kraut, to be exterminated without feeling. As for the natives, they were simple, obliging, pathetically grateful to the American soldiers, and strictly European in the Hollywood mold. Murphy's comrades of Company B, Brandon, Snuffy, Horseface, Kerrigan, Pollock, and the like could have been found in half the war movies of the time, based on the good old American cross-section tradition. There was only one dimension that McClure added that gave the autobiography a certain depth and feeling. This was the underlying tone of war weariness, apathy, at times fatalism, a sense of bitter resignation, which made Audie Murphy appear far older than his actual years. This overwhelming ennui is perhaps the only insight into Murphy's character that the book gave. Surprisingly enough, when it appeared in 1949, it was greeted with approval. Publishers Weekly hyped it up, stating that it had an Ernie Pyle flavor about it, which was high praise indeed then, although Pyle's prose style was definitely suspect. The Saturday Review of Literature maintained it was a fighter's story of a fighter's war. Stark, grim, straight from the shoulder. To Hell and Back is a terrible, powerful book. The New York Times thought it vivid, gripping, mature. The New York Times, July 1955. Only the Herald Tribune thought the descriptions of Murphy's comrades overdrawn and the GI humor strained. It sold well, too, aided by all the free publicity Murphy's new movie career was engendering. Sales rose to some 130,000 copies, and in the end it went through 5 printings, which was very good for the time. Later, it was published in Britain too, and it continued to be reprinted well into the 60s in both countries. Whatever its faults, To Hell and Back did ensure that the American media were aware of the ex-hero once again, and it also strengthened his position in Hollywood. Only one studio could boast of having America's most decorated soldier on its payroll. And Universal realized that fact would generate free publicity in every city where a Murphy movie was shown. Within 12 months of the book's appearance, Audie Murphy made 3 westerns, one after another: Kid from Texas, Kansas Raiders, and Sierra, in which the female lead was played by his new and not very happy wife, Wanda. In all 3 of these films, he played alongside established, even famous actors, such as Brian Donlevy, Scott Brady, and the country singer, Burl Ives. Yet his mentor, David McClure, felt that Audie was becoming typecast and that these B-feature westerns were not helping to advance his friend's career. He needed a role in a non-western made by a director whose work commanded critical attention. By chance, McClure had just attempted to read Stephen Crane's The Red Badge of Courage that year. He had done so before, but each time the classic study of a young soldier's fear had bored the hell out of me. But it always left a solid impact. This time, however, he passed the book on to Murphy, telling him, "If this thing is ever turned into a movie and you get the lead, It should make a star out of you." He told them to read it, feeling that Audie was born to play the role of the young soldier. Audie read the book and was impressed, pointing out several things about the story that hitherto had escaped McClure. Shortly afterward, by an amazing coincidence, the latter learned that MGM was actually going to film the Crane novel, and no less a person than John Huston was going to direct. McClure called Huston immediately and asked him to use Audie Murphy. The latter said, "I would love to use Audie, but MGM wants to use one of its contract players." McClure was not put off that easily. He took his problem to Hedda Hopper, his boss. She had never read the book and was not about to read it, but she loved a good fight and she liked Audie. Besides, she knew that McClure was trying to further the younger man's career. So she rolled up her sleeves and started raising hell. Although the two of them didn't know it, a power struggle was being waged within MGM at the time between Dor Sherry and Louis B. Mayer, whom he was trying to unseat. The Red Badge of Courage had become a political football between the two of them. Sherry wanted to make it. Mayer was dead set against it. Now Hopper called Sherry and told him that with the new Korean War raging, the role of the young soldier ought to be played by a real soldier, Audie Murphy. Although Sherry hated Hopper with a passion, he took the point. He knew, too, that if he didn't cast Murphy in the role, Hopper would attack him in her widely read columns. As McClure commented later, "This is how things are done in Hollywood." A few days later, Hedda Hopper announced in her column in the Los Angeles Times that Audie Murphy would star in The Red Badge of Courage. She gushed. The happiest and most appropriate casting of the year took place at MGM yesterday, when Dor Sherry gave Audie Murphy, the most decorated hero of World War II, the leading role in The Red Badge of Courage, with John Huston directing. For a change, we'll have a real soldier playing a real soldier on the screen. It couldn't happen at a better time. It certainly couldn't for Murphy. He knew a great deal about the narrow borderline between cowardice and heroism in battle, more than Crane, who had never been a soldier and never seen a battle. The part did not call for a great deal of speaking, nor would he have to do love scenes, which he detested. Here, almost at the beginning of his career, he was going to star in a classic, a serious, upmarket film, to be directed by a leading director. It was, as McClure had predicted, his chance to become a real star. But there were certainly imponderables. The film would have no standard plot, no romance, and no leading female role. And if Huston had his way, there would be no stars. It certainly would not be what Hollywood considered a commercial movie. Louis B. Mayer had made his position quite clear, as he told New Yorker writer Lillian Ross shortly before shooting started. $1.5 million, maybe more. What for? There's no story. I was against it. They wanted to make it. I don't say no. John Huston, he was going to make Quo Vadis. What he wanted to do to the picture? No heart. His idea was he'd throw the Christians to the lions. That's all. I begged him to change his ideas. I got down on my hands and knees to him. I sang Mammy to him. I showed him the meaning of heart. I crawled to him on hands and knees. Mammy! With tears. No heart. He thanked me for taking him off of the picture. Now he wanted the red badge of courage. Dor Sherry wants it. All right, I'll watch. I don't say no. But I wouldn't make that picture with Sam Goldwyn's money. L. Ross, picture, New York, Limelight Editions, 1983. Now, everything depended upon the man with no heart, John Huston, and he knew exactly what kind of fight he had on his hands. As he wired Lillian Ross, who was going to follow the whole course of the making of the movie and write a fascinating book about it, "You'd better get out here for the fireworks. We're going to have the Civil War right here on the coast." They were indeed. 28. In 1943, when Sergeant Audie Murphy had been hotly engaged in the fighting at Salerno, a newly commissioned captain in the U.S. Signal Corps had arrived in Italy to make a movie. Tall and rangy and very confident, with a voice like melted caramel and the face of an ancient tortoise. John Huston was 2 years into his career as film director. After doing an outstanding job writing a screenplay about Sergeant York, that other Medal of Honor winner from the backwoods, he had been given a B feature to produce. It was the Maltese Falcon, and it made Humphrey Bogart's reputation as well as his own. Now the Army had him, and he had been given the task of making a film on the war in Italy. It was not a success, although he knew that he was expected to produce a film on the fighting in the boot that would encourage the people back home. He would not compromise. Instead of producing the movie the Army wanted, full of tough, happy, wisecracking GIs, John Huston gave them San Puerto, in which he committed the unforgivable sin of filming dead American soldiers. British thriller writer Eric Ambler, who was on the Huston team that year, remembers the battlefield as Huston shot it. A whole company had been caught on that patch of stubble, and the bodies of the dead were dotted everywhere within overlapping patterns of shallow craters that looked like splashes of brown paint. The shrapnel fragments had ripped through everything, haversacks and equipment, as well as men. Scattered among the dead were their possessions, their tubes of toothpaste and their shaving kits, their toilet paper and their girly magazines, and their clean socks and their letters from home. This was the place where the wounded had crawled and died. Most of the granaries were barely high enough for a man to stand upright or deep enough for him to lie flat. They were like stone kennels, yet in some there were 5 or 6 bodies. They must have been here for at least 2 days and nights. Those who had not died of their wounds and the freezing cold had, in trying to find warmth, probably suffocated. Not surprisingly, the Army didn't want to show a film that included that terrible scene of death. They called the finished film The Battle of San Puerto. It was an anti-war film, and it was not shown publicly till after the war. That was the kind of man Huston, who was going to shoot Murphy's first important film, was. Tough, a little cynical, uncompromising, and perhaps, as Lillian Ross thought when she observed him for the first time, strangely empty of all feeling, in weird contrast to the heartiness of his manner. A third member of the film team, whose path in Italy had covered much the same ground as Murphy's and Huston's, was Bill Maudlin, who was to play the role of the loud soldier in The Red Badge of Courage. Maudlin had served in the Boot as an army cartoonist for the Stars and Stripes, even spending some time with the 3rd Division, and it was in Italy that he created those 2 war-weary, ill-disciplined GIs, Willie and Joe. They made the 21-year-old famous and earned him a fortune. He had come up the same way as Murphy, growing up in the rural Southwest with coal oil lamps and wind through the walls, where we shot our meat and could never pay our bills. I shared his terrible need to feel respected, upright, and important. But, as Maudlin admitted years later, I was lucky. My furries weren't as burning as his, and I was able to work most of them out on paper. Audie took the hard way, cutting a swath through the Wehrmacht and then trying to do the same in Hollywood. Now these men who knew something of the horrors of war, in particular that which had been fought in the 2-year-long Italian campaign, came together on Huston's ranch to film the most celebrated fictional account of battle in American literature, a movie that was already being hotly debated by the studio brass even before 1 foot of it had been shot. Louis B. Mayer was still maintaining doggedly, how can you make a picture of boys in funny caps with pop guns and make people think the war they are fighting is terrible? Huston thought he had a perfect choice for the lead in Audie Murphy. The ex-war hero was well suited for the role of the swaggering boy soldier who is frightened in his first battle, runs away, gains his red badge by accident, and thereafter becomes a demon of aggressive energy. He is a gentle-eyed little killer, Huston said of Audie. Why, in the war, he literally went out of his way to find Germans to kill. Gottfried and Dory, Gottfried Reinhardt, the movie's producer, and Dory Sherry, didn't want him at first, but I changed their minds. Greatness is more often a matter of quality than ability. Dad, Walter Huston the actor, had it. So has Audie. You take a great horse, go past his stable, and you can feel the vibrations in there. Audie is like that. He vibrates. A. Madsen, John Huston, New York, Doubleday, 1978. But even at this stage of the film, with the movie already being rehearsed on Huston's ranch, Gottfried Reinhardt, the son of the famous Max, was not so sure about Audie. He wrote to Huston in a letter that he needs your constant attention, all your integrity, photographically and directorially, all the inspiration you can give him. He should not be left alone a single second. Nothing should be taken for granted. At the risk of making myself a tremendous bore, concentrate on Audie Murphy. I watched him. I believe he will be good. How good? And the whole picture depends on the degree, depends entirely on the support you give him. Huston knew all this. He knew that Audie Murphy felt he was being given a great chance and was understandably nervous. And right from the start, he babied the war hero. Lillian Ross was present at their first meeting on the set and described how Huston treated the 26-year-old. "Hello, Audie. How are you?" "Audie?" Houston said gently, as though speaking to a frightened child. "Well, we made it, kid," Houston said, and forced an outburst of the ho-ho-hos. Murphy gave him a warm smile and said nothing. A slight young man with a small, freckled face, long, wavy reddish-brown hair, and large, cool gray eyes. He was wearing tan twill frontier riding pants and a matching shirt. And all that he could reply was, "I've got a sore lip. About 6 this morning, I went riding my colt. I went riding without my hat, and the sun burned my lip all the way up." Houston continued to laugh, but his eyes, fastened on Murphy, were somber. He seemed baffled and worried by Murphy's unresponsiveness, because usually actors were quick to respond to him. Of course, Houston had only a sketchy idea of the traumatic effect his young star's war experiences had had upon him. He asked Murphy, "Excited, kid?" Murphy said softly, "Seems as though nothing can get me excited anymore, you know. Enthused? Before the war, I'd get excited and enthused about a lot of things. But not anymore." "I feel the same way, kid," Houston said hastily. In spite of this unpropitious beginning, Murphy began to feel a sense of grudging admiration for Houston. He particularly admired the way that Houston gambled to the extreme, just as he himself did. He knew that Houston had made many movie flops, but somehow he had survived and always found new backers. Once McClure asked Audie how Houston did it, how, after so many failures, he still managed to draw a top salary. Murphy answered, "Oh, that's easy to answer. I'm just a mediocre failure, so everybody notices it. But John is such a colossal failure that nobody can possibly believe it. He's like an enormous slot machine. People can keep putting millions of dollars into it, figuring that it'll eventually pay off." Indeed, Murphy's admiration of his fellow gambler grew to such proportions that when years later he was asked to support John F. Kennedy's campaign for president, he replied he would, on one condition. If Kennedy were elected, he would have to appoint Houston as the Secretary of the Treasury. Murphy maintained that with Houston's manner of handling money and playing the percentages, he would have the U.S. broke within 6 months. Then other countries would have to subsidize America instead of the other way around, and that would be a welcome change. The reply was humorous, but typical of Murphy's growing nationalism and a feeling he himself had that he was out of step with the times in which he lived. It was something that fellow amateur actor Maudlin noticed too. Murphy, he felt, wanted the world to stay simple, but nothing came out right. He kept walking on the balls of his feet like a wary little bobcat, lonely and angry. Indeed, once during the making of the movie, he came on the set with skinned knuckles. He told Maudlin, when the latter asked what had happened, that he had been driving behind a couple of hard hats who had been buzzed by 2 kids on motor scooters. Angered, the hard hats had tried to run the kids off the road. They had not reckoned with Audie Murphy. He had waded into the 2 of them, although both of them were 50 pounds heavier than he, and had put them into the hospital. One of the hard hats reported that they had been attacked by a maniac. It was a little different sometimes on the set. Once he was supposed to confess to Bill Maudlin, as the loud soldier, that he had run away from battle the previous day. But after several takes, he became increasingly sullen. Finally, he growled to Maudlin, "I can't do it. I can't confess a thing like that to this rear echelon ink slinger. How about it if I confess I ran away?" Maudlin suggested, half amused, half puzzled by the vehemence of Murphy's feelings. "I like it," Murphy said, relieved. So there and then they sat down and we rewrote Stephen Crane. Audie then allowed that he had been scared too, but only for a minute, mind you. So the days passed under the burning hot California sun. Reinhardt, the producer, was still worried not only about the unpredictable Houston, who now seemed to be concerning himself a lot with the next movie, The African Queen, but also about the star, Audie Murphy. More than once, he turned up at the ranch to lecture the latter on his role. After all, he had once run an actor's school and had directed. Dressed in pith helmet and breeches, he once told Murphy how to conduct a bayonet fight. The interference of this pudgy man in his ludicrous gear brought Murphy out of his withdrawn mood. In one of his rare talkative moments, he said that the psychology of the soldier was the same in all wars. He didn't think a raw recruit in the Civil War was any different from a young man in World War II. Reinhardt looked down at Murphy, dressed as a Union soldier and resting on his long bayonet, and asked in his thick German accent, "You think the German was a good soldier?" "We had respect for the Germans," Murphy said. "There was none of this blowing smoke rings in their faces stuff. It was a mistake to underestimate the German soldier." Reinhardt affected not to be impressed. He laughed and said grandly, "You know, there are three kinds of intelligence: the intelligence of man, the intelligence of the animal, and the intelligence of the military. In that order." Murphy said nothing, but kept shifting his bayonet from hand to hand. Once, when they were discussing the war, after Houston had mentioned his Italian film, The Battle of Sempreto, Reinhardt turned to Murphy and asked, "Did you ever see K rations and how to chew them?" Murphy shook his head. Reinhardt tilted his big cigar at a sharp angle and pointed a finger at his fat chest. "Mine," he announced. Murphy kept his thoughts to himself most of the time, watching him. Lily and Ross thought he didn't seem there in mind. Physically, he was present, but his mind and emotions were elsewhere. He often seemed to be daydreaming. It took all of Houston's efforts to motivate him. Houston often offered to go fishing or riding with him, hoping to keep Murphy happy, and perhaps also curious about what made his leading man tick. Murphy seemed happier with the stuntmen and extras, or simply being by himself, than he was with the director or the other main players. Ross classed him as a loner. Murphy had other problems at this time. His new marriage to Wanda Hendricks was in trouble. Although she sincerely loved him and would do so until the day he died. Indeed, she would show more emotion at his funeral than Audie's second wife. She, too, was attempting to further her movie career. She knew as a professional screen actress that one had to be seen and talked about. One had to go to fashionable Hollywood parties, be interviewed and photographed, and constantly keep oneself in the public eye. Such things were hateful to Murphy. His sole pleasure seemed to be gambling for high stakes. He didn't like parties, and he didn't particularly like people, but he did like womanizing on the side. As McClure stated afterward, the Murphy-Hendricks wedding was brutal. Audie was simply impossible to live with. Audie didn't want the girls to call him at home, so he gave them my telephone number. They called me and cited their latest woes. One day I said, "Audie, why the hell don't you change that line of bullshit you hand the girls?" Murphy grinned at the older man and said, "Well, it works, doesn't it?" It did, and Wanda, who would break down and weep over Murphy's coffin at his funeral, was becoming increasingly disenchanted with the ex-hero whom she had married for love. Once, during a break from shooting in the San Fernando Valley, Murphy wandered away from the rest of the cast and crew and came across an orange grove. It was a hot day, and he was thirsty, so he slipped into the trees and began pulling oranges off of them. Suddenly, a harsh voice cried alarmingly, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" Murphy fled, spilling oranges out of his jacket. At any moment he expected an irate farmer to appear and fire a load of buckshot into his rear end. He needn't have feared. When he got some distance out of the trees, he became aware of some of the crew members laughing at him and pointing. He stopped and swung around. A beautiful parrot was fluttering from one orange tree to another, shrieking, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" It was the grove owner's highly original manner of guarding his precious fruit from people like Murphy. That was perhaps the only light moment in the shooting of what was an intensely serious movie, which was already causing the studio so much concern that even at this early stage, they were resorting to cheap tricks to publicize it. First, last, and always, it, the red badge, is entertainment. The publicity guide for promoting the picture announced to the men who were going to do the hard job of selling Red Badge to the distributors, trying to cash in on Murphy and Mauldin's appeal to the fan magazines. The handout stated that there would be standard article for wide distribution to those magazines entitled "The Audie I Know," while another, written in Murphy's name, would be called "I Know Bill Mauldin" by Audie Murphy. A few days later, Reinhardt was surprised to find an advertisement in a trade magazine for the Red Badge, depicting Audie Murphy chatting across a fence with a pretty farm girl whose pig was stolen in the film. The idea was obvious. It was to convince the picture-goer that there was some feminine interest in what the studio bosses were telling themselves was not a commercial film. There was only one catch. There was no such scene in the picture. But Audie Murphy knew nothing of all of this. When, for the first time after 30-odd days of shooting, he saw himself in the rough cut of that finished movie, he exclaimed in both bewilderment and delight, "Seems I didn't do all that." But he had, and in spite of all his problems, Audie knew that if the finished product was a box office or even an artistic success, he would be saying goodbye to the Western and the kid image. His career might really take off. 29. One afternoon in February 1951, The Red Badge of Courage received its sneak preview in Hollywood's Pickwood Theater, a 15-minute drive from Dory Sherry's house. All the MGM brass were present, including L.B. Mayer, white-haired and bespectacled, sitting in the audience with his arms folded, his face revealing nothing. After the showing of James Stewart's Harvey, there was a gasp from the audience when the second feature turned out to be The Red Badge of Courage. They had known in advance what the major studio preview, as it was billed outside, was going to be. Lillian Ross, who was there, wrote later, "Some of the preview goers laughed at the right times, and some laughed at the wrong times, and some did not laugh at all. Several elderly ladies walked out. Now and then, there were indecent calls from the balcony. One masculine voice, obviously in the process of changing, called out, 'Hooray for Red Skelton!' 2 or 3 babies cried. During a particularly violent battle scene, Mayer turned to a lady sitting next to him and said, 'That's Houston for you.' And that was about all he did say that day." After the show, the audience was given questionnaires to fill out stating their reaction to the new picture, while the brass, including Mayer, walked out and waited nervously on the curb for the results. They weren't particularly good. Houston was handed some of the first filled-in questionnaires and read them out loud, craggy face growing darker by the instant. "This could be a wonderful picture on television," he read. "With all the money in Hollywood, why can't you make some good pictures?" Reinhardt realized that there would have to be drastic changes made to the movie if it were ever to be shown to the general public. Even the fact that someone had written in approval of the actor he had not wanted for the Red Badge did not appease him. For the unknown viewer had added, "Audie Murphy is too good an actor to be stuck with such a stinker as this." Next morning, at an emergency meeting that was attended by Houston, Reinhardt announced his verdict. "Mayer has written it off. Dory will back it. It's a good thing this is not a cheap picture. If it were, they would forget it entirely." "Did you speak to L.B.?" Houston asked, rocking back and forth in his chair. "He wouldn't talk to me," Reinhardt answered, and then explained what he intended to do with the Red Badge to an apparently bored Houston. He was going to employ a narrator to read selected passages from the novel to link the various film sequences together, to give the movie the quality of classic Crane work. "Spencer Tracy should do it," he maintained. "How many passages?" Houston asked wearily. Reinhardt didn't answer. Instead, he said, "John, you have to tell people what the picture is. We should start the narration at the beginning, before the scene at the river. The scene is puzzling. You pay for clever openings. We must tell them, here is a masterpiece. You've got to tell it to them." Houston, who obviously didn't like the idea, began to pace the office. But Reinhardt, who knew Houston would soon be leaving for Africa, persisted. "It might make the difference between life and death," he said firmly. Reluctantly, Houston gave in. "It might very well," Houston said, and a watching Lillian Ross noticed he said the words without conviction. "Let's try it, by all means." "The people must know this is a classic," Reinhardt ended stoutly. But the people did not know it was a classic. The second preview, held at the Pasadena Theater, Pasadena, on a Friday night, was worse than the first. The predominantly teenage audience showed no appreciation of the few changes. The character that several of them liked best was the pig. They wrote maliciously on their cards afterward. When asked which scene they liked best, a lot wrote, "Where the guy went crazy." Reinhardt was beside himself with worry about the Red Badge's future. He nudged Houston and snorted, "Take a good look at your movie, audience." Houston looked non-committal. Possibly his mind was already in Africa with Hepburn and Bogart. Next morning, Houston left Hollywood. He telephoned Lillian Ross to say goodbye, but she noted that he made no reference to the Red Badge. Instead, he said, "Well, now I'm off to Africa, kid. We're going to have a lot of fun making the African Queen." She felt that there was nothing in his tone to indicate he believed it. That was the end of Houston's role in the movie that he had talked MGM into making. Now, Reinhardt was left holding the bag, while the studio tinkered with the film they hated, whittling away at it progressively until it was hacked down to 69 minutes of disjointed narrative, which contained much more action than narrative. Nevertheless, Crane's theme of fear, or better, fear of fear, just about survived, with Murphy giving an uncommonly sensitive performance. Indeed, Murphy's performance in his first really big role outside of the Westerns received praise everywhere. One magazine said, "Audie Murphy proves himself almost as good an actor as he is a soldier." This is Audie's best screen break to date and should do wonders for the kid. That kid was the sting in the tail, almost as if the reviewer guessed what was going to happen to Murphy's career next. The Tribune thought that, with war hero Audie Murphy as a raw recruit in Union Blue, this 70-minute vignette is a study of one man's emotional adjustment to an environment chokingly filled with powder smoke and animal horror. There are no concessions made to move conventions in this film. The film critic of the Post, however, put his finger on the central weakness of the movie. The picture does not become a fully realized experience, nor is it deeply moving. It is as if, somewhere between shooting and final version, the light of inspiration died. Houston got tired of it, or became discouraged, or decided that it wasn't going to come off. So they cut losses and cut footage, thereby reducing a large failure to the proportions of a modest, almost ordinary picture. Mr. Houston's product is that of a splendid director who had lost interest, who was no longer striving for that final touch of perfection, who had missed the cumulative passion and commentary on human beings that mark his best pictures. From Africa, John Huston wrote happily that he was going to make a lot of money with his African Queen. He did, and that "I'm going to have it all in $20 bills with a rubber band around them." Naturally, Audie Murphy, who had not been party to the wranglings behind the scenes in the studio, was disappointed with the final product and the poor results that The Red Badge of Courage achieved at the box office. Later, he would claim that it was one of his two favorite movies. The other was his To Hell and Back. And he always intended to buy The Red Badge back from MGM and have it re-edited in the way that he thought it should be. He never did. for he could never scratch enough money together to do so, in spite of the fact that he earned nearly $3 million in his 20-year movie career. His friend, McClure, who thought Red Badge would be the breakthrough for his friend, was devastated by the Reinhardt version. The film would have done for him, Murphy, McClure always maintained, what the Champion did for Kirk Douglas: start him on the road to stardom with starring roles in big-budget pictures. Thereafter, with the exception of To Hell and Back and another movie directed by Huston called The Unforgiven, Audie did not attempt to act. He seemed content to go through the motions and return to the low-budget pictures in which Hollywood typecast him. Murphy had little time to dwell on the failure of the Red Badge of Courage. His personal life was going through one of the first of its messier phases. From the start, his marriage to Wanda Hendricks had been in trouble. As McClure noted, his war experiences had rendered him as old as death. He suffered from attacks of acute depression and nightmares, among other things. So, the marriage of two young, handsome, and likable people, which had started out so promisingly, ended after a single year. Wanda accused Murphy of mental cruelty, and he did not contest the divorce. Divorce proceedings took place in a lawyer's office, not in a court. Surprisingly enough, they remained firm friends to the end of his life. But in a way, Audie ruined her film career. She married a wealthy man soon after her divorce and left Hollywood, as if she couldn't get away from Murphy fast enough. When she got divorced a second time and returned to Hollywood in an attempt to restart her very promising career, she found she had been forgotten. She was never able to start up again. Meanwhile, Murphy had met someone else, Pamela Archer, a supervisor for Braniff Airlines. She had been a stewardess herself for 6 years and was now in charge of training younger girls. Like Audie Murphy, she came from a large family and had lost her father early. He had been killed in an oil-field accident when she was a child. Unlike Audie, she had managed to go to college, although her mother had been forced to place 5 of her children in an institution, just as Audie's long-suffering mother had done. 2 years older than Audie, she had hoped to meet him ever since 1945, when she saw the celebrated Life cover. In 1950, she realized that dream. The two of them went out together several times, and although he was busy making the Red Badge of Courage, Audie flew to Dallas to meet her at the Braniff Airline offices. On Monday, April 23, 1951, they were married. Right from the start, Pamela Murphy realized that her new husband, the war hero she had worshipped from afar, had problems. On their honeymoon night, spent in a motel outside Dallas, Pamela was startled to find her husband sitting up in bed, pistol in hand. He always slept with a German pistol under his pillow. He whispered that he had just heard a prowler scraping at the window of their bedroom. Pamela didn't know whether it was his imagination or not, but she pleaded with him not to shoot. Murphy jumped up and sprang to the door. When he opened it, there was no one there. It was just a bad dream? Pamela did not know. But she would learn during the hard years to come that living with a war hero was not easy at all. But for the time being, life seemed pleasant for the newlyweds. Audie had begun filming another Western movie, his 6th film, this time called The Cimarron Kid. He took his bride with him to California, and bought a little bungalow for the two of them just off Sunset Strip. McClure, who would become Pamela's friend for life, although he had felt a great deal of affection for the first Miss Murphy, thought that, for the first time since I've known Audie, he seems to have found the meaning of deep peace and contentment. Pamela liked cooking and domesticity. She was from the same kind of humble background as he. She was 1/4 American Indian, and she was prepared to have children, which so many of the actresses Murphy could have married weren't. In the first 2 years of the marriage, 2 boys were born, whom Murphy idolized. It seemed as if he had found happiness, at last, with a woman not unlike his beloved mother, Josie. The money kept rolling in, too. In the 2 years after the Red Badge of Courage, he made 6 low-budget westerns, all of which were forgettable and instantly forgotten. Not that Murphy seemed to mind. He told one reporter at the time that he was satisfied making westerns because all I'm required to do is to ride a horse, shoot straight, and look sober. Another newspaperman was informed wryly that the only difference between all of the westerns he had made so far was that they changed the horse. The marriage flourished, and Audie was happy, but he still had bouts of black depression. Also, his new wife could not comprehend his cavalier attitude to money. She had been brought up in a very poor home, had paid for her tuition at college by working in a steam laundry, and she was very careful. Audie let the good money he was earning in Hollywood slip through his fingers like sand. One writer, quoting his gym owner friend Terry Hunt, said, "When Audie arrived in this town, i.e. Hollywood, you could have sold him 5,000 shares of the Atlantic Ocean. He'd sign anything. Not that he wasn't bright. He was very bright. It's only that he is very trusting. There are a lot of sharp operators in this city. Audie thought they were all men of goodwill." Of course, Murphy's recklessness with money went deeper than that. It was rooted in the malaise that was beginning to creep up on him insidiously, but inexorably. 30. Toward the end of his short life, Audie Murphy once told an interviewer, "Here I was in the dullest town in the world, so I started betting on horses. I love horses, but this gambling went way beyond that. I got so that $400 was a minimum bet. Even that was boring. I didn't care whether I won or lost. It was as if I wanted to destroy everything I had built up. I got irritable. I hated everything and everybody." Murphy was possessed with contempt for the wealth upon which Hollywood society placed such a high value. Yet, as McClure wrote much later, he was almost constantly in need of money to divert his feverish mind with some kind of new toy. The toy might be a $40,000 boat, a racehorse, or entertainment for a new girlfriend. He was desperately seeking a little happiness, a little peace of mind, but his turbulent mind would give him no rest. As McClure and other friends saw it, and naturally his wife too, Audie Murphy's greatest weakness was a compulsion to gamble. He would bet on damn near anything, McClure recalls, and the stakes were high. He seemed to have no interest in solid business ventures, something which would bring him a steady income. He wanted to deal in risks. If the risks paid off, the income would be great. if the risk didn't pay off, Audie would just shrug and go on some other crazy business. Occasionally, they did pay off. During a wild dice game on location, he won $1,750, a great deal of money back in the 50s. Suddenly, Murphy took a fancy to buying a horse, a quarter horse called Snuffy. Having done so, he leased a ranch, which he later bought, and began to breed, raise, and train quarter horses and thoroughbreds. Raising racehorses was and is a tricky business, and his alarmed friends thought that Audie had again made a bad choice, more especially as it was discovered there was not enough water on the ranch. Murphy drilled for more and struck salt water. It seemed the ranch was finished, but then he turned lucky once again, as he had so often done during the war. A Sun City for retired people with money was built next to the ranch. A lot of water was needed for the place and had to be pumped from a neighboring town. So all Murphy had to do was to tap into the main water line. Abruptly, the price of ranch land soared. Murphy's investment doubled virtually overnight, and in the end, when Murphy got sick of the ranch and of breeding horses, he sold the place to Bob Hope for $800,000, twice what he had paid for it. But most of his impulsive purchases and business deals ended in failure and financial loss. Once, for example, he decided to set up his own movie production company. Together with a Hollywood money man named Harry Joe Brown, the company was known as Brown Murphy Productions. Under the terms of their agreement, the one partner, Brown, was to submit 2 possible film stories to Murphy. If the latter didn't like them, he, in his turn, was to submit a further 2 stories to Brown. Almost immediately, Murphy became bored with the whole thing. After Brown offered him 2 scripts that he didn't like, Murphy sent back as his proposed submission Dostoevsky's The Idiot and, of all things, a musical version of Peer Gynt. A serious businessman like Brown didn't see the humor in this, and he gave the Hollywood trade press a field day when he slapped a large lawsuit on his partner, Murphy. Hurriedly, McClure was brought in to help out. McClure happened to know Stanley Fox, a lawyer who acted for both Brown and for Cary Grant, who was then considering suing Hedda Hopper for something that she had recently written about him. Fox told McClure, "You are friends of both Hopper and Murphy. Why don't you persuade them to come to their senses?" McClure's own temper flared, and he snorted, "You tell Cary Grant that if Hopper gets riled up, she might write anything about him. She has the goods on him. As for Murphy, he lived up to his contract with Harry Joe Brown. He submitted his 2 stories." "But you know they weren't submitted in good faith," Fox said. "Do you want to bet?" McClure retorted hotly. "What makes you think so?" "A man who will stand up to 6 tanks and 250 German infantrymen is not about to back off from such a picture deal," McClure said. Later, McClure told Murphy what he had said to the lawyer, and Murphy replied, "Hell yes, I'll do both The Idiot and Peer Gynt in Grand Opera if it ruins both Brown and me." The prospect of Audie Murphy playing in just one of those projects must have done the trick. The lawsuit was quietly dropped, and yet another Murphy business ended in ruins. Today we know that the stresses of combat make themselves apparent not only during the actual fighting, but long afterward. Aircrew with the RAF who lost their nerve during World War II were secretly moved from active flying status, had their documents stamped with the bright red letters LMF, lack of moral fiber, and were swiftly transferred to the infantry. Those were the ones, only 1 in 10, who broke down at the time. It was no different in the U.S. 8th Air Force operating from the U.K., for example. At the end of the war, the Swiss government would hand over to the U.S. authorities 118 mechanically perfect U.S. bombers that had been deliberately aborted over the neutral country so that their crews could dodge combat. Recent research in Britain has shown that many of those who did not crack between 1939 to 1945 were doing so in a non-dramatic way 3 or 4 decades later. Researchers have discovered that men in their 60s, even their early 70s, were developing ulcers, becoming chronic insomniacs, and undergoing nervous breakdowns as a direct result of the intolerable strain of those long, frightening nights over Berlin and Cologne. RAF aircrew casualties were 58,000 men, as many as were lost in all the long years of fighting in Vietnam. Similar research in the United States on Vietnam veterans has shown that there is a kind of post-combat fatigue, less dramatic, but essentially the same as the one suffered during actual combat, with an estimated 38% of Vietnam veterans suffering from personality disorders of one kind or another, more than 10 years after the conflict ended there. It is clear that the stresses of battle do not end when the fighting is over. They are perhaps sublimated, even forgotten for a while. But when the time is right, they will break out again. And if the individual cannot cope, will end in the typical symptoms of combat fatigue: crying, fits, depression, stomach trouble, depression, relentlessness, and a whole range of actual physical disorders such as paralysis of the legs. Today, the psychiatrists call this malady post-traumatic stress disorder. But in the 40s and 50s, they knew nothing of such an affliction. When in 1945, in a celebrated case, a Marine veteran, a major who had won 2 Navy Crosses, came home and promptly slew his father, the action was regarded as either madness or brain damage. The fact that the father had forced his son to leave college and volunteer for the Marines and service in the Pacific, where he constantly lived in fear that his cowardice would be discovered. To disguise this, he took more risks than the next man and won decorations for bravery, was not taken into account. In the 50s, no one, not even his close friend or his long-suffering wife, Pamela, realized that it was something similar to the post-traumatic stress disorder from which Murphy was suffering. He was a hero after all, wasn't he? What could hurt the man who had stood up to 6 German tanks and 250 infantrymen? Although his wife and his friends knew of his depression, his rages, and his chronic stomach trouble, they could not necessarily relate it, after all these years, to the effects of the war. Nor could they understand his compulsive gambling. McClure, who knew him better than most, thought that, for all his post-war years, Audie was to live by the psychology of the infantryman. Live today. Let tomorrow take care of itself. He thought that Murphy was not only uninterested in acting, but also he was uninterested in most everything else. Hollywood bored the hell out of him. Most people bored the hell out of him too. That was why he tried to avoid people and why he got the reputation for being shy. It was this overwhelming boredom that, in McClure's opinion, made Murphy gamble so wildly and extravagantly, a kind of gambling that proved to be disastrous in the end. One immediate consequence of this excessive gambling was that during the 50s he was chronically short of money, in spite of the fact that he was earning a great deal. As a result, he was forced to borrow studio money in advance against his salary for the next scheduled picture. So, no matter how bad the script for the movie, Murphy was forced to accept it. If he didn't, he would have been suspended, and he simply couldn't afford to be without a job. Thus, he continued to be typecast as the kid, and was forced into more and more second-rate westerns, which were no challenge to what talent he had now acquired after nearly a decade of Hollywood acting. Some actors, realizing that their looks are fading or that the particular genre in which they have made their name is going out of fashion, quietly make the transfer and become a character actor. One of those familiar second-string players who are always assured of finding a job. Not Murphy. As McClure had said, he gave little, if any, thought to transferring from a young Western star to a character actor. He could have done this easily if only he had looked ahead, but he just didn't give a damn. He was underpaid and knew it, so he began to raise hell with the studios and got a reputation of being hard to handle. In 1954, the studios tried to capitalize on Murphy's somewhat dry Texan humor. Although the actor himself thought of himself as somber, and indeed on the set it was difficult for Murphy to force a smile at the director's command, Universal International thought they'd try him in a comedy. This being Hollywood, the bosses hedged their bets. They would make it a Western comedy, and they would give him a vehicle that had proved itself a box office success twice in the past. They cast him as lead actor in the film Destry. In 1932, one of the greatest of cowboy actors, Tom Mix, had starred in the same role with success. Then in 1939, James Stewart and Marlene Dietrich were the stars of the all-time winner Destry Rides Again, the story of a naive young man who is made sheriff of a Wild West city, but who finally tames it, more by accident than anything else. But Murphy lacked the sparkle of James Stewart, nor did he have a leading lady like Marlene Dietrich, who was at the height of her fame at that time as a femme fatale, and drew the audiences, whatever role she played. He lacked, McClure wrote later, the fast and delicate timing for good comedy. He did not indulge in patter, something essential for professional comedy timing, nor did he have the kind of awkward small-town hick appeal that Stewart had brought to his version. Audie appeared awkward with his leading lady, and in the publicity stills, he looks much more at home clutching a six-gun than he did one of the bosomy, scantily clad Western girls. In fact, Murphy never kissed his girl in most of the 40 Westerns in which he starred. However, Murphy's foray into Western comedy was a box office success, and it was clear that Universal International was prepared to keep on featuring him in Westerns, though perhaps not comedies, until the audience became bored with him and scene ran dry. The kid had become the acknowledged king of the B-Westerns, Others who had hit the same trail with him back in the late 40s had retired to Boot Hill, hung up their spurs, or had been smart enough to head for them thar hills and get out of the genre while the going was good. But abruptly, a new project was mooted, one that could well change his whole movie image and lead to better things, if it were successful. This film might just do for him, his best friend and mentor McClure opined, what the Red Badge of Courage had failed to do: take him away from the stereotyped B-Western roles that had become such a bore. In 1950, Universal International had secured the movie rights to Hell and Back, but after nearly 5 years, the studio script department had done virtually nothing with the story of Murphy's combat career, in spite of the fact that Murphy had been under contract to the studio for most of the time. Suddenly, there was a new interest in war films. The more realistic films of the late 40s, which had examined the motives and feelings of men in combat, were now being followed by a new type. John Wayne, predictably, had started the new trend in 1949 with his Sands of Iwo Jima, which had almost coincided with the commencement of the Korean War. Wayne had carried the movie. The rest of his movie Marines had been the familiar square-jawed, wide-eyed chunks of American manhood, all talking avidly about women when they were not fighting. Iwo Jima had been the start of a new vogue of action-packed, flag-waving war films that would outlast the Korean conflict and carry on well into the middle of the very conservative 50s, when a former five-star general, Eisenhower, commanded the destinies of the United States. In many ways, these new war films were coarse imitations of the movies on the same subject Hollywood had made during World War II: tough, noisy, violent, and jingoistic. There was only one element added: the emphasis on discipline and leadership. Such movies as Submarine Command, Retreat Hell, and 1 Minute to Zero all laid great stress on these qualities. The reason for the new dimension was not hard to find. Several American units had broken down in Korea, notably the 1st Infantry Division sent there from the soft line of occupied Japan, and several hundred American POWs had openly supported the enemy communist regime of North Korea. Most of these men had been starved, intimidated, and in some cases, simply tortured. But their betrayal had still come as a great shock to the American public. As a consequence, leadership and loyalty were regarded by Hollywood and naturally the U.S. Army, who assisted with some of these films, as qualities to be emphasized. Perhaps the best film of the genre to deal with Korea came at the end of the decade. It was Louis Milestone's Pork Chop Hill, based on a real battle during the conflict. This half-cynical, half-heroic account of the fight for a useless piece of hillside, carried out while the ceasefire negotiations that would end the war were taking place, contained a vignette in which a harassed Captain Gregory Peck says to a bleeding and wounded GI about to set off on some self-imposed heroic mission, "Who the hell do you think you are? Audie Murphy, eh?" Perhaps the line would never have been spoken if the Hollywood brass had not decided to resurrect Murphy's wartime image in 1955. They realized they had been sitting on a tremendous war story, one that was packed with heroics and one that was a prime example of leadership from a most unexpected quarter, that of a freckled-faced teenage kid, born, as the phrase of the time had it, on the wrong side of the tracks. Why hadn't they thought of it before? A movie of the real-life story of Audie Murphy, their own contracted war hero, could not fail to be a box office hit. At the time, they didn't ask themselves what might be the effect of applying those traumatic experiences of World War II on the most obvious choice for the star, Audie Murphy himself. 31. In 1955, Audie Murphy had been in Hollywood for nearly 10 years. In that decade of his life, he had made more than a dozen movies, none of them outstanding, and had made a great deal of money, much of which he had squandered. Now he had one more year of his contract left with Universal International. He guessed that the studio would renew that contract. Yet he knew, too, that any new contract would condemn him to more of the same repetitive westerns he had come to dread. Once the gun he had used had been meant to kill. Now he twirled the fancy, gleaming silver six-shooter and played make-believe. What kind of life was that for a man who actually killed real men? He knew his limitations as an actor and knew that if he continued to do what he was currently doing, he would never progress. Of course, publicly, he made fun of his acting. "It must be my damned curl," he told the reporter of the Sunday Evening Post about that time, pretending to be puzzled by what people saw in him on the screen. As for his fans, most of them seemed to be nice middle-aged people. "I give away more autographed pictures of Pam, my wife, and my children than I do of myself." Yet, if he were to continue in Tinseltown, and he could not visualize any other carrier that would provide him with the kind of money he needed for his lifestyle and his compulsive gambling, he had to make something better of the profession he had chosen. He knew his acting style was as stiff as ever. His voice was flat, and his face usually expressionless. As he told the Saturday Evening Post reporter, "I can't make believe worth a zinc cent." How much longer could he stand the sort of fan letter he received 600 a week, in which two high school girls gushed that they would see his next movie? Friday, Saturday, Tuesday, and Thursday, he asked. "When you said in his last film, 'She ain't got no right to call that filly a lady,' did you mean it?" Or another that queried, "Was it interesting to be in her bedroom?" That of his co-star. "Didn't you hurt yourself when you fell from your horse twice and jumped through the glass window?" Could he stand his movie image any longer? For it condemned him to kill and kill again, and he knew what killing really was. One fan demanded in a letter written that year, "Let's have more killing and less kissing." But he was sick of killing on screen and off. As he told the reporter, and his words were obviously genuine, "I hate to kill anything but birds and fish. Hell, I even hate to cut flowers in the garden." Maybe everybody thinks of me, even in a Western movie, as the baby-faced killer who shot all those Krauts. What they don't know is that I stalked and watched maybe twice as many and never took a crack at one. If nothing changed in the direction of his career, How could he stand the vast boredom of his present life? Admittedly, he was happy when he was on his ranch with his beloved horses, but that happiness was limited. Always, he had to return to Hollywood and its phonies. Once, he told a horrified Hollywood trade magazine reporter that he hardly ever went to the movies. "But I can't print that," the reporter gasped. "Well," Murphy replied, "if I can't tell the truth, what's the use of talking?" Thereupon, he said no more. In truth, Murphy rarely did go to the movies, not even to see his own films. It took him nearly a year before he saw the final version of The Red Badge of Courage. The celluloid world, with its fake values and standards, repelled him. He had no illusions about how he had gotten into the movies in the first place. The fact that he had been a handsome young war hero back in 1945 had attracted Hollywood's attention. Cagney had given him a start. He had been the first to see the poise, assurance, and spiritual overtones in that famous Life cover. Thanks to David McClure, Hedda Hopper had then taken him up and proclaimed his talents in her nationally syndicated columns. She had virtually mothered him and had probably been instrumental in getting him work in 3 movies at least. But all this was behind him. He had to stand on his own feet at last and try for something new. Already, the papers were predicting that when his current contract with Universal International ran out, he would be rehired to make the same kind of movie as he had made before. As the Saturday Evening Post wrote, "There is no reason to believe that he will play much different parts." His great talent is the amazing deftness with which he handles all types of firearms, something he has possessed since the age of 8. "He's a throwback to Wild Bill Hickok," said one enthusiastic writer who tailored a script for him, or maybe Annie Oakley. But he didn't want to continue twirling 6-guns. He didn't want to be a second Wild Bill Hickok, not to mention Annie Oakley. He wanted to be himself, and true to himself, and what surer way of doing just that, at least on the screen, than by portraying himself in the film version of Sue Hellenbach. But there was a problem. Would the studio let him play himself? At that time, there was another up-and-coming young actor who had come up the hard way, like Murphy, under contract to Universal International. He had been born on New York's East Side, served in the Navy during World War II, and had graduated from bit part to near-starring roles. His name was Tony Curtis, and Murphy didn't like him one bit. It seemed possible to Murphy that Curtis might be offered the part of himself in the forthcoming movie. In the final analysis, he knew there were only 2 young actors under contract in Universal who could play the role, Curtis and himself. So the intriguing commenced. Long afterward, it was believed that Curtis had considered the lead role in what would be Universal's most successful film ever, and had turned it down. But that wasn't the case. Murphy let it be known that he personally favored Curtis for the part. Naturally, the studio heads thought differently. What could be more logical than Murphy playing Murphy, they reasoned. So Curtis was not even offered the chance of accepting or turning down the part. It went straight to the actor, whom the press called, to his great annoyance, the pint-sized Gary Cooper. Later, he might well say, tongue-in-cheek, "It is the first time, I suppose, a man has fought an honest war, then come back and played himself doing it." Collier's, September 1955. But whatever traumatic experiences the shooting of the movie might occasion, he wanted to do it. The Army was interested in the movie too. They were prepared to back it to the tune of $1 million of men and equipment. As one newspaper correspondent put it, the Army officials hoped to use To Hell and Back as a vitamin pill for recruiting. Murphy hoped the film would give him the satisfaction of knowing the infantry like it really was. It would be, in his opinion, the first picture to do that. Meanwhile, the wheels started to roll. General Walter Bedell Smith, ex-ambassador to Moscow, and Eisenhower's fiery-tempered and generally disliked chief of staff during World War II, was prepared to do the introduction to the movie. The Army would place a whole division at the studio's disposal. It would be the 44th Infantry, which back in 45 had fought in Alsace at the time as Murphy had won his Medal of Honor. Some 19,000 infantrymen, several hundred vehicles, and a large number of artillery pieces would be available for the movie's producer, Aaron Rosenberg. Though the Army could only find 5 wartime tanks for the Medal of Honor scene at Holtzwihr. Finally, the Army loaned the training and proving grounds of Fort Lewis near Yakima, Washington, to Rosenberg to shoot nearly all the movie. From here, in another age, Murphy's 3rd Division had, in 1942, left for the landings in North Africa. The training grounds at Fort Lewis were transformed into the battlefields on which Murphy had fought in World War II. Sicily, Salerno, Anzio, Holtzwihr, and the like, while director Jesse Hibbs directed his Cast of Thousands, courtesy of the U.S. Army using a flag to signal when to start and stop. For as he said during the shooting, to start a battle was a cinch. I just fired a shot and the guns went into action. But stopping the battle was another matter. His megaphone orders could not be heard above the thunder and the drum roll of the artillery. So, in the end, the director hit on the device of using a flag. He had a flagpole erected on his observation post behind the banked cameras. When he wanted to cut the scene, he simply ran up the flag and all firing ceased. For even the dumbest artilleryman could recognize what that flag meant. It was colored white. It meant surrender. The producer had similar simplistic plans for the star. When McClure asked Rosenberg how he intended to play Murphy in his own role, and heard that the producer wanted to make Murphy an all-American hero in the John Wayne mold, McClure commented and discussed that Rosenberg wanted to play Audie as a young Abe Lincoln. He couldn't do that to his friend, but he did, and thereafter, Murphy's longtime mentor and ghostwriter for the original book heartily disliked the movie. As Audie started to film his combat story, the word was given out by the studio's publicity department that the making of the movie might well have a cathartic effect upon the star. By reliving the traumatic experiences of his violent, bloody combat career, he would be able to rid himself of the lasting impressions left by the death of his buddies in Company B. It was the sort of gush that fan magazines loved. McClure, however, felt that these scenes did not affect his friend one bit, for Murphy knew the difference between play acting and the real thing. Still, there were moments when Murphy, the actor, was strangely disconcerted in those scenes where he played Murphy, the soldier, in moments of desperate combat. This strange jerking back and forth, he told the reporter of the New York Times, between make-believe and reality, between fighting for your life and the discovery that it's only a game and you have to retake because a tourist dog ran across the field in the middle of the battle. The New York Times, September 15, 1955. Was somehow uncanny, even disloyal to those who were long dead, buried out there in Europe, these 10 years and more. He later remembered his reaction at the start of shooting, looking down at the make-believe Anzio battlefield on the Yakima firing range. I began to feel uneasy for the first time. Back at Universal International months earlier, I'd felt inwardly reluctant to make a movie based on To Hell and Back. How else could I feel when most of the men who'd fought beside me never came back? Never saw the posthumous medals or big parades, never tasted the bittersweet taste of victory? Still, I'd agreed to fight back through the old battles in front of a camera. But what I felt now was a different uneasiness. The kind you feel when your mind plays back something you don't want to hear or see or feel again. Down below me was the usual clutter of movie location apparatus, the production crew moving about in the same efficient pre-battle confusion that always used to surprise me during the real war in Europe. Off to one side, the same Fort Lewis GIs, dressed as World War II infantrymen, smoked and joked with other Fort Lewis GIs dressed in German uniform. At Anzio, when an American and a German got that close to each other, one of them was going to be abruptly dead. Could he bring back that young 20-year-old sergeant who sat in a waterlogged slit trench for days on end at Anzio? Could he remember the shock when the homemade Molotov cocktails bounced off the shot-up German tank that night? Did he see in his mind's eye the faces of those young men, lathered with sweat, contorted with fear, who had died so long ago? What did he really think when he charged up the beach at Anzio, only to be ordered by the director, "Hold it, Murph. Bring the company back. We'll have to do it again. There was too much smoke." What went through his mind? And what did he feel when he watched his friend, Charles Drake, play Tipton, called Brandon in the book? Tipton had been skinny, long-necked, and homely, with a Tennessee accent. Drake was a hefty, good-looking man with a fine speaking voice. What did he make of the difference between the two of them and their lot? Tipton, moldering beneath the ground these 10 years in France. Drake, alive and well, looking forward to the good times that the money he earned in the movie would bring him. We do not know. When Murphy and Drake reenacted the scene in which Murphy won his Distinguished Service Cross and Laddie Tipton died, the star allowed the writers to put a phrase into his dying comrade's mouth that had not been current at the time. "I goofed, Murph." In the end, the scene was thought too corny anyway. In a piece which was probably ghosted for him, which he wrote for Collier's in September 1955, just after the movie was finished, he stated, "Finally, the picture came to an end. The uniforms went back into the wardrobe department. The actors went home. Leaving Yakima on the last day of production, I looked back at the battleground. Already the production crew was clearing the field of tanks and props. The earth was drying back into its original hardness. I could walk away from it, and when I came back again, there would be no scars, nothing to show that the Battle of Anzio had been refought here. But what you can't walk away from is what you remember." We do not know just how genuine the emotion was in that piece, but Murphy's emotion was genuine enough when, before the shooting was over, the Army gave the ex-war hero the rare honor of a full-scale divisional review. For 1 hour and a half, the whole 44th Infantry Division, complete with vehicles and artillery, over 20,000 men, plus hundreds of trucks and jeeps, would file past Murphy and General Sink, the commanding general, on the review stand. Before the parade started, Murphy was asked, in view of the length of the affair, whether he wouldn't like to sit as it passed. He declined stiffly, stating, "I'm not sitting down while these men march for me." So, the long review commenced. Here and there, Murphy's trained eye could spot an officer or an older non-com whose chest bore the ribbons of the European theater and who had been young enough men when the Germans had struck their positions along the Blaise River in France on that freezing Sunday New Year's Eve so long ago. But even the young soldiers, as green as the growing corn, chest bare of campaign ribbons, impressed him. As one observer noted, Audie was visibly touched by the tribute. Nevertheless, when it was all over, the man who had been America's most decorated soldier could not allow himself to be seen as a sentimentalist. As he departed for the waiting car, he cracked to a friend out of the side of his mouth, "I think I'll re-enlist." 32. In stark contrast to the red badge of courage, the death or glory sentiments of To Hell and Back grated. The movie recreation of Audie Murphy's brave exploits in Europe was a display of heroics of the most elementary and uncomplicated kind. The film said nothing revolutionary about Murphy as an individual, but what he thought and felt. It could well have been just another John Wayne, only John Wayne would have acted the part better. Further, it was cheapened by the introduction of obviously fictional scenes. Sharing McClure's obvious dislike of the movie, Audie Murphy himself refused to see it until he went on tour with it to New York. There, after seeing it for the first time, he telephoned McClure in Hollywood and told his friend, "If this movie makes $17 million, and it looks like it's going to, you were still right, Spec. We missed by a mile." McClure agreed regretfully, saying, "You remember I told Rosenberg he couldn't play you as a young Abraham Lincoln? Well, by God, he did." But perhaps in the ultra-conservative America of the 50s, that was just what the public wanted. Whatever the critics said, the moviegoers loved it. In the end, it would take in $10 million and turn out to be Universal's international greatest success in the studio's 42-year-old history, making even more money than the tremendously popular The Glenn Miller Story. Understandably, on account of Murphy's background and the patriotic conservative nature of the Lone Star State, it was given its world premiere in San Antonio, Texas. Here, an estimated 20,000 fans saw it over 5 days, while Audie Murphy was promoting it in the city. It broke the record previously set by no less a film than Davy Crockett, the one that set the fashion for furry tales. During his time there, Audie Murphy led a parade mounted on a stallion, laid a wreath at the door of the Alamo, helped to enlist 50 recruits into the newly formed Audie Murphy platoon, and was greeted by a marching contingent of the 36th Infantry Division, the one whose officer had once planned to bring General Mark Clark before a court of law after the war. The movie did tremendous business in Chicago, thereafter in Boston, and a few days later in Washington, where Vice President Richard Nixon, representing the president who was not in the Capitol, shook the hero actor by the hand warmly. While in Washington, Murphy visited the Senate And there, Senator Price Daniel of Texas brashly broke into a floor debate and introduced the local boy. Unabashed, Murphy waved to his admirers and was loudly applauded by the members of the Senate and by the visitors in the gallery. Even in cynical, sophisticated New York, Murphy was well received. The New York Times, often so harsh and abrasive in its judgments on matters cultural, gave Murphy's movie a favorable review. The paper's film critic wrote, "Gallantry has been glorified more dramatically on film previously, but Mr. Murphy, who still seems to be a shy, serious tenderfoot rather than a titan among GI heroes, lends stature, credibility, and dignity to an autobiography that would be routine and hackneyed without him." The New York Times, September 15, 1955. For the New York Times, about a movie like To Hell and Back, it was a very decent notice. Naturally, the Army, concerned about recruiting, was overjoyed with the success of a movie that indirectly it had financed. No less a person than the Secretary of the Army himself, Wilbur M. Brucker, sent Audie a telegram relaying his congratulations to a fine and distinguished American soldier. Everyone was happy, even in the end Murphy himself. As McClure wrote afterward, when the picture proved to be a smash box office and critical success, Audie decided that he liked it after all, especially when his share of the gross profits turned out to be $400,000. It was the largest amount of money he ever earned with a single film, and this time he invested it wisely. He finally bought the ranch that later he would sell for $800,000. As was customary in Hollywood at the time, an attempt was made to capitalize on the success of To Hell and Back by putting another movie on the same subject into production as soon as possible. The public is fickle and forgetful. The studio moguls reasoned, so let's get a second Murphy into the can as quickly as possible. Universal International decided that they would make a film of Audie's post-war life, an unwritten story that Murphy had sold them for $100,000 plus 20% of the receipts from the movie. Provisionally, the sequel was called The Way Back. Now, a whole battery of writers, including Audie's friend David McClure, was hired to make a suitable screenplay out of the simple idea. In due course, the title of the follow-up was changed from The Way Back to the more dramatic Helmets in the Dust. And although Murphy balked at the idea, the writers dealt a great deal with the difficulties the war hero had faced readjusting to the tameness of civilian life after the violence of combat. In particular, the screenwriters dwelled on his mental and emotional problems during the period 1944 to 55. Then, one of the writers came up with what he thought was a bright gimmick. This was, as McClure remembered long afterward, that Audie had rid himself of all his war neuroses by reliving the war in To Hell and Back. This, I believe, is called catharsis by the psychiatrist. Murphy refused to be a party to such a cheap trick. He knew, and they knew, that the recent movie had had no such effect. His problems were far too deep-rooted to be eradicated virtually overnight by a piece of celluloid make-believe. The screenwriters were sent back to the drawing board. A few days later, they came up with another gimmick to enliven a movie that they and the studio bosses knew lacked the action of the current box office success. This time, it was David McClure's turn to protest. In this version, the writer had Audie finding salvation, as McClure remembers, by saving McClure from the fate of a gutter drunkard. As McClure stated at the time, "If this had been true, I wouldn't have minded, but it was strictly false, and I threatened to sue the studio if it was used." It wasn't. Now in despair, the studio bosses turned to Audie and asked him if he wouldn't prepare the new shooting script, together with his friend McClure. For a while they toyed with the idea, but Murphy knew he would have to reveal too much of his personal life, including his current problems with his second marriage. After the first 2 years of his marriage to Pamela, he had begun to leave home for longer and shorter periods regularly, just as his father had done in the 30s. That was something he did not wish to make public. For his part, McClure realized that it couldn't be done. He was against revealing Murphy's private life, and he knew better than most just how sick his friend was. As he wrote years later, "Murphy was still a sick boy, and I knew it. I had no idea whether he would ever get well. So I refused to put a phony happy ending to the script and fast handed in my resignation." So Helmets in the Dust, which, if it could have been made, and might right well have been an extraordinarily interesting and revealing film, was never made. However, with To Hell and Back still doing well and Murphy still the studio's major earner, other attempts were made, for a while, to get him out of the Western rut, which he hated with a passion now. 1 year after the Helmets in the Dust fiasco, Audie went to Japan to film Joe Butterfly. Together with screen veteran Burgess Meredith and Keenan Wynn, plus another World War II soldier of some fame, Marion Hargrove of See Here, Private Hargrove, whose comedy of pre-Pearl Harbor Army life was a bestseller in the early 40s. Joe Butterfly was a comedy, with Murphy playing a photographer for Yank magazine. It did well enough at the box office, but earned the star-poor reviews. One movie magazine reported that Murphy had turned in the worst comedy performance of the year. And the critic of the New York Herald Tribune wrote bluntly, "Audie Murphy is not at his best in farce. His countenance and temperament are too contemplatively serious for this, and in a love scene, he is not liable to the outward expression of inner torment suitable in such a situation." A year later, the studio was still trying by placing Audie Murphy in the screen version of Graham Greene's The Quiet American. One wonders what Greene must have thought of Murphy, if he ever saw the movie, for the English writer was still then banned from entering the United States. It would be more interesting to discover what the super patriot Murphy thought of a novel that quietly damned the initial involvement of America in Indochina. But we don't know. All we do know is that in spite of fine supporting acting from Michael Redgrave, the picture went under without making too many waves. In 1958, Universal International tried again. They had already filmed Hemingway's 1934, To Have and Have Not, back in 1944, with Humphrey Bogart and 20-year-old Lauren Bacall. The film had borne little relation to Hemingway's book, but the finished product was a success. Even 40 years on, people still remembered Bacall giving a sideways look over her shoulder at Bogart and saying huskily, "If you want me, just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve?" In The Gunrunners, as the Hemingway novel was now called, Audie Murphy was not so fortunate in either his scriptwriter or his leading actress, though he did have good support in the shape of veteran character actor Eddie Albert. The film was made on a low budget by action director Don Siegel and vanished quickly after its release. Murphy did a little better in Night Passage, in which he co-starred with James Stewart, and then in The Unforgiven, which was released in 1960. For the second time, Murphy worked with Huston, though this time he wasn't the star. That didn't matter so much to him because, as he told a trade reporter, "When I work with Huston, I always seem to get a fresh and invigorating incentive for this job of acting. Call it respect for what I'm doing, if you will. He charges me with ambition to give an imaginative, first-rate, histrionic performance, and that's something for I who have never had an actor's background, let alone training, and subsequently, I've always held certain sort of reticence toward acting, even though I've always tried my best." As usual, Huston needed money. In this case, $300,000 to pay for the restoration of the noble pile he had just bought in Ireland. Although he was discussing with Arthur Miller the shooting of The Misfits, which would star Miller's new wife, Marilyn Monroe, and Clark Gable, he squeezed in The Unforgiven, which he stated was his first Western, albeit a superior one, for it was to star Burt Lancaster and Audrey Hepburn, with Murphy playing a supporting role as Burt Lancaster's quick-tempered brother. The Unforgiven was not one of Murphy's usual low-budget Westerns. The cost ran to nearly $4 million, and it had a story that was not the usual run-of-the-mill theme. There was a hint of miscegenation in the plot, plus the odd whiff of incest, with the plot hinging on whether or not the adopted daughter of a Texas family, Audrey Hepburn, is really an Indian or not. But the story, in spite of Huston's attempts to give it a certain poetry, humor, and inventiveness, cows grazing on the roof of a sod house, never came off. Murphy, however, was generally stated to have played very well in it and held his own with seasoned stars such as Lancaster and Hepburn. Huston, too, was convinced that Murphy had the talent to become a fine actor. "He's got the ability to win audiences," he said. "He arouses the maternal instinct in women and the fraternal instinct in men. Not many actors can do that." But The Unforgiven turned out to be long and rambling and did not do well at the box office. The climax, which was an Indian attack on the home of the Texas family, was strictly Formula Western, in which every white bullet found a black Indian heart. It was Huston's fourth turkey in a row, but for John Huston, as always, there was something new waiting around the corner. In this case, Arthur Miller's The Misfits. Like the rich in Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, he could drop things and walk away without bothering to pick up the pieces. Murphy couldn't. As the end of the 50s approached, and with Murphy's second contract with Universal International a bare 2 more years to run, he realized he had made a lot of money in the last decade. But in his chosen career, he had hardly made any progress whatsoever. The studio had given up trying to take him out of the rut. They were quite content to feature him in B-movie westerns, knowing that each film would make a tidy profit, with a star who was admittedly awkward but who, at the same time, did not demand the astronomical sums that some of his fellow stars did. Although he was a very youthful-looking 34, he would never really age until almost the end of his life, when he seemed to grow old overnight. He felt that you get older, it shows up on the screen. That's the truth. Age is the worst thing of all. Time is what's chasing you. It was not only time that was chasing a disgruntled Audie Murphy, as the 50s gave way to the swinging 60s. Now, the traumatic experiences of the war, which somehow or other he had managed to keep at bay for nearly 15 years, were finally beginning to catch up to him. Audie Murphy's last decade of life was going to be the same kind of hell to which he had gone so confidently and bravely as an 18-year-old, and returned. From this particular hell, there would be no return. 5. A Time for Dying. I was proud of being a tough soldier. Audie Murphy. 33. It was the dawn of the swinging 60s. The decade brought tremendous and unprecedented prosperity to the West, and freedom of choice, unhampered by the restraints of poverty or of conventional morality, unknown to the average man and woman hitherto. There was virtually full employment everywhere. Indeed, labor had to be imported from the Third World to keep pace with the demand. There was a new concern for the rights of groups that up to that time had precious few rights, or none at all. There were rights for blacks, rights for the Indian, rights for gays, rights for single parents, i.e. unmarried mothers, rights for battered women, rights for senior citizens, rights for everybody. But together with many useful changes and a general pleasing air of liberation came many developments to which some might give the dubious honor of having corrupted what was left of the 20th century. There was a general negation of values, including hard work and self-discipline, by which many older Americans had lived, and there were new and disturbing forms of hedonism. Full employment and the confident knowledge that if one dropped out, there would be no need to starve critically weakened the sense of personal responsibility on which societies are based. Pot and the pill were only the soft outer fringe of a whole new pleasure-seeking, anti-authoritarian subculture for the young people of the 1960s. The values that the squares accepted as unique, unchangeable, unshakable were outdated, repressive, sometimes laughable. They were very definitely values that they, the young, could not and would not accept. Naturally, old-fashioned pride in one's country was anathema to these rebellious youngsters. Old Glory was burned in the streets. Draft cards went the same way. Vietnam had become an issue, if not the issue, of the decade, and many young Americans of draft age refused to serve their country in the armed forces. Thousands fled to Canada. In the end, the 60s became a self-indulgent, rebellious, violent time, where, for the first time since the Hungry 30s, there was mass rioting and fighting on the streets of America's cities. It was a time of bitter criticism, rejection of traditional values, and doubts about the future. Not only the part of the young, but also on that of the older citizens of the country. For a while in that decade, there seemed to be two Americas, distinctly opposed to one another. Naturally, the changes in attitudes and the way America was going was a matter of concern and anger for Audie Murphy, who, in 1960, at the age of 36, definitely belonged to the squares, for in spite of being a movie star, Murphy remained all of his life a simple patriot of the old school who saw no grays as far as his country was concerned, but distinct black and whites. My country, right or wrong. It was not just because he was a national hero that he viewed things the way he did. It went deeper than that. Though he had had precious little to be grateful for back in the Hungry 30s in rural Texas, Murphy had had his belief in his country bred into his very bones. Even Hollywood, with all its moneyed cynicism, could never change that. In spite of his movie commitments, Murphy had promptly joined the National Guard at the outbreak of the Korean War and had continued to serve for years afterward. Attending the annual camps and training new recruits just like any other part-time soldier. He was often quoted as having said that he believed that nobody likes for his life to be disrupted, but when the country calls you, they need you. During the 50s, he could always be relied upon to give simple, patriotic, homespun speeches on the subject of America to officers' groups and the like when called upon. They were never great rhetoric, and the sentiments were trite. But the words, even if a ghostwriter had had a hand in composing them, obviously came from Murphy's heart. The true meaning of America, you ask? He declared in one typical speech, "It's in a Texas rodeo, in a policeman's badge, in the sound of laughing children, in a political rally, in a newspaper. In all these things, and many more, you'll find America. In all these things, you'll find freedom. And freedom is what America means to the world, and to me." Profile of Audie Murphy, New York, 3rd Division Association, 1976. Pure corn, but clearly sincere. But now things were changing dramatically, and not all to a patriotic Murphy's liking. "It's outmoded nowadays," he stated, "to be patriotic. If you show patriotism, you're considered a subversive." The logic was a little suspect, but the feeling was there all right. When he heard that there had been a big demonstration in New York against America's involvement in the Vietnam War, he shook his head and said, "Gee, I'd hate their guts if they had any." For him, the solution was simple. It'll take 1 million troops to win the Vietnam War. But I say, we go in, we do the job, then we get out. There's no other way. As Bill Maudlin would assess his attitude later, as he grew older, Murphy wanted the world to stay simple so he could concentrate on tidying up its moral fiber wherever he found himself. But nothing came out right. His country got into wars that heroes couldn't win. Murphy's kind of gallantry faced a buyer's market. With the changing times came a change in taste. The same youngster who would soon be demonstrating against the Vietnam War was discovering that the American Indian had been constantly exploited throughout the 19th century and did not take kindly to the kind of history propagated by Hollywood's B-Westerns. As the 50s gave way to the 60s, the king of the Westerns found that he was no longer in much demand as the kid. Hollywood had always thought that the Western was a genre that would never lose its appeal. But in the swinging 60s, it definitely did. Murphy, who had always complained that in these detested Westerns he was forced to make, he had been making the same old movie over and over again, was now beginning to find it difficult to even do that. Indeed, Hollywood itself was in decline. The dream factories were slowly dying one by one. Film was steadily losing ground to television. Worried studio bosses cut their budgets and tried to make movies that would appeal to young people. Outwardly, Murphy's private life and public existence seemed intact and thriving. In June 1961, Banker magazine featured Murphy at home on his 848-acre farm, where he breeds thoroughbred and quarter horses that provide, in some measure, a release for his tensions. Born and raised on a farm near Kingston, Audie has always known how to handle horses. He genuinely loves them. Most of his horses are high-spirited, and he spends hours making friends with them. Banker Magazine, June 1961. Horses don't talk, he was quoted as saying, which Audie finds an admirable quality. Murphy, still as handsome and youthful as ever, was shown riding around on one of his thoroughbreds, trying to humor a new and frisky pony, and holding a shotgun. He told the interviewer that he was currently writing a movie script himself. The first sentence of a story is the hardest to write, which will relate the seldom told story of what happens to the serviceman when he comes back from war, as he explained. Those combat soldiers who put the most into it, the battle, often take the longest to come back. A good soldier lives for the day, or even the hour. The script, Among the Missing, was the same old sequel to Hell and Back under another name. The fact that Murphy was now tackling it once more after 5 years was indicative of how badly things were beginning to go for him. Next to a picture of Murphy fondling one of his prized quarter horses, the caption read, "These days, when Audie isn't at his ranch, which he calls AM Farms, he is usually occupied in his career of acting. He is under contract to Universal International for 2 pictures a year and currently is appearing in a television show called Whispering Smith. If the book he is presently writing proves to be a good seller, he plans to have it made into a motion picture. Preliminary production arrangements have been made with a major studio." The last piece of information was blatantly untrue. Murphy had neither a publisher for Among the Missing, nor had he found another studio. Universal had long dropped the idea of filming Audie Murphy's post-war life to tackle the project. The situation was little better with the TV series, which the admiring magazine writer mentioned. In 1959, when his popularity had begun to decline and the cinema was steadily losing its audience to TV, Murphy had decided to take the plunge. He would go into television. At that time, while the Western was failing on the big screen, Western series such as Bonanza and Gunsmoke were flourishing on television. Murphy decided that he, a major Western star, might as well cash in on the boom, for, as always, he needed money desperately. The vehicle he picked was a series based on a movie that Alan Ladd had starred in 10 years previously. It was a mixture of Western and detective built around the exploits of a real-life Denver Railroad detective named Whispering Smith, the role Audie picked for himself. After NBC accepted the idea, things began to go wrong almost at once. One of the supporting actors fell from his horse and broke his arm. Shooting had to be held up until he recovered enough to ride again. Another actor, who played Murphy's superior in the series, committed suicide. Again, work was held up. Finally, when the first episode was completed, it was denounced by the Senate Juvenile Delinquency Committee for being excessively violent. NBC hesitated. 2 years after the shooting of the series had commenced, they finally decided to show it in 1961. The first half-hour episode was screened 1 month before Murphy gave his interview to the magazine writer from Banker. Even while Murphy boasted of his television series to the reporter, he knew that it was in serious trouble. The ratings were low and the newspaper reviews were tepid. In the end, only a handful of the 26 episodes was shown, and the whole series was canceled by NBC in the fall of 1961. Murphy's other business ventures were doing little better. From the time he had signed his second contract with Universal International in 1956, the studio had allowed him to make 1 movie a year for other companies, or by his own company, for he had formed yet another production company named Texan Productions. Supposedly the firm was given the name after the Mediterranean, where Murphy had first slogged ashore as a young 18-year-old soldier. This firm would fail like all the other firms he formed, but before it did, Murphy did manage to borrow large sums of money for his film projects. As was customary in the independent movie business, the producer handled the money, but as McClure, who knew his friend Murphy only too well, stated, putting Audie in charge of money was like putting a gang of rabbits to guard a cabbage patch. In the 1960s, Murphy convinced two Kansas oilmen, Jerry Spellman and Rick Clinton, to put up $600,000 for a movie he would produce. In no time, Murphy had spent the money and asked for more. The two businessmen obliged, giving him a further $200,000. That went speedily enough. He asked for more. The two refused. Till the day he died, Murphy would be looking for further financing to complete the film. He never found it. Aptly enough, it was titled A Time for Dying. But Murphy was not dead yet. As the magazine writer for The Banker had noted, he was still a youngish man with a future, living happily with his family and successful in his chosen career. He wrote, Audie, his wife, and two children live in North Hollywood. To his friends, he has changed little during his years since the war, except that he operates on a big scale. The quality which others admire most in him is his loyalty through thick and thin, and with his temperament, his future is always bound to be thick and thin. How thin it was soon to become, the writer could hardly visualize. Everything that Audie Murphy had been able to build up in his 16 years in Hollywood was about to fall apart. And, in the process, the traumas that he had fought off for so long were finally going to catch up with him. 34. In 1962, Audie Murphy's contract with Universal International was terminated. After nearly 14 years, the studio was not prepared to renew the contract of the King of the B-Westerns for a third time. From now on, Murphy would have to rely upon personal productions or whatever work other studios were prepared to offer him in a market that was steadily declining. Although by now Murphy was heartily sick of acting, this termination of his contract came as a blow for him. His own production companies were failing, and his first attempt at TV, the Whispering Smith series, had just suffered a quick death. He needed fresh money desperately. All that he had left in real assets was the ranch. Money, or the lack of it, was causing serious trouble in his marriage to Pamela Murphy, too. He had walked out on her and the two boys several times during the 50s, and it was often reported by the gossip columnists that they had separated or were about to be divorced. The fact that he was never discreet about his many affairs with other women didn't help. But by 1962, the major bone of contention between the two of them was money. Pamela deeply wanted to save money to prepare for that rainy day that did not seem to be too far away now. Murphy only wanted money so that he could spend it recklessly or gamble it away. One gossip columnist of the time reported Miss Murphy as saying, "He goes off on spending sprees and buys everything he sees." On the other hand, according to the journalist, Pam's nagging at Audie for spending money bothers him. And when she speaks sharply to him, he retreats into a stony silence. Now, in 1962, their relationship was not helped by the fact that the failure of the TV series had cost him $250,000 through loss of other work, and he had been forced to borrow another $100,000 with which to repay the advance he had received from the production company. It was not surprising, therefore, that Murphy was very much on edge that year, and that he would exhibit the first signs of irrational behavior, landing him in one of the first of his several brushes with the law during the 60s. For a man who believed in law and order, Murphy was all too often tempted to take the law into his own hands, just like one of those kid characters he played in his films. 2 weeks before his 38th birthday, on June 3, 1962, Audie Murphy approached two 18-year-old youths who were sitting in a car parked outside the apartment of Murphy's current girlfriend. The woman had lately been troubled by a series of obscene phone calls and several anonymous letters of the same kind. Now Murphy, with blood in his eyes, advanced on the youths and flashed his honorary sheriff's badge. Obviously, he suspected that the youths had something to do with the calls and the letters. It was completely irrational behavior, of course. There was no reason to believe that these two youths were the cause of the trouble. Murphy, however, demanded roughly what their business was and why they were parked there. According to the boys, when they told their story to the police later, when they had not answered as the stranger had wished, he had struck them. For his part, Murphy said they had become abusive, and so he had struck him, one of the boys, across the cheek. Fortunately, although the boys signed an assault charge, they did not make a formal complaint. Perhaps they were impressed by Murphy's war record or the fact that he was a well-known Hollywood actor. At all events, they did not press charges, but the newspapers got a hold of the story and had pictures of Murphy showing his honorary sheriff's badge. By now, it was quite clear that he was seriously disturbed emotionally. As he told an interviewer 5 years later, there was a nightmare, a recurrent nightmare, a feeling of exasperation. I would dream I am on a hill and all these faceless people are charging up at me. I am holding a M1 Garand rifle, the kind of rifle I used to take apart blindfolded. And in the dream, every time I shoot one of these people, a piece of the rifle flies off until all I have left is the trigger guard. The trigger guard. In order to combat these terrible nightmares that plagued him, he began sleeping with the lights on all night so that when I woke up from the dream, I'd know where I was. The result was that he could not sleep at all. He developed a severe case of insomnia, another symptom of what was one day to be recognized by doctors studying the problem of Vietnam veterans as a post-traumatic stress disorder. He turned to the doctors for help. They gave him a synthetic tranquilizer. I could sleep for 3 or 4 hours, taking one pill each night. But then I had to take more. I built the stuff up until I was half asleep all the time, day and night. The tranquilizer was a sleep-inducing drug named Elacidil. It was very effective, if used correctly, but it could become addictive. Since the drug was a non-barbiturate, Murphy felt, like a lot of other people who used Elacidil, that he could kick the habit easily. He was wrong. As David McClure, who had seen the horrible effects of the drug on a friend who had been hospitalized for 3 weeks, strapped to his bed so that he could be weaned off it, said, "The drug kicks back in a horrible way." One of its side effects was that after the patient's body became saturated with the drug, it tended to reverse its effects. Instead of acting as a sedative, it became an intoxicant. In that state, the victim's brain races, and he sometimes falls into a state resembling a delirium. Then, when the drug level in the body falls, Terrible, crippling body pain follows. I lost 22 pounds, Murphy explained later. I was so tranquilized, I didn't care about anything. I was a zombie. I dissipated all of my money. I gave it away. I was not interested in anything. If a bus got in my way while I was driving on the freeway, I'd just force it to the side, off the road. I sold off my airplane, my boat, my car, over 600 acres of land, my ranch, all my horses, everything. Murphy could not bear having his wife, Pamela, and the two boys see him in this state, so he moved out of the house and took a small apartment in Burbank. This set the gossip columnists writing that he had now made his final break with Pamela. It wasn't true, for Murphy was in no state to concern himself with marital problems, imagined or otherwise. Indeed, all the while he was on the drug, nearly 2 years, his wife would go to the apartment, pick up his soiled clothes, and bring him fresh ones. Murphy continued to take the drug right into 1964 because he was desperate for anything that would grant him the blessed boon of sleep. As he told a reporter at the end of the 60s, beginning 8 years ago, up to last year, I had 7 years of insomnia. 7 years. Outside of cancer, I don't know anything that can be as bad as that. It was just all of a sudden. I couldn't sleep. I'd be half dazed. The furniture in my room would take on odd shapes. In spite of the drug, Murphy, like all people addicted to a lacetyl, never seemed to get enough sleep. What he didn't know was that when a drug turned intoxicant, it kept him awake. As a result, Murphy took to wandering about, especially to the horse races that he loved. By now, his walk was unsteady, his speech slurred, and his eyes glazed. People who knew him thought he had become an alcoholic, even though they knew that all his life Murphy had been a very light drinker indeed. His friends began to avoid him. As he told an interviewer in 1967, "Well, it was sure interesting how my friends reacted. It was like going on patrol and some damn machine gun opens up on you, and you look around, all the green troops are gone, and the only seasoned troops are left. I sure found out who were the seasoned troops among my friends, and not very damn many either." There were other problems too. Not only did he have hallucinations, the furniture taking on strange shapes, acute insomnia, and nightmares, he also found he had begun to hear strange noises. It was the noise, he told the 1967 interviewer. In combat, you see, your hearing gets so acute you can interpret any noise. But now, there were all kinds of noises that I couldn't interpret. Strange noises. These noises worried the war hero so much that he had the garage of his family home made into a bedroom because he felt he could better protect himself from noise there. Writing in 1984 on the psychological aftermath of combat in Vietnam in their book Wounds of War, authors Herbert Hendon and Ann P. Haas noted that in Vietnam veterans there was frequent delay between traumatic events and the development of stress, which results from the soldiers' need to suspend and control the overwhelming fear and rage stimulated by life-threatening experiences. The delayed stress reaction is, in a sense, the price he later pays for the suspension of his emotions in the service of effective combat. H. Hendon and A. P. Haas, Wounds of War, New York, Basic, 1984. The two authors selected Audie Murphy as a prime example of this delayed reaction, noting that his waking life was also marked by preoccupation with his combat experiences. Audie Murphy had developed many of the post-traumatic stress symptoms that we are now commonly seeing in Vietnam veterans. There is no evidence that Audie Murphy went to see a psychiatrist about his problems. Probably his background and temperament would have made him skeptical about the Section 8 feather merchants and trick cyclists. Instead, he tried to do something about his afflictions by himself, with the loyal support of friends like McClure and his wife Pamela. First, he withdrew from Lacedae, which was a dangerous procedure. He might have gone into convulsions, which could even have been fatal. As he told McClure, who had also been addicted to the drug, "I had almost rather have cancer than go through that again." Then he moved back with his family, though not into the house. Instead, the double garage attached to the family home was renovated for his use by his wife. As David McClure has written, it had a private telephone, a desk, a private shower, a television set, a record player, the works, all that a man could ask for. Audie was sick when he came home. Pam suggested he sleep in the garage apartment until he got well. She knew a lot of people would be in and out to see Audie, and she didn't think that Audie, in his condition, should be climbing stairs to the master bedroom. This suited Audie. He was still having difficulty with sleep. If he wanted to be alone, all he had to do was go into the apartment and shut the door. If he wanted to be with the family, all he had to do was to open the door and walk into the living room. Although Murphy had parted ways with Universal International, he still got most of his business mail through the studio post office. So it was that McClure would pick up his friend's mail twice a week from Universal and take it to the garage apartment. There, he would find Audie, often lying in bed. He would tell me, "I'm just like an old bear. I'm too poor to move, so come on in here." McClure, who had known Murphy for nearly all his career in Hollywood, would stare down at his old friend a little helplessly. Murph, America's most decorated soldier, was reduced to living the life of a sick old man, and he was barely 40 years of age. 35. In mid-1967, an Esquire writer, Thomas B. Morgan, out in Hollywood on another assignment, decided on impulse to try to interview a forgotten man, Audie Murphy. Through a friend, this was arranged, and one evening after dark, Morgan went to visit Murphy at his home on Toluca Road. Somewhat tongue-in-cheek, the journalist described the two-story brick and shingle Murphy home as being in a good defensive position. The rear was guarded by the Los Angeles River, the river flank by the Lakeside Golf Club fairway, the left flank by a long carport, and the front by a white iron grillwork fence. Outside, long-stemmed Audie Murphy roses, named after the epic star in the 50s, flourished near the flagpole, and a big, scary police dog named Eric prowled. The journalist's impression of the ex-star war hero 6 years after the confident interview Murphy gave to the writer of The Banker are very interesting. For not only was Murphy completely frank with the writer, but there is an underlying tone of self-pity about his revelations. The easy optimism and superficiality of the earlier interview had now vanished and were replaced by a reasoned and almost brutal self-assessment. It seemed Murphy no longer felt the need to hide his traumas and could vocalize them. Morgan found Murphy playing pool in the game room with a friend named Jerry for $4 a stake, while his wife was taking her evening Bible class at the local Methodist church. He remarked about the lack of mementos of Murphy's wartime career. even his medals didn't seem complete. Jerry explained that Murphy had gone to some pains to de-emphasize the whole deal. He had given some of his medals away to local kids. He belonged to no Veterans Association, stayed away from parades, and avoided ceremonies where he might have to wear his medals. Indeed, he had refused to attend President Kennedy's White House party for all living Medal of Honor winners. At first sight, it seemed, Murphy wanted to forget the war. Morgan was introduced to Murphy, who was heavier and older than he'd expected. The ex-star had an undeniable and undisguised paunch. His face was full, threatening to become round. He combed his red-brown hair up and back with a kind of kid-next-door flourish. He had a petite quality despite his heft, so that he really didn't look 42, except at the corners of his moody blue eyes. He was still boyish, but a much older boy. Murphy asked Morgan if he could just finish the game of pool with Jerry, saying, "I got a passion for this game. We sacrificed this room, the dining room, for it. Now we eat all our meals in the kitchen and don't miss the dining room. We don't entertain often, that's for sure. Tell you the truth, I've never gotten along with Hollywood. Hollywood people, and they don't get along with me." At that moment, Murphy must have seemed to the writer a nice, modest sort of person for a movie star and ex-war hero. Playing pool for a $4 steak with a working man in what had once been a dining room, eating all his meals in the kitchen just like millions of other ordinary Americans. Murphy's first answers to his preliminary questions were quite reasonable and ordinary too. Murphy told him, "If I hadn't been in the movies, I might have been a farmer. A happy farmer." And then went on to say he had made 3 movies in the last 2 years. His last picture had been made in Israel. The budget for the movie had been kept very low, and I had to do all the stunts myself. I had to do everything, except pack my own lunch. Murphy ended with a laugh, declaring, "Me, Murphy, I'm a middle-sized failure when compared with John Huston, about whom he had just been speaking. That's why I'm off to Algeria." Just then, Miss Murphy, a good-looking woman with fine cheekbones and a softly harassed manner, arrived back from her Bible class. She introduced her 2 shy teenage boys to the writer and then left herself, saying at the door, "You want to know about me? I'm a coward, and I admire courage." Morgan asked why Murphy hadn't stayed in the Army. The latter answered, "Wasn't my decision. West Point turned me down," which wasn't true, "because too much of my right hip was gone. I can't swim because of it. I've got other ailments besides. 50% disability, shrapnel in my legs, a nervous stomach, regular headaches. So, listen, I don't want to be an actor. It was simply the best offer that came along." The matter of his service disabilities started Murphy talking about his post-war health problems, which, in the end, he solved, according to his account, by locking himself in a hotel room and throwing away the pills. "I stayed in there for 5 days, having withdrawal pains just like a junkie. I had convulsions, but I quit. I stopped the pills and I quit gambling. This past year, I feel like I've been starting my life all over again. I've been sleeping lately, most nights, anyway. But I won't take any more pills. Not one." From his withdrawal problems, Murphy harked back to his service days, and a listening Morgan had the impression the star had been happy then, confident, knowing exactly what he was doing. "There's this to say about combat," he maintained firmly. It brings out the best in men. It's gory and it's unfortunate, but most people in combat stand a little taller. You have a comradeship, Murphy explained, a rapport that you'll never have again, not in our society anyway. I suppose it comes from having nothing to gain except the end of the war. There's no competitiveness, no money values. You trust the man on your left and on your right with your life, while as a civilian, you might not trust either of them with 10 cents. Murphy stood up, arms folded across his chest, and was suddenly as shy as his own two boys, as though he might have seemed too proud. Morgan thought it was time to go. He made an appointment to meet Murphy once more on the following morning. I guess what all that says, Murphy summed up the interview for the Esquire man, is that I really identified with soldiering. That's my problem. I'll admit, to become an executioner, somebody cold and analytical, to be trained to kill and then come back to civilian life and be alone in the crowd. It takes an awful long time to get over it. Fear and depression come over you. It's been 20-odd years already. Murphy shrugged. Did you know that doctors say the effects of all this on my generation won't reach its peak until 1970? So I guess I got 3 years to go. Apart from what that 1967 interview revealed about Murphy's ailments and his bitter, impoverished childhood, no one can know how harsh it was who hasn't lived through it. He told Morgan, you'd hear your brothers and sisters crying hungry at night. It also made clear that the only part of his life that the movie star had really enjoyed had been those 2 years in combat in World War II. The truth is that in spite of the suffering it had caused him even at the time, Audie Murphy had loved the war. He had been young, impressionable, had come from a boring, impoverished rural environment. Suddenly, he was pitched into violent adventure in remote countries on the other side of the globe. Like so many others who'd later pretended they had wanted to go, but who secretly had been glad to escape the cloying ennui of their daily routine, Murphy had been only too eager to leave a life in which the high spot of the week had been double dating at a drive-in movie theater on a Saturday night. He had burned for glory, and he had found that there is a kind of wild, heady, atavistic thrill to battle. The tremendous noise, the destruction, the fear, the courage, the anger, a whole range of emotions run wild, and the knowledge that you may die and that, if you want to, you can kill, raise the life to a pitch of intensity to which nothing in ordinary civilian life can compare. Sergeant Murphy was an eager beaver. There was no doubt about that. One of the many replacements who went through Company B recalled 40-odd years later, I was only with the platoon 4 or 5 days before I was hit the first time, but there was no denying the fact that Murphy liked battle. I can't recall all the incidents now. That time for me was confused even then. But Murphy was different from the rest. He actually wanted to go in and fight. Most of us, the old guys and replacements like myself, he just wanted to keep out of trouble. Not Murphy. He went looking for it, deliberately. Was there a greater sensation for a youth of Murphy's temperament and background than that of lining some unsuspecting German up in his sight, trying to control his breathing, finger curling around the trigger of his Garand, taking first pressure, the knuckle whitening, heart thudding with excitement, and then that final pressure? The satisfying thump against his right shoulder, and another life vanished, just as easily as snapping his fingers. We cannot know for sure. Nonetheless, Violence does not seem to have been something that Murphy only learned to love by going to war, and the killing he did does not ever seem to have been the part of the war that disturbed him. Could anything really replace that ultimate thrill? Could Hollywood, with all its eager and willing females, offer a substitute for it? Weren't all those westerns he made a silly kind of make-believe that never approached the real thing? They only provided him money so that he could gamble it away and momentarily recreate some sort of excitement. In addition to the traumas and the very real ailments that had plagued him since 1945, Audie Murphy was suffering from the greatest affliction of all. For the last 20-odd years since his combat days had come to an end, he had been totally, overwhelmingly bored. On the day following his first interview with Murphy, Morgan met the actor again, and they had lunch together. Murphy looked cold, as though he had been up all night. Morgan asked him if he slept, and Murphy assured the writer he had had a good night. Morgan thought he was lying. Thereafter, they drove to an automobile garage and showroom called Barris's Custom City. Murphy said he'd like to hang around here when he couldn't think of anything better to do. It's a way to beat the boredom, he said. Morgan thought the place was like a child's toy shop, with half a dozen cars on display, each tailored like a teenager's dream of superpower with enormous hoods, jazzed-up interiors, and phallic tail fins. There, while the writer observed, Murphy watched a mechanic at work for 20 minutes, got into a Cadillac, punched the buttons, and climbed out again. "Nice," he commented, and then asked Morgan if he were bored. The latter replied he wasn't, but Murphy decided he was. He said he'd go for a steam bath and rub down at the gym run by his old friend, Terry Hunt, explaining, "Well, it's what you have to do in a dull town if you want to kill an afternoon and you don't play golf." So Murphy killed the afternoon and said goodbye to the writer with a look of terrible weariness on his face, leaving Morgan to reflect that Murphy was more than the most decorated soldier of World War II, more than the war hero of our time. He was also a casualty. So much of his spirit, in fact, had been killed in action. A few days after the Esquire interviews, Murphy set off for Algeria, where he would shoot his last contract movie on a location where production costs could be kept low. He hated to go, but he needed the money desperately. With him on location, shooting a cheap spy movie titled Trunk to Cairo, was another actor who was as weary as Murphy was. He too knew that shooting a movie in Algeria for a minor studio, American International, meant that he had reached the end of the line. His name was George Sanders, the 52-year-old arch-cad of the movies, who had gone through 4 wives and 7 psychiatrists. Most of his latter movies were rubbish, and the one-time Oscar winner for his supporting role as Marilyn Monroe's acribic lover in All About Eve knew it only too well. Like Murphy, he was in a fly-ridden, primitive Middle Eastern country, one which had barely recovered from the protracted war there, strictly for the money. Sanders was as cynical off the screen as he was on it, and, unlike Murphy, he was prepared to draw the ultimate conclusion. Was there any way out of the endless boredom of third-class movies, made solely for money so that he could continue to be bored? There was one way, and he took it in the shape of 5 tubes of Nembutal, leaving behind a suicide note that commenced, "Dear world, I am leaving because I am bored." 36. In the fall of 1968, Audie Murphy was declared bankrupt. In spite of the fact that his low-budget westerns, 2 a year, had been earning him $100,000 per annum, even in the 60s when his career had started to go downhill, he was virtually broke. Indeed, the man who had once been a millionaire, for a few months at least, could not pay back a trifling $13,000 that he owed to the First National Bank of Dallas, Texas, which had so honored its native son in his days as a war hero, now wanted its money back. The news was even reported in the Eastern dailies such as the New York Times, and for a few brief days, Murphy's name was back in the headlines. Then he sank back almost immediately into his old obscurity, a virtually forgotten man. Still, he did take a stab at making one last movie, to be produced by himself. He told a newspaper reporter that it was an outdoor film, but not a Western. "I'm just not interested in doing another of these films which I made as an actor for Universal. The same picture, 20 times. In fact, however, it was a Western, and Murphy had assigned himself a small cameo role in it. The role was that of Jesse James, yet another version of the Kid. But Murphy, his paunch visible beneath the tight-fitting black shirt he wore, hardly seemed suitable for the part anymore. In the end, the money ran out, and his dissatisfied Kansas backers refused to put up any more. Although Murphy announced to the papers confidently that he intended to release the movie by Christmas 1969, it was never shown. And unlike most of the other potboilers Murphy made, it has never been shown on television either. But the title of Audie Murphy's last movie did prove prophetic. It was called A Time for Dying. Still, Murphy, bankrupt and without another project in view, struggled on. Perhaps like those green replacements who had landed with him at Bloody Anzio all those years before, he now felt a dull dread of what had to come. There was no other emotion that a dog-face could feel. He was arraigned before a bankruptcy court, and he told it that he had lost $250,000 in Algerian oil, after that country had nationalized its oil fields as a result of the 1967 Six-Day War. Murphy was asked whether or not he obtained money from his old movies. He replied that they were indeed being shown on TV, but he didn't receive a cent from them, because the state of California took the monies due to him to pay off long overdue income tax payments. Murphy was well and truly broke. Perhaps in his heart of hearts, he knew it was time to die. But in spite of all his other faults and his bouts of black depression, Murphy had never been one to give up. As he once remarked, "I want to succeed in the thing I started out to do. I hate failures. I hate quitters." He began mapping out a very unusual TV series, which would combine two things: his love of war and his love of animals. The series was to center on a war dog in World War II, but what form it was going to take is not known now, for Murphy died before he got beyond the general planning stage, and it is recorded that the U.S. Army only once used war dogs, toward the end of World War II during the winter of 1944 and 45 in Europe. It was about this time that Murphy's love of animals, in particular dogs, brought him back into national prominence for one last time before he died. Murphy had always kept dogs. At the age of 5, in the impoverished rural Texas of the 30s, he had kept a pooch named Wheeler, one of those indiscriminate breeds that Texans used to call a curbstone setter. As soon as he was settled after the war, he began keeping them again. Houston gave him a pedigree Rottweiler pup, which he had bred himself, during the filming of The Red Badge of Courage. And Murphy spent $2,000 trying to prevent it from dying. Thereafter, there was a series of pedigree animals. One of Murphy's last public appearances was as the guest of honor at the annual Dog and Dog Owner Parade down Tinseltown's Hollywood Boulevard in November 1970. 6 months before that event, however, Audie Murphy had featured in another incident concerning dogs. But on this occasion, he had been anything but the guest of honor. In fact, he had been the accused in a court of law charged with assault with intent to commit murder. It had all started when Murphy telephoned a Burbank dog trainer, David Goffstein, a big, burly man of 51 who trained dogs for people. Murphy was speaking on behalf of a current girlfriend who had complained to him that Goffstein was charging too much for training her pet. Murphy passed on the complaint in his usual quick-tempered fashion, which didn't suit the dog trainer one bit. According to Murphy's story, Goffstein told him over the phone that he, Murphy, was a phony movie hero and a pipsqueak, plus several other indelicate names that Murphy felt ought not to be published in a family newspaper. Murphy decided to take the law into his own hands. For some time now, Murphy had voluntarily acted as a special officer with the Port Hunan police force. Having taken a powerful aversion to drug peddlers, possibly on account of his own experiences, he had helped the police track down and arrest dealers on several occasions. As Time magazine described Murphy's role as a part-time law officer at the time, as the world got faster and faster in the 60s, it left him, Murphy, farther and farther behind. Murphy played a kind of grown-up cops and robbers game as a special officer of the Port Hunan, California Police Department, and as a source of mafia intelligence for the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Due to his compulsive gambling, Murphy had come into contact with certain dubious characters on the West Coast who may have belonged to the mafia. The part-time law officer decided to teach Goffstein a lesson. On the night of May 18, 1970, Murphy, his girlfriend, and a man identified afterward simply as a former boxer set out for the Goffstein kennels at Burbank. Their aim, as Murphy stated it later, was to seek an understanding. They reached the kennels just after dark. Mr. and Miss Goffstein were wheeling out their garbage on a cart made for that purpose. Murphy challenged the big dog trainer. He weighed 200 pounds. One word led to another. According to a newspaper wire service report of the time, Murphy's trouble started when Goffstein threw a garbage trolley at him, bruising his ribs. Thereupon, Murphy pitched into Goffstein, pausing only to slap Miss Goffstein when she tried to intervene in the battle. Now, the former boxer got into the act, allegedly hitting the dog trainer and striking his wife. Mr. and Miss Goffstein told the story. However, it was Murphy who hit him in the eye, knocked him down, and kicked him, and then stuck a pistol in his stomach and ordered him to get into the car. However, Goffstein was not having that. He managed to break away from Murphy. He fell down, got up, and then, accompanied by his wife, ran for the house, followed by shots fired by Murphy. Later, a witness did testify that he saw a man shoot a pistol straight up in the air, but the neighbor could not state categorically that the person who had fired the pistol had been Murphy. Frightened, ruffled, and not a little bruised, Goffstein filed a complaint. It was investigated, and 10 days later, Murphy was arrested and jailed for 4 hours until his lawyers could secure his release. This time, The charges wouldn't go away, as they had done with two youths whom Murphy had slapped a few years before. He would have to stand trial, being accused of assault with intent to commit murder. A very serious charge indeed. Immediately, the case hit the headlines. The way the New York Times reported the incident was typical. The news item placed conspicuously on its front page read, 4 men and 8 women were selected today to try Audie Murphy, World War II's most decorated soldier, on charges of assaulting a dog trainer. The former movie star is accused of hitting David Gofston, 51, who always says that the Medal of Honor winner, who is credited with killing or capturing 240 Germans, fired a gun during the argument. The New York Times, September 15, 1970. How the mighty had fallen. The trial lasted 10 days. Murphy pleaded innocent to the charge of assault to commit murder. Instead, his lawyers maintained that it was a case of self-defense. They charged that Gofston was the aggressor and that Murphy had just been attempting to defend himself. On the stand, Murphy, soberly dressed, testified he was authorized to possess the blackjacks the police officers had found in his car and house after he had been arrested the previous May. He could possess them because he was a special officer with the Port Hueneme Police Force and a deputy with the Dallas County, Texas Sheriff's Office. What kind of jurisdiction a Dallas deputy had in California was never explained, nor did the prosecutor press the issue, and the jury was perhaps sensitive to his charm or to his record as a war hero or to his fame as a movie star. Could they send a war hero with the kind of appeal Murphy always had for women of all ages to prison? They couldn't. He was finally acquitted and quipped afterward to the waiting press, "I think it is injurious to my reputation to think I could fire at a target as big as Mr. Gofston and miss." Murphy didn't appear to realize what damage he did to his already fading reputation by becoming involved in such brawls. Indeed, what was a war hero like Murphy doing? Flashing honorary badges and pretending to be a police officer, complete with pistol in his shoulder holster? As Time magazine commented, the incident marked the depths to which he had fallen. Audie Murphy belonged to an earlier, simpler time, one in which bravery was cardinal and killing was a virtue. Time was running out at last for Audie Murphy. His health was failing. He suffered several blackouts. He caught colds easily and found it difficult to shake the infections off. His insomnia came back. In 1970, in the last fall before he died, he visited a pre-war acquaintance in Dallas, Mama Woods. She hadn't seen Audie for 2 years and felt that he appeared depressed. She was struck, too, by the fact that he had aged considerably. His face seemed bloated, and he had lost one of his most wonderful features, the twinkle in his eyes. He was not the Audie Murphy that I had known. As 1970 gave way to 71, and Murphy made one last attempt to restore his financial position, he went to visit his old friend McClure in Hollywood with the movies, and Murphy's career there was finished. Now, they talked together for 2 hours in an aimless sort of way, with McClure trying not to reveal his thoughts that were now troubling him. But after Murphy went, for the last time he wrote, "He seemed awfully tired, spent. I looked at him and realized that I would not have recognized my old friend had I seen him on the streets. For years, Audie seemed to be eternally young, and then, as if the raging emotional and mental fires within had surfaced, he seemed to grow old overnight. I never saw him again. 2 weeks later, he was dead." 37. On May 23, 1971, 27 years to the day from when the 3rd Division had begun its breakout from bloody Anzio, with the divisional brass band playing them into action, Audie Murphy set off on a mission, which was perhaps equally desperate for him. Together with another man, he was to fly to Martinsville, Virginia. Here, he was to inspect for a group called Telstar Leisure Investments, a firm that made prefabricated housing. If he was satisfied with what he saw, he would recommend that Telstar invest in the Virginia firm, in which he had an interest. He hoped that if everything went well, he would recoup the $250,000 he had lost in Algerian oil. At 10 after 9 that morning, the light plane, which was painted blue and white, the same colors as the divisional patch of his old 3rd, set off from Atlanta, Georgia. The plane, which contained Murphy and 4 other passengers, was piloted by Herman Butler, who had already twice been suspended from flying for aviation offenses, though none of the businessmen in the cabin to the rear knew that. The 2 hours of the flight to Martinsville were uneventful. One wonders what was going through 46-year-old Murphy's mind during those hours. Did he remember that this was the day the old 3rd broke out after 4 months of the mud of Anzio? Did he recall that for 4 long months that winter he and the rest had not dared to poke their heads above the ground? How they had used ration cans as chamber pots, hurling them from the holes like grenades after they had served their purpose? We do not know, for all the men in that plane were doomed, including Murphy. At 11 o'clock that morning, the plane reached the mountains of southwest Virginia and began to run into trouble. Visibility diminished rapidly. There was low cloud, fog, and rain, and the weather was worsening steadily. Butler, the pilot, who was not qualified to fly on instruments, decided to make a change in his flight plan. He would fly east to avoid the mountains and try to land in the vicinity of Galax, 60 miles from Martinsville. Murphy, who was a qualified pilot himself, he had bought a plane back in the 50s, must have noticed the change of direction, but presumably he let the man who was in charge, Butler, get on with it. Down below, several people heard the plane, hidden somewhere above them in the fog, desperately attempting to find a safe landing place. One of them, Larry Chambers, a reporter on the local Galax Gazette, actually saw the plane momentarily. He reported that he saw a light-colored 2-engine plane seeming to bounce in and out of the clouds. Then, after what he thought was an attempt to land on the 4-lane bypass northwest of the city, the plane, flying at 200 feet, headed west, disappearing into the fog and the rain. Larry Chambers was probably the last person to see the plane. At 10 to 12, the pilot, Butler, contacted the tower at Roanoke Flight Service Station and asked for the current weather there. He was advised that the ceiling was 1,000 feet broken, 2,500 feet overcast, visibility 3 miles in light rain and fog, with mountain ridges obscured. Butler said he intended to land at Roanoke. Then his radio went dead. Time passed leadenly below. At Martinsville itself, the people waiting to pick up Audie Murphy and the other businessmen who were to inspect the prefabricated building plant began to grow worried. The plane bringing them was now long overdue, and they could see the weather was not particularly good for flying. Finally, they contacted the local airport authorities, who in their turn got in touch with Roanoke Field. They reported they had received a radio signal from Butler stating he was going to land there, but since then nothing had been heard from him, and Butler had definitely not landed in the area. Now, suddenly it was realized that the plane was not just overdue, but was missing, and that it was carrying America's most decorated soldier. The news was flashed all over the country. It appeared next morning in the papers and was telecast over the national networks, with Audie Murphy's career as a soldier and a movie actor receiving prominence. Due to the terrible weather, the search for the missing plane could not commence immediately. As the conditions improved, the Virginia wing of the Civil Air Patrol ordered a saturation search of the area from which the plane was last reported. The Air Patrol made a maximum effort. The Virginia wing put 33 planes in the air, flying some 80 sorties. The North Carolina wing joined in, with another 17 planes. On the afternoon of Monday, May 31st, the crashed plane was located by a helicopter flown by a Colonel Hale and a Major Slusser. It had crashed into the heavily forested side of Brushy Mountain, some 20 miles from Roanoke. The plane had apparently burned on impact, but the numbers still visible on an unburned part of the wrecked plane matched those of the missing air commander. Judging from the fact that the impact took place only 400 feet from the top of Brushy Mountain, they concluded the pilot had been trying to make a landing approach to Roanoke's Woodrum Field, 20 miles away. Ground parties set out for the site of the crash. By late afternoon, they had reached it. And at 4 o'clock that same day, they radioed back to the medical examiner for West Virginia that all 6 men in the wrecked plane were dead. The medical examiner himself, Dr. David Oxley, reached the scene 2 hours later and ordered the terribly injured and, in some cases, charred bodies taken back for autopsy. At the time, there seems to have been some confusion as to the number of bodies. State Police Lieutenant Marvin Kent reported that he found 5 bodies on the site of the crash. Murphy, his companion Jack Littleton, Claude Crosby, president of Modular Management, Raymond Fatter, a lawyer representing him, and Butler, the pilot. There was no mention of a 6th man. However, on the day following the recovery of the dead men, Dr. Walter Gable, a pathologist and deputy chief medical examiner for West Virginia, told a news conference that all 6 bodies had been identified by 4:15 the previous day. Be that as it may, Audie Murphy's body, which had suffered horrendous injuries, had been definitely identified. The main clue to his identity had been that 9-inch scar on his right hip, where they had dug out 5 pounds of his flesh back in Providence Hospital in the bitter winter of 1944. As Dr. Gable told the news conference, Murphy was the second of the 6 to be identified. He was one of the 3 thrown clear of the wreckage. Although the 3 who had been inside the plane had been burned badly, Murphy had not escaped massive total body injuries, but had died instantly. That, at least, was a consolation to his wife, Pamela, who now filed a $10 million suit against the owners of the plane in which her husband had died. As soon as his death was confirmed, the media reacted. The New York Times announcement of his death was typical. Under the headline, Audie Murphy, War Hero, Killed in Plane Crash. It stated Audie Murphy, the nation's most decorated hero of World War II, and 5 other men were found dead today, near the summit of a craggy, heavily wooded mountain. The media in Texas pulled out all the stops. The Dallas Morning News editorialized, "The Memorial Day death of Texas-born Audie Murphy comes as sad news for Texas." Yet, in the sorrow of losing America's most decorated soldier, there must be a large measure of pride, because he was a hero. He believed in this nation and her ideals and her needs, and was willing to fight and die to uphold them. Thus, he brought honor and glory to the Lone Star State. Gordon McClendon, the president of radio station KLIF in Dallas and a score of other stations all over America, claimed, Of one thing we can all be glad, and that is the certainty that Audie Murphy felt no fear when that little plane went down near Martinsville. He really had been long worn out with fear. The hard-luck kid who suffered so deeply during his last year is now dead. Then the radio executive asked, "Is there not to be a day of national mourning for Audie Murphy? Or was John Kennedy a greater hero?" As was to be expected, the establishment lauded Murphy strictly for what he had done between 1943 and 45. President Richard Nixon eulogized, "As America's most decorated hero of World War II, Audie Murphy had not only won the admiration of millions for his own brave exploits, he also came to epitomize the gallantry in action of America's fighting men. The nation stands in his debt and mourns at his death." The tribute was understandable from a worried commander-in-chief, plagued by the running sore of Vietnam, who reportedly sat that year watching the movie Patton over and over again in search of inspiration. Nor was it surprising that General William Westmoreland, whose Vietnam policy was now virtually discredited, stated on this occasion that his example to fellow Americans served as an inspiration to all persons during World War II, Americans and allies alike, at the front and at home. Today, also his example should be an inspiration to all Americans, in or out of uniform, at home or overseas, who served in support of the policies of our country. Audie Murphy couldn't fight anymore, but clearly he could still be used to support the failing policies of the time. Few were the dissenting voices who spoke out not just for Murphy, the war hero, but also for Murphy, the war victim. Time magazine got a little closer to the truth about Audie Murphy than most that June. In an article entitled "Heroes, to Hell and Not Quite Back," its feature writer stated, "When Audie Murphy returned from World War II, not yet 21, and the war's most decorated hero, he held the promise of an emerald future. The baby-faced kid was feted by the press and patriotic organizations, courted by businesses, industry, and Hollywood. When his body was found last week in the crash of a light plane outside Roanoke, Virginia, Murphy, 46, left behind a promise that had dissolved unheroically into business failures, run-ins with the law, and forgettable parts in forgettable movies." Bill Maudlin, the cartoonist who had acted with Murphy in The Red Badge of Courage, was asked to write a tribute to his dead friend. The magazine that commissioned the article was Life, which had launched Murphy's post-war career back in 1945. It is June 11, 1971 issue. Maudlin came as close to the truth as anybody when he wrote of the dead hero. Every time he got into trouble, which was often because his judgment was on par with his luck, great numbers of people who knew him rallied to help. This was not because he had won those medals. It was because most of us accept a certain amount of blending as we go along. We just accept, tolerate, temporize, and sometimes compromise. Not Murphy. In him, we all recognize the straight, raw stuff, uncut and fiery as the day it left the steel. Nobody wanted to be in his shoes, but nobody wanted to be unlike him either. But for a brief period still, Audie Murphy belonged to the establishment, and official America was going to dispatch him from this world with due pomp and ceremony. 38. A few years before he died, Audie Murphy went to Washington with a friend. During his stay in the capital, he asked his friend to come with him to Arlington. The friend, surprised by Murphy's desire to view a cemetery, asked, Why the visit? Murphy replied solemnly, "I'd like to make a reservation." It was a simple statement of fact. Of course, his place in Arlington National Cemetery had long been reserved for him. Now the military establishment was going to make sure that his burial there received the fullest possible media coverage. The situation in war-torn Vietnam demanded it. The burial of the last hero might help to rally the shaken, divided nation a little. But first, Hollywood had to have its show. About 800 mourners overflowed onto the patio and the lawn at the memorial service for the dead man at the Church of the Hills at the Forest Lawn Memorial Park. After all, Audie Murphy had lived in Hollywood for over a quarter of a century. Once, when he had been young and a hero, the great stars had vied with each other to be photographed shaking his hand. He had met them all: Gary Cooper, Jimmy Cagney, James Stewart. Now, there were few names among the mourners. The film industry was represented by studio workmen, extras, stuntmen, and the like. Perhaps that was to be expected, as the press reported at the time. Murphy was known as a quiet man who rarely socialized with the stars. There were, however, 2 former stars at the ceremony, and both of them were women. One was Anne Blythe, now a mature matron, who had starred with Murphy back in 1950 in that first Western that had condemned him to the genre ever afterward, The Kid from Texas. The other was his first wife, Wanda Hendricks. She was now married for the 3rd time, but she was still loyal, 20-odd years later, to her first love. One of the few who were. She lingered for some time at the casket. McClure, who was there, remembers Wanda kneeling and weeping beside it. Later, she told a reporter that part of him that was a hero and a fine man, I will always remember. Then she was led from the church, still weeping softly. Pamela Murphy, standing with her 2 sons not far from the representatives sent to the ceremony by the Army, 6 of them, all holders of the Medal of Honor, remained composed, as she would throughout the various ceremonies held for her dead husband this 2nd week of June. Perhaps she remembered only too well the many infidelities of the man who, as David McClure knew, had seduced more girls than any man I ever knew, with the possible exception of Errol Flynn. Perhaps it was her stoic Native American heritage. Pamela Murphy was 1/4 indigenous, Cherokee and Creek. Or perhaps she was just numb for any further display of emotion. There were odd comrades present too, such as Iron Mike O'Daniel, very old and gray now, to listen to the military chaplain who officiated at the ceremony and gave the eulogy. He ran true to form. After detailing the hardships of Murphy's early life in rural Texas, he said solemnly, "The United States Armed Forces recognizes in the passing of Audie Murphy the passing of one of its most courageous warriors." Was there nothing else to say about him since 1945? It was as if he had never lived any other life but that of a combat infantryman. But there was one old comrade from the war present there that day who did not attempt to pay a different kind of tribute to his dead friend. Once, in what now must have seemed another age, they had lain together in the same ward in that provincial French hospital at Aix-en-Provence, the one fighting gangrene, the other trying to cope with the horrendous mental and emotional stress of knowing that he was crippled for life. Both had come through, though the emotional scars have remained forever. Thereafter, they had remained loyal friends. Now, Perry Pitt whom the war had made into a paraplegic, told the TV reporters he, Murphy, gave everything, took nothing, and never forgot who his friends were. It was as fine a tribute as Audie Murphy ever received. In his will, Murphy, who probably guessed he would be interred at Arlington, had requested that he should be given a simple, plain, and ordinary burial. Washington wanted Murphy to be buried with full military honors. On June 7, 1971, a fine sunny day, Audie Murphy's casket, draped with the nation's flag, was placed on a caisson drawn by 6 gleaming black horses, led by the U.S. Army Band, marching with muffled drums. The solemn procession came down the tree-lined avenue toward where 400 mourners gathered to celebrate the solemn occasion. They stood in the morning sun on a green hillside under the great oaks, not far from the amphitheater of the tomb of the unknown warrior, picked over 50 years before from the unidentified dead of World War I. To the left and right of the glittering military assembly were the rows of simple white crosses, marking the graves of those killed in the wars that had been fought since Audie Murphy had won his medals: Korea, Vietnam, and the like. Chief of Staff 4-star General Westmoreland, who had fought in that old war himself, was there, resplendent in his uniform. He represented the president. George Bush, years later to be president himself, was also present. But there were humbler folks there too that day. There was Marty Benson, one of Murphy's gambling cronies, who wore a bright orange shirt and sported one of those straggly goatee beards fashionable at the time. There was also a pretty young 18-year-old, Karen Lathengood, who bore the strange title of Miss Vet 1971. Audie Murphy might have laughed out loud at the incongruity of that teenage Miss Vet attending his funeral, if he had been able to. She was surely strictly Hollywood. As the 23 honorary pallbearers, who included the most decorated soldier to come out of Vietnam, Sergeant, now Lieutenant, Joe Hooper, came to attention, the Army chaplain intoned the now customary eulogy to the dead hero. Thereupon the first 6 pallbearers, all very tall men, folded and presented the flag that had draped the coffin to Miss Murphy, dressed all in black and tearless still. The ramrod straight, immaculately uniformed firing squad snapped to attention. On command, they raised their rifles to the sky. Another order, and they discharged the first of 3 volleys into the still morning sky, sending the tads flying from the surrounding trees, squawking in hoarse protest. A loud, echoing silence followed, broken only by the sound of a woman sobbing softly somewhere in the crowd. Down the alley, a lone bugler raised his gleaming instrument to his lips with a flourish. He began to play the most moving and most poignant of all Army calls, taps. Sadly, those notes, which signify the end of a day or a lifetime to a soldier, drifted and filtered through the sun-dappled old oaks, at last tribute from the army he had loved so much to its most renowned soldier. It was all over. Audie L. Murphy had been laid to rest. The Army band struck up the jaunty marching song of the 3rd Infantry Division, Murphy's old outfit, as it swung up the avenue back to its barracks. Just a dog-faced soldier with a rifle on my shoulder, eat a kraut for breakfast every day, so feed me ammunition, keep in the 3rd Division. Hands were solemnly shaken. Gleaming gold-braided peaks of military caps were touched in parting salute. Flowers were strewn. Cameras clicked discreetly. Eyes were dabbed with lace handkerchiefs for one last time. And then they were gone, drifting away in subdued little groups that got livelier the farther away they got from the grave. Behind them, they left the heavy, poignant silence of the cemetery and all those dead young men. At last, America's most decorated soldier was alone with the glorious dead. Now he would rest forever among these young men, many of whom had not yet been born when he had performed his heroic deeds. Next to his grave was the grave of one of those who had died violently in a battle quarter of a century after Audie Murphy's war was over. He had been a young captain in the Special Forces, half Murphy's age, who had been killed in action in Vietnam just 1 year before, on June 27, 1970, when Sergeant Joe Hooper, one of Murphy's pallbearers, died of natural causes in 1979, he had been long forgotten by the general public. Although he had returned from Vietnam as that war's most decorated soldier, with 115 enemy dead to his credit, the holder of the Medal of Honor, 2 Silver Stars, the Bronze Star, and a staggering 7 Purple Hearts, he discovered he had fought in a discredited war. Few mourned for his passing. No one, save his family, remembers him today. But Audie Murphy's memory is still kept fresh and alive for us today, nearly 2 decades after his death. Various individuals and organizations, particularly in the Southwest, ensure that Murphy will not be forgotten. There is a veterans hospital named after him in San Antonio. Decatur has an annual Audie Murphy Patriotism Award. In the W. Walworth Library, Greenville, there is an Audie Murphy room. Here there is a collection of Murphy's medals, letters, uniforms, and other memorabilia. On several state highways in Texas, there are Audie Murphy markers indicating where he had once lived or worked. Fort Benning has an Audie Murphy gym. In the state capitol building at Austin, Texas, his portrait still hangs, the smiling, apparently unspoiled young hero with the Medal of Honor around his neck. The Lone Star State, which in 1971 voted Audie Murphy to be a great American war hero and one of the most famous of all Texans, is making sure that America's most famed soldier will not be forgotten. Rightly so. But would Audie Murphy, who in later life ceased associating with military and patriotic organizations, though he remained to the end of his life a great patriot, have wanted to be remembered as the archetypical American military hero? Was 30 months spent in combat as a teenager all that was worthy of remembrance? He had always hated the fake publicity about himself, spread for commercial reasons by the ballyhoo merchants who latched on to his wartime experiences to make money. Nor had he wished to appear the perfect soldier. He knew he had not been that, however much he had loved soldiering. When he came back from the war in 1945, the newspapermen, the public relation hacks, had been waiting for him in his sister's living room, ready to start the process of hero worship. And Murphy had not wanted to make a living simply from being a hero. He was far too honest for that. He had told the newspapers that afternoon that he was simply a fugitive from the law of averages. They hadn't listened. The attempts to make him sell his combat fame had never ceased. When he was almost penniless, living off his disability pension, they had latched onto him to sell commercial things, a few shirt ads, whiskeys, cigarettes. I don't drink or smoke, and at that time, I couldn't afford a shirt. I turned them down. Perhaps then he had told the real truth, before they had turned him into a reluctant movie star, when he had said, soon after returning from the war, that he had wanted to become a farmer because farmers are happier. That had not been for him. He had never been able to realize that dream of becoming a happy farmer. After 1945, he had been unable to escape his destiny as a war hero, nor had he had strength or will enough to shake off that red sickness of battle that Stephen Crane wrote of and that he bore with him to his death. Once, for a little while, before he became a hero, he had been happy. Martin Kelly, the hard-drinking, hard-fighting Irishman from Maine, Jim Fife from Oklahoma, Laddie Tipton from Tennessee, and all the rest of that original Company B had adopted him. The skinny, freckle-faced orphan kid from Texas, who looked as if he wouldn't say boo to a goose, had found a family at last. He had loved them and the wild, dangerous life they had led. What had he once said? You have a comradeship, a rapport that you'll never have again, not in our society anyway. I suppose it comes from having nothing to gain except the end of the war. There's no competitiveness, no money values. You trust the man on your left and right with your life, while as a civilian, you might not trust either of them with 10 cents. But these good comrades, whom he had trusted with his life in combat, and with whom he had shared the brutal, rough and ready camaraderie of the front, had disappeared over the months, the years, one by one. Dead or broken men. They had vanished from his young life. He had been alone again. The fact that he was a hero and later a star could never fill the void left by their disappearance, could never make him happy again. Nor could the relentless pursuit of women or the wild gambling. He had been condemned to be a loner in a civilian world, although surrounded by people, many of whom adored him slavishly. A few had even loved him. No matter, the simple, happy past had vanished. He seemed never able to recapture it. Like some latter-day Gatsby, he was compelled to believe in the green light, the orgastic future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow we will run faster, stretch out our arms farther. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. Afterward. Time's wrong way telescope will show a Minuteman 10 years hence, and by distance simplify. Through the lens, see if I seem substance or nothing. Of the world deserved mention or charitable oblivion, remember me when I am dead, and simplify me when I am dead. Captain Keith Douglas, killed in action, Normandy, 1944. There is little, if anything, to be seen today of Audie Murphy's progress through Europe in the years 1943 to 1945. Age and the times have changed everything. Europeans in the late 80s no longer seem to want to know anything of that youthful sacrifice in blood that those Americans who came to liberate their continent paid over 40 years ago. For the most part, the discreetly hidden American military cemeteries are the only indications that the Americans ever came this way. 40 years of prosperity and peace have had their effect. Europe has forgotten those brash, eager young men with their gum and candies, their lucky strikes, and cigarettes for sister, who once slogged their way through their villages and towns grinning boldly, perhaps never to return. Salerno has vanished into a welter of white-painted tourist villas, filled in summer by thousands of sun-hungry tourists from the north, where once again young men fought and died. They lie, packed and oiled like sardines soaking in the Italian sun. Teutonengrill, the German tourists call it cynically. At Anzio, they sell you pictures of walking wounded from the 3rd Division, courtesy Anzio Tourist Office. It is no different at Saint-Tropez, where the ribbon development has spread out to embrace Red Beach and Yellow Beach. Who knows there now how Laddie Tipton charged up that hill overlooking the beach, only to fall back dead into Murphy's arms, softly breathing, "Murph." Below, the talk is of the latest scandal on the Côte d'Azur and why BB, Brigitte Bardot, retired to Saint-Tropez in the first place. Only the weathered cairn and plaque at Saint-Tropez-la-Croix remind anyone curious enough to stop at the roadside that the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division made an assault amphibious landing in this vicinity August 15, 1944. But in summer, the narrow winding coastal road is always too hot. Not many stop. It is no different at Nougat City, where Murphy fired at his own image in the mirror during the bitter house-to-house fighting, and his buddy Kelly quipped scornfully, "That's the first time I ever saw a Texan beat himself to the draw." Montelimar is bigger and uglier, and it still prides itself on the production of that tooth-breaking candy. Audie Murphy? C'est de manger? Monsieur, mas? But then, why should anyone remember that little fighting Texan who gave his blood 3 times to help liberate their country? When you get closer to the dark, brooding mountains of the Vosges, you begin to see the fading signs that war once passed this way, and that quarry and Clery, where Murphy won his 2 silver stars within 5 days, the rotting wooden beams here and there are pocked with machine gun fire like the symptoms of some loathsome skin disease. Here and there, among the brambles, you come across rusting barbed wire and gas masks, always the first thing that panicked troops threw away, with the letters U.S. embossed above the eyepiece. Yes, definitely, here once desperate young men fought and died. Down from the mountains and into the Rhine plain, where the 3rd fought its last battle in France, the medieval, half-timbered houses in the villages still bear the marks of fighting too. But the broad, undersized peasants, heavy with their celebrated sauerkraut and sausage meals, are suspicious. They don't want to talk about the war. Yes, they know who Eddie Slavic was. They had seen the film on television. Audie Murphy? A shrug of the shoulders and a shake of the head. They were losers themselves, German-speaking peasants in France whose fathers had fought in the Wehrmacht. They could identify with Eddie, the loser, but the hero, Audie Murphy? Mais qui n'est? We don't know him in dialect. The village of Hauteville, a straggle of houses grouped around the church on the main street, is no different from the rest of those German-speaking communities close to the Rhine. A cannon before the church dated 1871 is the only sign that a war ever passed this way. No mention of those 20th century conflicts. But return to the spot where that crippled tank destroyer stood that January, find the scarred tree where Murphy's machine gunners were killed by a tree burst, discover a 75mm shell case, stamped WD 1944, in the undergrowth, and again you can sense what once happened here. Stand on that narrow, third-class country road, surrounded by trees, head cocked to the west in the faint breeze coming from the high Vosges, and once more you can imagine the ugly cries of battle, the high-pitched hysterical hiss of the German machine guns, and that bold young man defying the might of the Wehrmacht. Here, for a fleeting moment, on a quiet fall afternoon, with no sound save the lowing of the cattle in the distance, you feel that something still lingers of that freckle-faced young kid who was to become America's last hero. This concludes American Hero by Charles Whiting, narrated by Dallas Britt. Copyright 1990 by the estate of Charles Whiting. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sapere Books Limited and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.